Hey guys! Did you know that a lot of you who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet? I'd really appreciate it if you could hit that subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video and leave a comment below. Your interaction really helps the channel grow and allows more people to see my content. Thanks so much for your support. The fall colors were peaking in Baxter State Park, a fiery explosion of reds and golds against the deep green pines. It was October 2024, and I was solo camping, a much-needed escape from the constant demands of my tech startup. No wife, no kids, just me, my trusty drone, and the promise of some stunning aerial footage. I found the perfect spot, a secluded clearing by a pristine lake. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I set up my ultralight tent, fired up my portable campfire, and settled in with a locally brewed IPA. I even managed to snag a decent Wi-Fi signal, enough to upload a few scenic shots to Instagram with the hashtag solo camping. But as darkness enveloped the forest, a primal fear started to stir within me. The silence was broken by strange sounds, a guttural growl, the snapping of branches, a chilling howl that echoed through the trees. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear, or a pack of coyotes. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something far more sinister. I reached for my bear spray, my heart pounding in my chest. I'd never encountered anything truly dangerous in the wilderness, but the stories I'd read online about mysterious creatures and unexplained disappearances flashed through my mind. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness, their intensity sending shivers down my spine. The creature emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and distorted, its growl morphing into a chilling, almost human-like wail. Panic surged through me. I fumbled for my phone, the screen illuminating my trembling hands. No signal. Of course. I was alone, completely isolated, with no way to call for help. The creature lunged, its claws raking the side of my tent. I screamed, scrambling back, my mind racing. I had to get out of there, escape the clutches of whatever monstrous thing was stalking me. I grabbed my backpack, my camera, and my drone, and sprinted towards the lake. The creature was right behind me, its howls echoing through the night. I jumped into my kayak, paddling furiously, my arms burning with exertion. As I reached the middle of the lake, I glanced back, and my blood ran cold. The creature stood on the shore, its silhouette illuminated by the moon. It wasn't a bear, not a wolf, not anything I'd ever seen before. It was tall, humanoid, with glowing red eyes and a maw full of razor-sharp teeth. I paddled until my muscles screamed for mercy, until the shoreline was nothing but a distant memory. I collapsed on the shore, exhausted and terrified, the creature's howls still ringing in my ears. The next morning, I reported the incident to the park rangers. They listened with a polite disinterest, their eyes betraying a hint of amusement. They offered me a pamphlet on wildlife safety and suggested I invest in a better headlamp. But I knew what I had seen. It wasn't a bear, not a wolf, not any known creature. It was something else, something that lurked in the shadows, something that preyed on unsuspecting campers. I left Baxter State Park, my sense of adventure replaced by a lingering dread. I tried to forget the incident, to bury the fear deep within me. But the memory of those glowing eyes, that chilling howl, continued to haunt me. Months later, I stumbled upon a forum dedicated to unexplained phenomena. There, buried among the grainy photos and outlandish claims, I found a thread about the beast of Baxter State Park. Others had seen it too, that creature of the night, that shape-shifting horror. I read their stories, each one more chilling than the last. Hikers vanishing without a trace, campers found mutilated in their tents, whispers of a creature that could mimic human voices, luring its victims to their doom. I realized then that I wasn't alone, that the creature was real, and that it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I haven't been camping since. The wilderness, once a source of solace and adventure, now holds a terrifying new meaning. And sometimes, when the wind howls through the trees, I can still hear the echoes of that chilling wail, a reminder of the night I encountered the beast at Baxter State Park and barely escaped with my life. My best friend, Jason, was a devout man. He believed in God, the afterlife, the whole 9 yards. We talked about it countless times, usually fueled by a couple of bottles of cheap wine. Faith had been ingrained in him since he was a kid. Church every Sunday, knew the Latin Mass backwards, just like his old man, David. He even dreamed of becoming a priest one day, or a deacon, whichever one would still let him settle down with a wife and have a family. Jason always preached about a merciful God, an understanding God, a God who would welcome everyone, including our openly gay best friend. Little did he know he'd be drawn and quartered for his so-called sins. The shock hit me like a punch to the gut. That initial wave of nausea and bile soon gave way to pure, unadulterated panic. I couldn't tell you when it happened, but my thoughts were a blur, my vision hazy. The shadows from the trees seemed to writhe and twist in the darkness, mocking me. I must have stared at Jason's severed arm for an hour, trying to comprehend what kind of monster could have done this to him. And then it clicked. The 4 limbs, the cryptic letter, the animalistic sounds echoing through the woods, it all added up. I'd read about this in history class. Drawn and quartered. Each limb tied to a separate horse, then, the horrific climax. Some sick bastard yells go, and the horses tear the victim apart. I found the remains of my poor friend's torso closer to our cabin, confirming my gruesome theory. His head was nowhere to be found. Jason's Nirvana t-shirt clung to his torso, the tattered fabric barely concealing the brutal severing that had left small pools of blood congealing at each corner of his body. The shock of that image, the undeniable reality of Jason's death, it finally triggered my fight or flight response. I sprinted back towards the cabin, branches whipping at my face. I could hear things moving in the woods, their unseen presence spurring me on. All I could think about was Emily, my wife. Rain mingled with my tears, but I didn't care. Reaching the cabin, I pounded on the door, desperate to wake everyone up. Stacy was the first to open the door. I didn't even give her a chance to speak. Jason's dead. He's been drawn and quartered. His arms, his legs, they're everywhere. His Nirvana shirt, oh God, it's awful. We need help. Help me. A small voice piped up from inside the cabin. What are you talking about? I stumbled over my words, trying to explain the gruesome scene to Casey. She burst into tears, while Veronica yelled at me to calm down and speak clearly. Stacy, ever the pragmatist, rummaged through her bag and pulled out something long, shoving it into the waistband of her jeans. Is that a gun? I asked, incredulous. Someone has to protect us, she replied, her voice steely. Veronica, Casey, and Emily turned on Stacy, their fear turning to anger. They screamed at her as she pushed past me and out into the night, a rifle clutched in her hand. Stacy, no! Don't go out there. I heard someone. She ignored me, disappearing into the darkness. I followed, the others' screams echoing behind me. We reached the edge of the parking lot, where Stacy paused, peering through the scope of her rifle. I see a light, she gasped. Those were her last words. A shot rang out, the bullet slicing through the leaves before finding its mark. Stacy's head snapped back as if she'd been struck by an invisible force. Blood and other things splattered my face. Before I could even scream, more shots erupted from the woods. Casey collapsed in the doorway. Veronica fell trying to reach for the gun, both victims of the unseen assailant. Emily, thank God, had the sense to retreat back into the cabin and lock the door. A gruff voice boomed through the trees. Got the horse and the adulterer. Just like their Facebook pictures. 2 left. His words gave him away. The voice pinpointed his location in the darkness. Stupid. Adrenaline surged through me. I grabbed Stacy's rifle. I wasn't a gun expert, but I'd been to the range enough times to know the basics. I knew how to aim, how to shoot, and how to pray for a lucky shot. As the echoes of gunfire faded, I crouched behind our minivan, my eyes scanning the woods. A flicker of that same flashlight, and I fired. Brian's hit. You fucking murderers, the voice roared back. I didn't wait to hear any more. Bullets whizzed past my head as I scrambled back to the cabin, yanking Emily out the door. She was hysterical, fighting me, desperate to stay inside. I dragged her away from the cabin, my grip firm but gentle. And then we ran. We ran for what felt like hours, our lungs burning, our legs screaming for rest. We didn't look back, not even once. I didn't know if they were still after us, if they'd given up, or if they were content with fulfilling their twisted poem. Eventually, we stumbled onto a road. I flagged down the first car we saw, my voice trembling as I recounted the horrifying events. Part of me feared it could be them, the killers. But the driver, a kind-faced woman, immediately pulled out her phone and called the police. I collapsed in the back seat, exhaustion finally claiming me. The cops searched every inch of those woods, but they found nothing. No bodies, no trace of our friends. For a while, Emily and I were suspects. But the fact that our rifle had only been fired once made that theory unlikely. We tried to rebuild our lives, to find some semblance of normalcy in our cramped city apartment. It felt safe, secure. We bought extra locks, triple-checking them every night. We deleted our social media accounts, convinced that's how they found us. But that sense of security shattered recently. On Saturday, we received a letter in the mail. The handwriting was eerily familiar, that same chicken scratch as the first. The police considered it the first contact in 2 years. 2 souls went into the pretty little city all on their own. They have read the sign shown in this poem. But the man in an eye window has too perfect a view of the street below. One cloudy day, one just won't make it home. Forests really are strange, aren't they? Miles and miles of trees, stretching into the distance like an endless green sea. Sometimes they're so secluded that you feel like the only person on earth, swallowed by the silence and the shadows. It's easy to get lost in their depths, both physically and mentally. Forests creep a lot of people out, myself included. However, about a week ago, I stumbled upon something I never could have imagined, hidden deep in the woods behind my house. Something that chilled me to the bone and still haunts my dreams. I live on a 7.5-acre plot of land in northern Michigan, my backyard bordering a massive forest that seems to go on forever. It's a common sight in these parts, the transition from civilization to wilderness swift and stark. Though I've lived here a while, I've rarely ventured far into those woods. As someone who grew up in a bustling city, the dense, shadowy woods have always unsettled me. My property is only a few miles from the nearest town, but it's a small town, easily swallowed by the vastness of the Michigan wilderness. The forest behind my house is a mix of evergreen and hardwood trees, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Close to my house, the woods are manageable, even inviting. But beyond my property line, marked by a line of crackling power lines, the forest deepens, darkens, and becomes a place where the familiar rules of the world seem to fade. One crisp autumn morning, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to push further into the woods than I ever had before, hoping to shake off the unease and maybe even discover something interesting. It was a dreary day, the sky overcast with a bleak grayish hue that mirrored my apprehension. The wind howled through the trees, their branches swaying like ghostly arms beckoning me forward. "Great weather for a hike," I muttered sarcastically, already feeling a prickle of unease. I knew I was being overly paranoid, but a nagging feeling in the back of my mind whispered that something was amiss. I trudged through a maze of trees, bushes, fallen logs, and ferns, the forest floor soft and damp beneath my feet. After about 10 minutes, I reached the power lines, a stark reminder of the civilization I was leaving behind. I paused, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, trying to calm my nerves. On either side of me, the power lines stretched into the distance, offering a brief glimpse of the road beyond. Behind me lay my property, familiar and safe. In front of me, the forest loomed, dark and impenetrable. With a sigh, I pressed on, venturing deeper into the unknown. An hour and a half passed, the forest growing denser with every step. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy of leaves, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and twisted around me. Just as I was about to turn back, I spotted something utterly unexpected. There, in the heart of the ancient woods, stood a house. A very old house. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. "Oh, come on!" I yelled, my voice echoing through the silent trees. The sight of the house filled me with a sense of dread I couldn't explain. It was a small, dilapidated structure, its paint peeling, its windows boarded up, and its roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect. Despite my fear, curiosity gnawed at me. I had to see what was inside. Gripping my flashlight tightly, I approached the house cautiously. The front door hung open, creaking ominously in the wind. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior of the house was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying wood, and something else. Something faintly sweet and nauseating. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a scene of utter decay. Dust motes danced in the stagnant air, and cobwebs hung like macabre decorations from the crumbling ceiling. The house appeared to be from the early 1950s, a single-story structure with a basement lurking below. I found myself in what was once a living room. A mold-ridden couch sagged against one wall, its upholstery ripped and stained. A coffee table lay overturned, its legs splintered. In the corner, a vintage television set, its screen cracked and covered in grime, stood like a silent sentinel. The sight sent a shiver down my spine. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust and grime, as if time had stood still within these walls. I moved cautiously into the next room, a kitchen. Here, the decay was even more pronounced. Dirty dishes were piled high on the counter, remnants of long-forgotten meals clinging to their surfaces. The fridge, a rounded, yellowing relic from the 50s, was caked in dust. A broken window offered a sliver of light, illuminating the scene with an eerie glow. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached the kitchen table. Plates with the petrified remains of half-century-old food were scattered across its surface, as if the residents had simply vanished mid-meal. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. I peered into the cupboards, finding faded cans of non-perishable food in jars filled with unidentifiable, blackened substances. With trembling hands, I opened the fridge. The sight that greeted me made my stomach churn. Maggot-ridden food and ancient, congealed beer filled the shelves. I slammed the door shut, the flimsy plastic handle snapping off in my hand. Despite the growing sense of dread, I couldn't shake the morbid fascination that compelled me forward. I moved past the kitchen into a narrow hallway. 3 doors lined the walls, one of them leading down to the basement. The basement door was reinforced with multiple locks, a sight that sent a fresh wave of fear through me. There was no way I was going down there. The first door I opened led to a bathroom. It was a scene of utter dilapidation. The toilet was smashed, the bathtub stained and rusted, and the mirror cracked, reflecting a distorted image of my own terrified face. A roll of ancient, yellowed toilet paper lay on the floor, disintegrating into dust. The next room was a bedroom, equally decrepit. 2 small beds with rusted frames stood against one wall, a pile of moldy stuffed animals huddled in the corner. A beat-up dresser occupied the space between the beds, its drawers hanging open, revealing rotted clothes and decaying toys. A small, broken window cast an eerie light on the scene. I approached the closet, my heart pounding in my chest. Inside, I found more rotted boxes and decaying clothes, the stench of mildew heavy in the air. The final room was the master bedroom. As I pushed the door open, it fell from its hinges, crashing to the floor with a loud bang that echoed through the silent house. My flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing a vanity with a broken mirror and a bed. And on that bed, a human skeleton. A scream tore from my lungs. The skeleton lay sprawled across the mattress, its clothes tattered and decayed, its skull shattered into fragments. A rusty gun lay on the floor nearby. My eyes darted to the closet, drawn by an inexplicable force. In front of the closet, two smaller skeletons lay huddled together, their bones brittle with age, their skulls sharing the same gruesome fate as the first. Frozen with terror, I couldn't tear my gaze away. I had to see what was in the closet. With trembling legs, I approached, shining my flashlight into the dark depths. Another skeleton. This one hung from the ceiling, its bones broken and disjointed, the tattered remains of a rope dangling from its neck. The sight was too much. I stumbled back, my stomach churning, bile rising in my throat. As I turned to flee, a loud banging erupted from the basement door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Then, a man's voice, filled with rage and despair, screamed in my ear, "Get the fuck out now! Get out! Get out! Get out!" I didn't need to be told twice. I sprinted out of the house, my heart pounding like a drum, my lungs burning. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of my own home, slamming the door shut and collapsing against it, gasping for breath. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as Emily and I ventured deeper into the woods of Northern California. It was supposed to be a fun adventure, a chance to explore a new hiking trail recommended by Emily's boyfriend. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor, a sense of unease settled over me. We had been hiking for about an hour, the trail winding through a dense thicket of towering redwoods and Douglas firs. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of crickets. As we rounded a bend in the trail, I noticed something strange, a series of symbols etched into the bark of a nearby tree. They were a chilling mix of geometric shapes and abstract patterns, unlike anything I had ever seen before. A shiver ran down my spine, and I exchanged a nervous glance with Emily. "What do you think those are?" she whispered, her voice barely audible above the rustling leaves. I shrugged, trying to appear nonchalant. "I don't know," I replied, my voice betraying a hint of trepidation. "Maybe some kind of trail markers?" But deep down, I knew that these symbols were something more sinister. They emanated an aura of ancient power, a primal energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. We continued along the trail, the symbols becoming more frequent and elaborate. They were carved into trees, rocks, even the forest floor itself. It was as if we were walking through a hidden world, a place where ancient secrets were whispered on the wind. The sun had almost completely disappeared below the horizon, and the forest was growing darker with each passing minute. The shadows deepened, stretching out like long, skeletal fingers reaching for us. Suddenly, we heard a sound that made our blood run cold, a low, guttural chanting echoing through the trees. It was a sound that seemed to come from the depths of the earth, a primal rhythm that vibrated through our very bones. Fear gripped us, and we exchanged a terrified look. We knew we had stumbled upon something dangerous, something we were not meant to see. "We need to get out of here," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. I nodded in agreement, and we turned to retrace our steps. But it was too late. A group of figures emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured by dark hoods and grotesque masks. They moved with an eerie grace, their black robes billowing in the wind like the wings of nocturnal birds. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The chanting grew louder, the figures closing in on us like predators stalking their prey. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing Emily's hand and pulling her along the trail. We sprinted through the trees, branches whipping at our faces and thorns tearing at our clothes. The chanting grew louder, the figures gaining on us. We stumbled and fell, scrambling to our feet again, adrenaline coursing through our veins. We had to escape, to get away from this nightmare. Ahead, we saw a faint light flickering through the trees. A cabin, its windows glowing with a warm, inviting light. We raced towards it, our lungs burning, our legs aching. We burst through the cabin door, slamming it shut behind us and bolting it. We collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling with fear. We had escaped, for now. But we knew that the cultists were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for us to make our next move. The cabin was small and cramped, with a single room that served as both living area and bedroom. A fireplace crackled in the corner, casting a flickering light that danced across the rough-hewn walls. Dust motes swirled in the air, illuminated by the firelight, and a thick layer of grime coated every surface. Emily and I huddled together on a threadbare couch, our bodies trembling with fear. We listened intently for any sound from outside, any indication that the cultists had found us. But the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the pounding of our own hearts. After what felt like an eternity, we finally dared to peek through a crack in the boarded-up window. The clearing was empty. The cultists had vanished, swallowed by the oppressive darkness as if they had never been there at all. Relief washed over us, but it was quickly replaced by a gnawing fear. We were still trapped in the woods, miles from civilization, with no way to contact the outside world. We decided to wait until dawn before attempting to make our escape. We huddled together for warmth, our eyes darting nervously around the dimly lit cabin. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of fear through us. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the gaps in the boarded-up windows, we finally dared to venture outside. The forest was still and silent, the only sound the gentle chirping of birds. We followed the trail back the way we had come, our eyes scanning the trees for any sign of the cultists. But there was nothing. It was as if the entire terrifying encounter had been a figment of our imaginations. We finally reached the clearing where we had parked our car, relief flooding through us. We climbed inside, eager to escape the woods and return to the safety of civilization. As we drove away, I glanced back at the forest, its dark silhouette looming against the rising sun. A shiver ran down my spine, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that the cultists were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next victims. The incident left an indelible mark on both Emily and me. We never went hiking in those woods again, and the memory of that night continued to haunt us for years to come. The letter we received months later only served to amplify our fear. The chilling message, scrawled in a messy, almost illegible hand, sent shivers down our spines. We knew that we were not safe, that the cultists were still out there, watching us, waiting for their opportunity to strike. We took precautions, installing security cameras and taking self-defense classes. But the fear never truly left us. It lingered in the shadows, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of our perception. Years passed, and we eventually moved away from the area, hoping to leave the terrifying memories behind. But the incident continued to haunt us, a chilling reminder of the hidden dangers that lurked in the shadows of the world, waiting to be unleashed. The encounter with the cult had changed us, forever altering our perception of the world and our place in it. We had glimpsed the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of reality, and we knew that we would never be the same again. "Did you know," I began, my voice barely above a whisper, "that early astronomers thought there were oceans on the moon?" I glanced up from the worn leather-bound book in my lap, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and faded script. My mother shifted in her bed, a rustle of starched hospital sheets and the clinking of 4 tubes accompanying her movement. "Of course, dear," she replied, her voice thin and raspy. "The moon, with its silvery glow and mysterious shadows, seems like the perfect place to hold an ocean, doesn't it?" "It does," I agreed, a shiver running down my spine despite the warmth of the hospital room. "Those false seas, astronomers call them Maria." A faint smile flickered across Mom's pale lips. "How sweet of them," she murmured, her eyes twinkling with a touch of mischief, "to name the moon's oceans after me." "Well, they didn't find any oceans, did they?" I reminded her gently. "Maybe they just didn't look hard enough," she countered, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Even in her weakened state, her laughter held a spark of defiance, a refusal to surrender to the darkness that encroached upon her. For all the pain she was in, all the fear that must have gnawed at her, my mother always had the kind of laugh that could light a candle. A laugh that could chase away the shadows that gathered in the corners of the room, the shadows that seemed to deepen with each passing day. We were in her hospital room, the same sterile, white-walled room we'd been in and out of for the past year and a half. A room that smelled of antiseptic and stale air, a room where the only sounds were the rhythmic beeping of machines and the hushed whispers of nurses. Cancer. It was such a mundane word for something so insidious, so relentlessly cruel. I'd noticed that medicine often did that, cloaking horror in clinical language, like a shroud over a corpse. Malignant. Inoperable. Metastasized. Terminal. The words echoed in my mind, each one a hammer blow to my dwindling hope. But when she laughed, we weren't in the hospital anymore. We were home, in the cozy living room with the crackling fireplace, surrounded by the familiar scent of Mom's baking and the comforting sounds of her humming. When she laughed, she wasn't sick. She was young again, and I was a kid, and the world was a bright, boundless expanse waiting to be explored. What a miracle my mother was. Cancer had ravaged her body, stealing her strength and vitality, but it could never extinguish the light within her. That was hers to keep, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. "How are we feeling today?" Maria? Dr. Evans asked, his voice gentle but weary. He came in less and less often these days. We all sensed this was the final stay, the last act in a play that had dragged on for far too long. Just brilliant, Doctor, Mom replied, her voice a mere thread of its former strength. She struggled to sit up a little straighter, her thin frame almost swallowed by the white pillows. We can still go dancing later if you'd like. Though I'll have to ask for my son's blessing. Ever since his father died, Alex has been very protective of me. I forced a stern expression onto my face, attempting to lighten the mood. I'll need to know your intentions are pure, Dr. Evans, I said, my voice cracking slightly. As the driven snow, he played along, a sad smile touching his lips. But I might need a rain check on that dance, Mrs. Walker. I'm not as young as I used to be. He emphasized his age, running a hand through his thinning gray hair. Mom tapped her bare scalp, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Right there with you, Tiger, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Dr. Evans chuckled, but I could see the burden in his eyes, the weight of knowing that he could do no more. I saw him glance at the small idol I'd placed on my mother's nightstand. The talisman was a miniature oak tree carved from gray soapstone, its branches gnarled and twisted. Four faces were etched into the trunk, each one contorted in a different expression of anguish. The face closest to my mother's bed wore a serene smile, while the one facing the door snarled menacingly, as if warding off evil spirits. The other two faces wept openly, their tears frozen in stone. The talisman was unsettling, even to me. It emanated an aura of ancient power, a primal energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. But I clung to the hope that it might offer some protection, some respite from the relentless advance of the disease. Dr. Evans sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. It's the stone tree, isn't it? He said, his voice barely above a whisper. I've seen things like that before, in families with histories. He trailed off, unable to articulate the unspoken, the unsettling truth that lingered in the air. I nodded slowly. My grandmother, she was different. There were stories, whispers of strange happenings, unexplained events. I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal to the doctor, a man of science and reason. There's a box of her things in the attic. I thought, maybe there was something in there that could help. Dr. Evans looked at me with a mixture of pity and concern. Alex, he began, his voice gentle, I understand your desperation, but sometimes we have to accept that there are things beyond our control, forces beyond our understanding. I met his gaze, my own eyes filled with a stubborn defiance. I can't just give up, I said, my voice hoarse. I won't. Dr. Evans nodded slowly. I know you won't, he said softly. But please, Alex, be careful. Don't lose yourself in the darkness. He left then, leaving me alone with my thoughts, my fears, and the unsettling presence of the soapstone idol. I turned back to my mother, her frail form barely visible beneath the white sheets. Her breathing was shallow, her skin pale and translucent. She looked like a porcelain doll, fragile and easily broken. Mom? I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. Can you hear me? Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes that were cloudy and distant. "Alex," she murmured, her voice a faint echo. "Is that you?" "It's me, Mom," I said, taking her hand in mine. It felt cold and papery, like a dried leaf. "I'm here." A faint smile touched her lips. "I saw the moon, Alex," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It was so beautiful, so close." "You were dreaming, Mom," I said, my voice cracking. "Just dreaming." She shook her head weakly. "No," she insisted. "It was real. I was there, on the moon, with the Maria." A shiver ran down my spine. The Maria. The lunar seas that didn't exist. "Mom," I began, my voice trembling, "there's no water on the moon." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a strange clarity. "There is now," she whispered. I saw it. An ocean made of tears. Her grip tightened on my hand, and then her eyes fluttered closed. Her breathing grew shallow, then ceased altogether. The heart monitor emitted a long, unbroken tone. My mother was gone. The sterile scent of the hospital room seemed to cling to me, a ghostly reminder of the life that had just slipped away. I stumbled out of the room, the hallway stretching before me like an endless tunnel. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh, cold light that seemed to amplify the emptiness inside me. Numbness enveloped me, a protective barrier against the crushing weight of grief. I moved through the motions of notifying the hospital staff, arranging for the release of my mother's body, making the necessary phone calls. Each task felt like a monumental effort, each word a struggle to form. Back at the house, the silence was deafening. The rooms that had once been filled with my mother's presence now echoed with emptiness. I wandered through the house, touching her belongings, inhaling the faint scent of her perfume that lingered on her clothes. Each object, each scent, was a sharp reminder of her absence. The attic beckoned, a repository of forgotten memories and hidden secrets. I climbed the creaking stairs, dust motes dancing in the shafts of sunlight that filtered through the grimy windows. The old wooden box sat in the corner, its contents a jumble of strange objects and cryptic writings. I opened the box, my fingers tracing the worn leather cover of the red book. Its pages were filled with handwritten notes, diagrams, and spells, a testament to my grandmother's eccentric beliefs. I flipped through the pages, searching for answers, for a way to make sense of the events that had transpired. One passage caught my attention, its words scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand. "The veil thins on the eve of All Hallows' Eve, a time when the boundaries between worlds blur, a time of heightened power, a time of great risk. All Hallows' Eve. Halloween. The night when the dead were said to walk among the living." A chilling thought took root in my mind. What if my mother's death wasn't a natural end, but a passage to another realm? What if her spirit was trapped, unable to find its way? The soapstone idol sat on the attic floor, its four faces seeming to mock my grief. I picked it up, its cold, smooth surface sending a shiver down my spine. The weeping faces seemed to stare back at me, their tears a reflection of my own sorrow. Driven by a desperate hope, I decided to perform the ritual described in the Red Book, a ritual intended to guide lost souls to their final resting place. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but I had nothing left to lose. On Halloween night, I gathered the necessary items: candles, incense, herbs, and the soapstone idol. The air crackled with anticipation, a sense of unseen forces gathering around me. I followed the instructions in the book, my voice trembling as I recited the ancient words. The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The incense smoke curled upwards, filling the room with a cloying sweetness. And then, a cold wind swept through the attic, extinguishing the candles and sending a chill down my spine. A presence filled the room, an unseen entity that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I could feel its eyes upon me, cold and ancient. "Maria," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Mom, are you there?" A whisper answered me, a voice that seemed to come from the very walls of the house. "Alex." My heart pounded in my chest. "Mom?" "I'm here," the voice whispered again. "But I can't stay." "Where are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What's happening?" I'm on the moon," she replied, her voice fading in and out. "There's an ocean here, made of tears." Tears streamed down my face. "Mom, come back," I pleaded. "Please come back." "I can't," she whispered. "It's too late." "No!" I cried out, my voice filled with anguish. "Don't leave me." But the voice was gone, swallowed by the silence of the attic. The only sound was the beating of my own heart, a frantic drumbeat against the backdrop of emptiness. I sank to the floor, the soapstone idol clutched in my hand. The weeping faces seemed to mock my grief, their tears a constant reminder of my loss. The Red Book lay open on the floor, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and unfulfilled promises. I closed the book, its leather cover cold against my skin. The attic was silent, the air heavy with the weight of unanswered questions and unfulfilled hopes. I left the attic, the darkness closing in behind me. The house was empty, the silence broken only by the creaking of the floorboards beneath my feet. I wandered through the rooms, each one a tomb of memories. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the distant echo of my mother's laughter. I looked up at the moon, its pale light casting long shadows across the yard. Somewhere, in the vast expanse of the lunar landscape, my mother was walking among the Maria, her tears mingling with the stardust. And I was left behind, alone in the darkness, haunted by the echoes of a love that could never be extinguished. The crisp autumn air whipped through the trees, sending a shiver down my spine. It was the start of October, the leaves turning vibrant shades of red and gold, but a sense of unease hung heavy in the air. This wasn't just the usual pre-Halloween spookiness, this was different. This was a bad year. I'm Kate, and I run a campground nestled deep in the woods. It's a beautiful place, but it has a dark side. The land is old, steeped in a history that intertwines with the supernatural. Most years, it's manageable. We deal with the occasional mischievous spirit or lost soul, nothing we can't handle. But every few years, something shifts. The veil between worlds thins, and the creatures that lurk in the shadows grow bolder. This year, it started with the spiders. Not just any spiders, mind you, but grotesque, zombie-like creatures that crawled out from the depths of the forest. They swarmed a young police officer, their bites leaving festering wounds that refused to heal. The doctors were baffled, the treatments useless. He was fading fast, and we were all helpless to stop it. Desperate, I turned to the only source of knowledge I knew, the strange and often terrifying inhabitants of the deep woods. There's the man with the skull cup, a creature of immense power who demands a heavy price for his aid. There's the lady with extra eyes, bound by chains and shrouded in mystery. And then there are the dancers, ethereal beings who flit through the trees, their motives as elusive as their forms. My first encounter was with the man with the skull cup. He agreed to help, but his price was steep, a piece of my land, a piece of my soul. Desperate to save the young officer, I agreed, sealing a pact that I would soon come to regret. His solution was as bizarre as it was gruesome. He instructed me to capture the spiders, grind them into a paste, and feed them to the officer. It was a revolting task, but I carried it out, my stomach churning with every bite I forced down the poor man's throat. For a while, it seemed to work. The officer stabilized, the spiders retreating from his body. But the relief was short-lived. The spiders returned, more numerous and aggressive than before. The man with the skull cup had tricked me, his solution a temporary reprieve at best. Now, I was left with a broken promise, a dying officer, and a growing sense of dread. The spiders were just the beginning. I knew, deep in my gut, that something far worse was coming. And I was running out of time to stop it. The spider situation was getting worse. They weren't just crawling out of the woods anymore. They were appearing in the cabins, in the showers, even in the campers' food. Panic was spreading through the campground faster than a wildfire. I needed a new plan, and fast. The man with the skull cup was out of the question. He'd already taken his payment, and I doubted he'd be interested in further negotiations. That left the lady with extra eyes and the dancers. But the lady was bound by those strange chains, her power seemingly limited. And the dancers, well, they were unpredictable, their motives shrouded in mystery. I decided to seek out the lady with extra eyes. Her cabin was hidden deep within the woods, a place of twisted trees and unsettling silence. As I approached, I noticed something strange. The chains that had once bound her were gone. She stood before me, her eyes, all 12 of them, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. She spoke, her voice a low, raspy whisper that seemed to echo through the trees. "You seek my help," she stated, her tone devoid of emotion. I explained the situation, the escalating spider infestation, the fear gripping the campground. She listened patiently, her numerous eyes blinking in unison. "The spiders are a symptom," she finally said, "not the cause." She explained that the land itself was out of balance, the natural order disrupted. Something was stirring in the depths of the woods, something ancient and malevolent. The spiders were merely its harbingers. To restore balance, she said, the source of the disturbance had to be found and neutralized. but she couldn't do it alone. She needed my help. I hesitated. Trusting the lady with extra eyes felt like a gamble, especially after my experience with the man with the skull cup. But I had no other choice. The campground, my home, was on the verge of collapse. She led me deeper into the woods, to a place where the trees grew thick and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air was heavy with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe. We arrived at a clearing where a towering oak tree stood, its trunk scarred and twisted. The lady explained that this was the heart of the disturbance, the source of the unnatural energy that was plaguing the land. She handed me a small, silver knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. "You must strike the tree," she instructed, "and draw its blood." I raised the knife, my hand trembling. As the blade pierced the bark, a dark, viscous liquid oozed out, staining the ground a deep crimson. The air crackled with energy, and I felt a surge of power coursing through me. Suddenly, the ground shook, and the tree groaned in agony. From its depths, a creature emerged, its form shifting and grotesque. It was a monstrosity, a fusion of spider and human, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The lady and I fought side by side, our combined strength barely holding back the creature's fury. Just when I thought we were about to be overwhelmed, the creature let out a piercing shriek and collapsed, its body dissolving into dust. The ground stilled, the air cleared, and a sense of peace settled over the woods. The lady turned to me, her expression unreadable. "The balance has been restored," she said, her voice echoing through the trees. "But the fight is not over. The land is still vulnerable, and there are others who would seek to exploit its power." I knew she was right. The spiders were gone, but the threat remained. I had a responsibility to protect this land, this campground, from the forces that sought to destroy it. And I wouldn't rest until I had ensured its safety. It was a cold December night. The kind of night where the wind howls like a banshee and the bare branches of trees scratch against your windows like skeletal fingers. I was home alone, my husband out of town on business. I had just let my dog, Sparky, in from the backyard when I heard a loud bang on the back door. I jumped, my heart pounding in my chest. I peeked through the blinds, but I couldn't see anyone. I tried to shake it off, but then I heard the doorknob jiggling. I quickly locked the door and called 911. The operator told me to stay inside and keep the doors locked. I did as I was told, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. A few hours later, I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when Sparky started growling. I looked up and saw a face peering in through my bedroom window. It was a pale, white face with no eyelids and a wide, grotesque smile. I screamed and Sparky barked, and the face disappeared. I called 911 again, my voice trembling. The operator told me to stay calm and that the police were on their way. I locked myself in my bedroom and waited. The police arrived a few minutes later, but they couldn't find any sign of the intruder. They told me to keep my doors locked and to call back if I saw anything else. I tried to go back to sleep, but I was too terrified. I kept imagining that face at my window, that smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. I felt like I was being watched, hunted. A few hours later, I heard it tapping on my bedroom window. I looked up and there it was again, that pale, white face with no eyelids and that grotesque smile. I screamed and ran out of the room, Sparky at my heels. I ran downstairs and locked myself in the bathroom. I could hear the intruder moving around in the house. I was trapped. I heard a noise coming from the air vent. I looked up and saw that face staring back at me. It was smiling, mouthing words I couldn't understand. I screamed and grabbed the towel bar, ready to fight for my life. But it was too late. The intruder reached out from the vent, its long, skeletal fingers wrapping around my throat. I struggled, but it was no use. The last thing I saw was that grotesque smile before everything went black. The police arrived a few minutes later to find my front door wide open. They found Sparky in the laundry room, whimpering and staring at the air vent. There were traces of white makeup on all the windows and inside the vents. They found blood and hair samples in the vents, along with fingernails embedded in one of the grates. The police investigated, but they never found my body. I vanished without a trace. They called the case the December Stalker because of the time of year and the chilling way the intruder stalked his victims. Some people say the December Stalker is still out there, hiding in the shadows, waiting to strike again. They say that if you hear a tapping on your window on a cold December night, you should never look up. Because if you do, you might just see his face, pale and white with no eyelids and a grotesque smile, staring back at you. My buddy, Mark, and I headed up to Letchworth State Park in western New York one July weekend. We heard all about this Grand Canyon of the East with its massive gorges and stunning waterfalls, and we were eager to check it out for ourselves. We spent the day hiking and exploring the park's 17-mile expanse, and it definitely lived up to the hype. Too bad we only lasted one night in our cabin. We booked one of the D cabins, these small, one-room lodges tucked away in a secluded corner of the park. Most of the tourists stuck to the western side of the Genesee River Gorge, so we practically had the whole cluster of cabins to ourselves. As we were unpacking our car, a couple from a neighboring cabin was loading up theirs, and they were kind enough to offer us a parting gift, a watermelon. They seemed to be in a hurry, though, so we didn't chat for long. Once they left, there were only 2 other occupied cabins, but they were far enough away that we barely saw those folks during our stay. Eager to explore, we hit the trails as soon as we'd unloaded the car. On our way to the trailhead, we stumbled across a deserted Civil War parade field with a lone cannon and a weathered memorial. It was strange to see such an empty, desolate area in a popular state park, especially in July. I joked that the place must be haunted by Civil War ghosts. Mark, always up for a spooky adventure, suggested we come back at night to see for ourselves. The hike itself was a blast. We made our way down to the river canyon and eventually crossed over to the western side to check out one of the waterfalls. By the time we got back to our cabin that evening, twilight was setting in. We played some card games, scarfed down some sandwiches, and then set up our cots. The cabin was basically the size of a kitchen, a small stove and fridge, a tiny table with 2 chairs, and those 2 rollaway cots. Once they were unfolded, there was barely any room to move around. Scratched into the log walls were tons of names and dates from past occupants. Friends, lovers, vandals, they'd all left their mark, some going as far back as the 70s. Mark and I weren't the type to carve our names into the place, though. "Whoa, check that out, a pentagram," Mark said, pointing at the wall. I went over to take a closer look. There were some symbols around it I didn't recognize. It definitely stood out, since all the other carvings seemed to be either lovey-dovey stuff or just people marking their visit. "Great, we're staying in the Devil's Cabin," I said with a grin. Mark just shrugged it off, and we went back to our card game and a few drinks. "Hey, how about we crack open that watermelon?" Mark suggested. "With what?" I asked. There wasn't a single knife or utensil in the whole cabin. "Good point," Mark said. "I think I've got my pocket knife in my bag." He pulled out his Swiss Army knife, and we spent the next 15 minutes wrestling with that tiny blade, trying to cut through the thick rind. Finally, we managed to pry the melon in half. "Gross," Mark exclaimed. The inside was a black, gooey mess. The rotten inside started oozing out onto the floor. It was like it liquefied the second it hit the air. "Quick, toss it," I yelled. We both heaved our halves of the stinking, dripping mess out the cabin door. It was a uniquely disgusting rot, this sweet, sickly stench of decay. We cleaned up the floor, laughing at the gift our neighbors had left us. Then we got back to our game, but it wasn't long before we were both nodding off. We decided to call it a night. It was still pretty early, but it was dark, and we were exhausted from all the hiking. I fell asleep right away and slept soundly for hours until I was jolted awake by a pounding on the cabin door. Honestly, it was more like someone was trying to shake the whole cabin, not just knock. It was pitch black inside and out, and with the small fan whirring in the window right next to my head, I could barely hear anything else. I got up, glanced over at Mark, who was still out cold, and checked my phone. 2:30 a.m. A shiver ran down my spine. Who would be knocking at this hour? I was tense, but not exactly scared yet. I'd been camping enough times to know that sometimes park rangers or attendants would make late-night rounds. Maybe someone was lost, or maybe, and this was the annoying kind, we'd somehow pitched our tents too close together, even though we booked adjoining campsites so we could be near each other. I flipped on the outside light, unlocked the door, and slowly cracked it open. I was only in my boxers and a t-shirt, so I felt a bit awkward when I saw it was an old woman standing there. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to get a good look at her face, but it was mostly hidden in the shadows. She had a hunchback and long, scraggly gray hair tucked into a green army jacket. She held something up, and I realized she was offering it to me. "I have an extra cantaloupe. Would you like it?" I was speechless. Was she serious? Waking me up at this ungodly hour to offer me a cantaloupe? I figured she must be a bit off her rocker. Wanting to just get back to sleep, I mumbled that I'd take it and opened the door just enough to grab the fruit. "Enjoy," she said. I thanked her, shut the door, and peeked out the window to make sure she was leaving. Once she disappeared into the night, I turned off the light, tossed the cantaloupe onto the stove, and crawled back into bed. But sleep wouldn't come. I kept picturing the old woman lurking just outside, watching the cabin. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the strange encounter with the old woman. The Ketty murders kept flashing through my head, that gruesome unsolved case where a family was brutally murdered in a California cabin while their neighbors slept, oblivious to the horror unfolding next door. I wondered if Mark would even wake up if this old lady decided to stab me through the door instead of offering me fruit. A few mosquitoes and moths had gotten into the cabin, and I swatted at them in the darkness, both real and imagined. I couldn't stretch out fully without my feet hitting the wall, and the thought of creepy crawlies getting easy access to me in my sleep made my skin crawl. But exhaustion eventually won out, and I drifted back off. I don't know how long I slept, but it was still pitch black when I woke up again. This time, it was a man's voice that roused me. At first, I couldn't make out what he was saying. It sounded like he was far away. But as I got up to peek out the window, I realized with a jolt that he was standing right outside the door. I couldn't see him clearly, but I could hear him muttering, not quite whispering, but speaking in hushed tones. The fan made it hard to understand what he was saying, but the whole situation felt way too creepy to just confront him. I woke Mark up. What? Mark's eyes flew open in the faint light filtering in from the moon and the distant bathroom building. I think there's some guy outside, talking to himself, I whispered urgently. Ha! What time is it? He sat up, sensing my fear. It's after 3, maybe closer to 4. I don't know, I said. An old lady came by about an hour ago and knocked on the door. Now this guy's out there. Turn on the light, Mark said, his voice tense. I leaned over the table and flipped both switches, illuminating the cabin's interior and the space outside. Mark got up and went to the door, cracking it open. What's going on? Why are you here so late? He demanded. Mark blocked my view, so I couldn't see who he was talking to. No! We don't want that, Mark said firmly. We want to get some rest. It's the middle of the night. I heard a muffled response, then Mark slammed the door shut. What did he want? I asked, my heart pounding. Mark turned off the outside light. His face was pale, and his eyes were wide with fear. It wasn't a man, he said, his voice barely a whisper. It was an old lady. An old lady? I echoed, my voice barely above a whisper. But I heard a man's voice. Mark's face was ashen. It was definitely an old woman. The same one who gave you the cantaloupe. She gave me a cantaloupe. My words trailed off as I turned towards the stove. The cantaloupe I'd left there was now cracked open, covered in a dark, pulsating mold. Tiny worms and larvae swarmed over its putrid flesh. Oh, that's nasty, dude. Mark gagged, his eyes white with disgust. Why would you even bring that thing inside? It wasn't like that when I took it. I grabbed a plastic shopping bag, scooped up the revolting cantaloupe, and flung it out the door before quickly locking it again. We huddled over the table, our breaths shallow and rapid. What did she say to you? I asked, my voice trembling. I couldn't hear anything over the fan. Mark swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on some unseen point beyond me. She said something about living in this cabin during the off-season, and then she tried to hand me a knife. A knife? I gasped. What for? She wanted me to take it, Mark said, his voice barely a whisper. She said I didn't have one big enough to cut my friend's melon. A cold dread washed over me. The cryptic words, the rotten fruit, the late-night visits, it all felt connected, part of some sinister ritual. We stayed awake the rest of the night, huddled together, every creak and groan of the cabin sending shivers down our spines. As soon as dawn broke, we packed up our things and fled the devil's cabin, never looking back. We haven't been camping since. The old shoebox felt cold in my hands. It had been 2 years since I last touched it, 2 years since my father's death, 2 years since the detective handed me the suicide note and that chilling Ziploc bag. 2 years of hospitals, therapists, and a fog of grief so thick I could barely breathe. But tonight, something had shifted. I was ready. I slid the note out of its envelope. The familiar blue lines of the paper seemed to mock me. My dad. He always used those cheap notebooks. Aaron, it began, in a handwriting that was almost, but not quite, his. I want you to know that I'm sorry and that none of this is your fault. The words blurred as a wave of nausea washed over me. My dad. Gone. He'd been everything, my coach, my confidant, my protector. Mom had vanished when I was a baby, swallowed by the darkness of addiction, leaving just me and Dad against the world. He'd always said we were a team. But what kind of team was this? A team where he left me with a note full of lies? Because that's what it was. A lie. He wrote about Mom's death. But Mom hadn't died. She just left. That's what he always told me. And then there was the handwriting. It was close, so close, but off. The way he formed his ES, the slant of the letters. It was like looking at a ghost of his writing, a twisted imitation. Panic clawed at my throat. Who wrote this? Why? Was it possible? Was it possible Dad hadn't written it at all? I flew to the closet, pulling out old birthday cards, notes he'd left on the fridge. Each one was in his bold, familiar hand, each E sharp and precise. None of them matched the wavering script of the suicide note. My blood ran cold. Had my dad been murdered? I had to tell someone. Uncle Dan. He'd always been there, a steady presence in the chaos after Dad's death. But when I showed him the note, his face tightened. Aaron, he said, his voice strained, I thought we were past this. Have you been taking your medication? Medication. Therapy. They'd been trying to convince me I was crazy, that my grief was warping my reality. But I wasn't crazy. I knew what I saw. I retreated to my room, locking the door. My eyes fell on a discarded post-it note on Dan's desk. Pick up prescription for Aaron. The E was curved, just like in the note. Dan. Hours crawled by, Every creak of the old house sounded like a footstep, every whisper of the wind a voice. I was trapped in a nightmare, the walls closing in. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know the truth. I dialed the number on the detective's card, the one I kept tucked away for 2 years. Detective Tilly, a voice answered. I think my uncle killed my dad, I blurted out, the words tumbling over each other. There was a silence, then, where are you, Aaron? She believed me. Relief washed over me, so intense it almost brought me to my knees. But before I could answer, a voice cut through the quiet. Going somewhere, Aaron? Dan. He was standing in the doorway, his face a mask of fury. He lunged, and I scrambled away, the phone clattering to the floor. He grabbed my backpack, the one I'd packed with the note and the evidence. We wrestled, the strap tearing under his grip. Then I remembered Dad's voice, years ago, teaching me how to defend myself. Aim for the groin, Aaron. It'll give you time to run. I kicked out with all my might. Dan howled, collapsing. I sprinted for the window, flinging it open and tumbling into the darkness. He was right behind me. I ran, but a sharp pain exploded in my head, and the world went black. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. Dan was in jail. Detective Tilly told me the whole story. Mom's overdose. The cover-up. Dad's guilt. Dan's desperation. It was a horror story, a Halloween tale come to life. But I had survived. And as I finally drifted off to sleep, I knew Dad was with me. We were a team again, and even the shadows couldn't touch us now. It started with a lie. A lie coated in candy corn and shrouded in fake cobwebs. Every Halloween night, for as long as I can remember, my parents drugged us. They called them spooky potions, foul-tasting liquids that guaranteed we'd be dead asleep by the time trick-or-treating ended. As a kid, I believed the story. The costumes, the jack-o'-lanterns, the eerie decorations, it was all part of the fun of Halloween. But as I got older, the fear behind the facade started to creep in. By middle school, the whispers about haunted houses and creepy creatures seemed a little too real. So why the potions? My friends just shrugged when I asked. Spooky potions, they'd say, rolling their eyes. That's when I knew something was wrong, that our Halloween tradition wasn't normal. Last year, I decided to find out the truth. I pretended to drink the potion, waited for my parents to fall asleep, and then crept out of bed. The house was eerily silent, the only sound the wind whistling through the bare branches outside. But that wasn't what chilled me to the bone. It was the things on the roof. Giant, black, spidery creatures, crawling across the moonlit houses, slipping down chimneys one by one. I watched in horror as they emerged from the Petersons' chimney, dragging little Emily with them. Her screams pierced the night, a sound that still echoes in my nightmares. I knew then why my parents drugged us. It wasn't about Halloween fun. It was about survival. Halloween morning was a blur. Relief washed over me as I woke up in my own bed, safe and sound. But the joy was short-lived. The Petersons were gone. Emily had vanished. And no one seemed to care. Weeks turned into months, and the fear gnawed at me. I couldn't sleep, couldn't focus. The thought of those creatures, those Halloween horrors, haunted my every waking moment. My friends noticed. They staged an intervention, a smoke session behind the school. I finally broke down, spilling the truth about the potions, the creatures, Emily's disappearance. They were skeptical at first, but then Ashley and Greg realized their families had similar traditions. We were all being drugged, kept safe from the creatures that stalked the night on Halloween. But why? Why our town? Why the silence? And what happened to the people they took? We started digging, searching for answers. Obituaries with scant details, families that vanished without a trace, a town shrouded in secrecy. It was like a collective amnesia had fallen over everyone, a deliberate forgetting of the horrors that lurked in the shadows. Then, one crisp autumn day, we met Rose. An old woman, her house a fortress against the night, her eyes filled with the pain of a lost brother. She confirmed our fears, shared her own story of witnessing the creatures, of the empty graves and the missing loved ones. She gave us a glimpse into the history of our town, a dark legacy of sacrifices and silence. The creatures, she explained, always came in threes, one for each house. They took the first person they found awake, a grim offering to ensure the town's survival. Rose's words echoed in my mind as Halloween approached. The fear was back, stronger than ever. But this time, I wasn't alone. My friends, Ashley, Craig, and Michael, we were in this together. We wouldn't let another innocent life be taken. We would fight back. We spent weeks planning, researching, gathering supplies. We boarded up windows, reinforced doors, and set traps. We were ready for a war against the Halloween horrors. Halloween night arrived, and the tension was thick in the air. We waited, armed with makeshift weapons and a desperate hope. As the clock struck midnight, we heard the telltale clicking sound, the skittering on the roof, the rustle of leaves. The creatures were here. We held our breath as they descended the chimneys, one by one. But this year, they wouldn't find easy prey. We were awake, and we were ready. The fight was brutal, a desperate struggle against creatures that seemed to defy the laws of nature. But we fought with a ferocity born of fear and anger, and slowly, we started to gain the upper hand. We drove them back, those creatures of the night, their spidery limbs flailing, their black eyes glowing with rage. We chased them across the rooftops, through the leaf-strewn streets, until finally, they retreated, vanishing into the darkness. We had won. We had saved our town, broken the cycle of fear and sacrifice. But the victory came at a cost. We had seen the true face of Halloween, the darkness that lurked beneath the costumes and candy. And we would never be the same. As the sun rose on Halloween morning, we stood together, battered and bruised, but alive. We had faced the creatures and lived to tell the tale. And we knew that the Halloween horrors would never again terrorize our town. The oppressive humidity hung heavy in the air, the aftermath of a brutal derecho that had ripped through West Virginia, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Trees lay sprawled like fallen giants, power lines dangled precariously, and the air crackled with an eerie stillness. With the power out and the mercury soaring, I decided to escape the sweltering confines of our home and venture into the woods behind our house. My wife, Emily, opted to stay back with our little girl, Lily, content to splash around in the kiddie pool and avoid the stifling heat. As I laced up my hiking boots, Emily rushed in, her face etched with worry. "Jake," she said, her voice trembling, "I think I just saw someone lurking in the front yard. He looked like an FBI agent or something." Intrigued, I followed her outside, but a thorough search yielded nothing. No footprints, no rustling leaves, no sign of any intruder. "Are you sure, Em?" I asked, scanning the area around the towering pine tree she'd indicated. "I swear, Jake," she insisted, her eyes wide with fear. "He was right there, behind that broken branch." I saw his face clear as day. The branch in question was a good 4 feet above my head. I'm a tall guy, so whoever this agent was, he must have been exceptionally tall. Dismissing it as a case of storm-induced paranoia, I reassured Emily and headed out, eager to explore the woods and clear my head. The storm had wreaked havoc on the trails, making them nearly impassable. Yet, an inexplicable urge propelled me forward, compelling me to forge my own path through the dense undergrowth. I stumbled upon a clearing, where a wall of tangled branches and trees stood before me, an impenetrable barrier woven together by some unseen force. A shiver ran down my spine, and the air grew heavy with an oppressive dread. That's when I saw them, a pair of crimson eyes, gleaming with malevolent intensity from behind the tangled wall. They were inhuman, reptilian, filled with a chilling intelligence that sent a wave of fear washing over me. Blinking, I tried to focus, but the eyes vanished, leaving me to question my sanity. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I cautiously approached the wall. A climbing vine, adorned with delicate white flowers, partially obscured a small, porcelain doll. Its limbs were elongated, its face eerily smooth and devoid of features. Attached to the doll was a white card, bearing a single, chilling word scrawled in black ink, "Beware." Below it, a crude drawing of the red-eyed face I had seen moments before. My heart pounded in my chest. Was this some elaborate prank by local kids, or something far more sinister? Determined not to let fear dictate my actions, I pressed on, convincing myself that I was merely succumbing to the same anxieties as Emily. I paused to rest on a moss-covered boulder, taking a long swig of water. As my heart rate slowed and my breathing steadied, I began to feel foolish for my earlier apprehension. It had to be a prank, I reasoned. But as I rose to continue my trek, a twig snapped behind me, shattering the silence. Whirling around, I came face to face with the FBI agent Emily had described. He stood at least 9 feet tall, his form shrouded in what appeared to be a dark suit. His face was a smooth, featureless mask, yet I felt the intensity of his gaze boring into me. A wave of terror, more profound than anything I had ever experienced, washed over me, rooting me to the spot. My eyes were drawn to the grotesque sight at his feet, a mass of blood and what looked like human entrails. Time seemed to stand still as I stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the paralysis lifted. Thinking fast, I fumbled for my phone, hoping to capture this horrifying apparition on camera. But as I raised the phone, the screen flickered with static, and the figure vanished into thin air. Relieved but shaken, I scrambled to my feet, only to realize I was completely lost. The wall of branches, the boulder, the trail, all gone. Panic surged through me as I stumbled through the unfamiliar terrain, the horrifying realization dawning that I might never see Emily and Lily again. Just in case, I typed a message on my phone, describing the monstrous being I had encountered and expressing my love for my family. Then, I slipped the phone back into my pocket and continued my desperate attempt to find my way back. But I wasn't alone. Strange noises echoed through the trees, and every time I turned, I caught a glimpse of that blank, emotionless stare from behind a tree or bush. Once, the tall man materialized mere feet away, his head tilting slowly, as if studying me. Tentacles, long and writhing, sprouted from his back, their tips dripping with an unknown viscous fluid. I screamed, my voice raw with terror. The next thing I knew, I was sitting against a tree, sobbing uncontrollably. My arms were covered in black ink, the word run scrawled repeatedly across my skin. And run I did. I ran with a primal fear I had never known, my lungs burning, my legs aching, but the terror fueling me onward. I burst into a clearing, stumbling and falling, only to find myself face to face with another creature, a porcelain white being with enormous moth-like wings and glowing red eyes. Before I could react, it lunged at me, throwing me behind it. I landed hard, scrambling to turn and face my attacker, but it wasn't me it was facing. The tall man stood behind me, tentacles writhing menacingly. The winged creature roared, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. It was the same face I had seen earlier, the one that had warned me. It spread its wings, deflecting the tentacles with incredible speed and agility. Then, with a blinding flash of light, it grappled with the tall man, enveloping him in its wings. They ascended into the sky, vanishing into the swirling clouds. I collapsed, unconscious. When I awoke, I was just a few feet from my house, the sun setting on the horizon. The ink was gone from my arms, but my clothes were caked in mud, a testament to the horrors I had witnessed. Emily greeted me with a warm smile, oblivious to the ordeal I had endured. "Did you have fun in the woods, honey?" she asked. I forced a smile, determined to shield her from the terror that still clung to me. "The woods aren't for me," I replied, my voice barely a whisper. The woods whispered secrets that day. Secrets I wasn't meant to hear. I was hiking alone, lost in thought, when the emptiness came for me. It wasn't a creature, not exactly. More like a void where something should be. Where it moved, the leaves stopped rustling, the birds stopped singing. It was an absence of life, a chilling nothingness. And then it struck. I felt claws pierce me, not on my skin, but somewhere deeper, in the core of my being. I wasn't bleeding, but I was wounded. A piece of me was gone, stolen by the emptiness. The world felt hazy, muted. Days blurred into weeks, and I started noticing strange things. My neighbor's car changed color. My coworker's name wasn't Fred anymore, it was Dan. Everyone insisted it had always been Dan. Then, one morning, I was in my bathroom, and the next, I was standing in the middle of a busy street, still in my pajamas. People stared, horrified. I ran, the shame burning hot on my face. That's when I knew the emptiness was still with me, feeding on my life, stealing my memories. It had already eaten 3 months. 3 months of dates with Mary, the woman who made my heart sing. 3 months gone, vanished as if they never happened. I fought back. I clung to routine, to caffeine, to anything that kept me grounded in the present. But the emptiness was patient. It waited for me to slip, to let my guard down. And I did. One evening, lost in my favorite TV show, a little boy walked up to me and called me Daddy. My son. 2 years old. 2 years I'd lost, 2 years of firsts, of laughter, of love. Gone. Desperation clawed at me. I tried everything, priests, doctors, even psychics. No one believed me. They said I was stressed, delusional. But I knew the truth. The emptiness was real, and it was consuming me. One day, Mary came over. She was dressed up, excited for our second date. Our second date. It was happening again. The emptiness had reset time, stolen another chunk of my life. But this time, something was different. I wasn't absent from those missing months. I was there, but out of order. Like a puzzle with pieces scattered through time. I was living my life in fragments, a jumbled mess of memories. Years passed. I learned to navigate the chaos, to embrace the fragmented reality. I met my grandson, a bright young man who dreamed of becoming a writer. I even saw Mary grow old, her beauty fading, but her love for me burning bright. But the emptiness was growing stronger, the fragments of my life becoming smaller, the jumps more frequent. I was losing myself, piece by piece. One day, my grandson found me staring out the window, lost in the swirling snow. He showed me a box filled with papers, my papers. Pages and pages of notes, documenting my fragmented existence. He had found a pattern, a way to track the emptiness's path through my life. Hope flickered in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way to fight back. We worked together, my grandson and I, building a machine, a weapon against the emptiness. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble. But it was all we had. The day came. I sat in the machine, my heart pounding. My grandson flipped the switch, and a jolt of electricity surged through me. Pain ripped through my body, but I saw it, the emptiness, a grotesque parasite attached to my soul. My grandson increased the voltage, and the parasite writhed, its grip weakening. Memories flooded back, vivid and whole. Mary's smile, my son's first steps, the joy and the pain, all of it. Then, silence. The emptiness was gone. I was whole again, my life restored. But the victory was bittersweet. Mary was gone, her time with me already lived, her death a fresh wound in my heart. The emptiness had taken her, but it had also given me a gift, the memories of a life lived out of order, a love that transcended time. And as I sat by the window, watching the snow fall, I knew that even though the emptiness had tried to steal my life, it had ultimately failed. My memories, my love, my fragmented existence, it was all still there, a part of me, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. The late October chill clung to the air as I ventured into the depths of Whispering Pines, my family's private campground. It was one of those bad years, when the veil between the natural and the supernatural seemed to thin, unleashing horrors I couldn't have imagined in my wildest nightmares. This time, it was spider zombies. It all started with Officer Miller, a regular at our campground. He'd been bitten by something in the woods, something that turned him into a living incubator for monstrous arachnids. The spiders were spreading, slowly but surely, and no one knew how to stop them. Desperate, I delved into our family archives, hoping to find some clue, some ancient remedy for this terrifying affliction. My brother, Ben, had unearthed a cryptic reference to a witch in the woods, buried beneath a tree by our ancestors. Was this some vengeful spirit, her power now manifesting in this spider plague? I had to find answers, and fast. But with Ben and his chaotic family visiting, my normally meticulous records were in disarray. The baby threw them everywhere, he'd claimed, a convenient excuse for his lack of organizational skills. So, armed with my trusty shotgun, a charm vest, don't ask, and a double-barreled can of industrial-strength spider spray, I ventured into the woods, seeking help from the supernatural entities that resided within. I hoped to enlist the aid of the ethereal dancers, but they were nowhere to be found. The enigmatic man with the skull cup was out of the question, his price too high to pay. That left the lady with extra eyes, a powerful being I'd once clashed with. As twilight painted the forest in hues of purple and orange, I stumbled upon a clearing bathed in an eerie glow. Bloodroot flowers, a beacon to the lady's dwelling, carpeted the ground. Her house, a quaint cabin with boarded-up windows, stood silent and ominous. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The last time I'd seen her, she'd been bound in chains, a victim of a curse. Now, she was free, and I wasn't sure what to expect. I knocked, and the door creaked open. The lady stood before me, her face pale and drawn, her multitude of eyes filled with a weariness that mirrored my own. She wore the clothes I'd given her to break the curse, a stark reminder of our last encounter. "We can help you with the tree," I offered, gesturing to the fallen remains of the once human tree in her backyard. "Bury it, burn it, whatever you prefer." She remained silent, her gaze unwavering. I stepped inside, leaving my shotgun by the door as a gesture of goodwill. Or maybe it was just foolish optimism. "I'll take care of the tree," she said, her voice a low murmur. "You have more pressing matters." She brewed a pot of peppermint tea, the aroma filling the small cabin. We sat in silence, the tension hanging heavy in the air. Finally, I broached the subject of the spider zombies. "It's not my doing," she assured me, her eyes flickering with an unknown emotion. "But I can help." She handed me a cup of tea, its warmth spreading through my chilled fingers. "Drink this," she urged. "It will guide them out." Guide them out? Where? And how? The lady explained that the tea would force the spiders to leave Officer Miller's body, seeking an escape route. She would provide instructions, a gruesome ritual involving incisions and a desperate hope for survival. I felt a surge of gratitude, but it was quickly replaced by a gnawing suspicion. The lady with extra eyes was not known for her altruism. What was her game? I pressed her for answers, questioning her about the curse, the balance of the campground, the strange forces vying for control. She remained evasive, her words cryptic and unsettling. It's a shame, she finally sighed, that you'll have to die for someone else to claim this land. Die! My heart sank. Was this her plan all along? To eliminate me, seize control of Whispering Pines, and rule over the supernatural entities within? The realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. I was a pawn in a game far bigger than myself, a game with stakes higher than I could have ever imagined. As I stumbled towards the door, the lady's true form began to emerge. Spiders crawled from the cracks in the walls, from the shadows beneath the furniture, their clicking legs a chorus of impending doom. Her human facade crumbled, replaced by a monstrous creature with spider limbs and glowing eyes. I'm giving you a head start, she hissed, her voice dripping with malice. But you can't outrun your fate. I fled into the night, my heart pounding, the spider horde at my heels. The lady's words echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy of my demise. But I wouldn't go down without a fight. I would find a way to break the curse, to restore balance to Whispering Pines, to protect my campers from the horrors that lurked within. Even if it meant facing the Spider Witch and her army of darkness. I always thought camping in an RV was the epitome of safety. A cozy haven on wheels, shielding you from the unpredictable elements and creatures of the night. Oh, how wrong I was. It was late June 2019, and my boyfriend, Jake, and I were on a cross-country road trip. We'd been together for a few years, drawn together by our shared love for the great outdoors. We were exploring the western half of the U.S. in our trusty RV, a 20-foot beauty that felt like a home away from home. Our journey took us through New Mexico, a state that, despite its friendly people, gave us an odd sense of unease. Maybe it was the abundance of "stop driving drunk" signs, but something just felt off. One evening, we found ourselves in a desolate RV park on the outskirts of a small town. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the dusty landscape, we settled into our routine. I set up the awning while Jake took care of the water tanks. A sudden whirring sound caught my attention. I turned to see a man on a quad bike approaching. "Need a hand?" he asked, pulling up beside me. "No thanks, I got it," I replied, trying to appear confident. He dismounted anyway and helped me with the awning. "I'm Mark, I work security here," he said, his eyes darting around nervously. Something about him made my skin crawl. He had a strange intensity, and his eyes seemed to bore right through me. He lingered for a moment, then abruptly turned and sped off into the darkness. "What a creep," I muttered under my breath. Jake, ever the optimist, dismissed my concerns. "He's probably just doing his job," he said. We ate dinner, laughing off the encounter, but a nagging feeling of unease remained. As we drifted off to sleep in our separate bunks, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I awoke to the sound of an engine outside. It was Mark, circling the RV park in the dead of night. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but the sound grew louder, closer. Then it stopped. Silence. Tap. 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 Someone was tapping on the window next to my bed. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. A muffled voice whispered through the glass. "You need to come outside right now." I cautiously peeked through the blinds. It was Mark. "Bring your husband too. It's urgent," he hissed. Fear gripped me. What could possibly be so urgent? I crept towards the door, leaving Jake sleeping soundly in his bunk. I opened the door a crack. "There's someone in the trailer," Mark whispered urgently. "What?" "My boyfriend's in there," I replied, confused. "No, there's someone else in there," he insisted. I stepped outside, my mind still foggy with sleep. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me. A loud thud echoed from inside the trailer, followed by a scream. Mark drew his gun and rushed inside. I followed close behind. A man, wild-eyed and disheveled, stood on my bed, clutching a knife. He let out a guttural scream that sent chills down my spine. Jake was awake now, clutching a frying pan in self-defense. The intruder, seeing us, bolted towards the back of the trailer and escaped through the bathroom window. Mark gave chase, disappearing into the darkness. Part 3: The Aftermath. The rest of the night was a blur of police sirens and flashing lights. The intruder was never caught. We learned that he had somehow climbed into the bathroom window while we were asleep. Mark, patrolling on foot, had spotted him and tried to warn us. Shaken and exhausted, we left the RV park at dawn. The idyllic road trip we had envisioned was shattered. We drove straight to my parents' house, eager to put the terrifying experience behind us. The first thing we did upon arrival was sell the RV. Neither of us could bear the thought of setting foot in it again. The memories were too raw, the fear too palpable. As we finalized the sale, I retrieved the title from the glove box. A Polaroid photo slipped out and fell to the floor. I picked it up, my blood running cold. It was a picture of me, asleep in my bunk, taken the night of the intrusion. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows of the isolated cabin and sending shivers down my spine. Rain lashed against the roof, a relentless drumming that echoed the frantic beat of my heart. I glanced at the old clock above the fireplace, its hands frozen at some irrelevant hour. Time seemed to have lost all meaning in this forgotten corner of the Appalachian Mountains. The fire in the hearth crackled and spat, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. Even with the flames roaring, a bone-chilling dampness clung to the air, seeping through the cracks in the weathered logs. I huddled closer to the fire, seeking warmth and a distraction from the storm raging outside. "Another cup?" Alex offered, his voice cutting through the silence. I nodded, holding out my mug. He poured the steaming coffee, its bitter aroma mingling with the scent of wood smoke and the lingering remnants of our meager dinner. I added a generous splash of whiskey, chasing away the chill that had settled deep in my bones. "Sarah?" Alex offered the same to her. She nodded, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. I took a long drag of my cigarette, the smoke curling upwards like a ghostly apparition. I hated instant coffee, but out here in the middle of nowhere, it was all we had. Maybe the whiskey helped, I thought, taking a sip of the burning liquid. I glanced around the cabin, taking in the familiar surroundings. Sarah sat huddled on the faded couch, her gaze fixed on the fire. Alex perched on a stool at the rough-hewn counter, his face etched with a weariness that mirrored my own. We had been holed up in this cabin for weeks now, three strangers brought together by a research project that seemed increasingly pointless. Despite the shared time and space, a sense of unease lingered between us, an unspoken tension that hung heavy in the air. "Hey," Sarah's voice broke the silence, "come sit with me." Alex glanced at me, his expression unreadable, then moved from the counter to the couch beside Sarah. I stubbed out my cigarette and settled into the worn armchair across from them. A heavy silence fell over us, broken only by the crackling fire and the relentless pounding of the rain. "What's up?" Alex finally asked, his voice rough. "I'm bored," Sarah said, a playful smile flickering across her lips. "I need some entertainment." He chuckled. "Entertainment, huh? Don't really think I'm up for that." He started to rise, but Sarah stopped him. "Come on, Alex. Pour yourself another drink and relax. We're stuck here with nothing to do. Let's tell each other stories." "Stories?" I asked, intrigued. "Yeah," Sarah shrugged. "Spooky stories. It's Halloween, after all." Alex settled back on the couch. "All right, fine. I can do stories. Who's first?" Sarah asked. The wind held its answer, sending a fresh wave of goosebumps down my arms. "I guess I'll go," Sarah said, leaning forward. "I've got a good one. It always creeps people out." Alex leaned back, pulling a flask from his pocket. I fished another cigarette from my pack, the flame from my lighter momentarily illuminating the tense faces around me. "This happened when I was 16, Sarah began, her voice low and mesmerizing. "I was dating this guy, and we lived in San Francisco. One night, we decided to take a drive in his vintage Camaro. We found this deserted road out in the hills, parked, and, well, let's just say things got a little heated." I leaned closer, captivated. Afterwards, I got out of the car for a smoke. As I was standing there, I noticed this figure walking towards us. It was dark, and I couldn't make out any details, but there was something about the way he moved. It was fast, almost unnatural. Like he was gliding over the ground. She paused, taking a sip of her coffee. Alex and I exchanged a quick glance, a shared shiver of unease passing between us. I called out to him, asking if he needed help. Sarah continued. "My boyfriend got out of the car too. That's when we realized how fast this guy was moving. My boyfriend offered him a ride, but I swear I heard the guy say no in this panicked voice. My boyfriend didn't seem to hear it, though. Offering a stranger a ride at night? Alex muttered. That's asking for trouble. Yeah, well, we were young and stupid, Sarah said with a wry smile. Anyway, the guy kept walking until he was almost past us. That's when my boyfriend said, loud enough for him to hear, let's just leave this freak alone. The guy stopped dead in his tracks and turned to face us. We were maybe 20 feet away, but in the darkness, I couldn't see his face. A log shifted in the fireplace, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. The shadows in the cabin seemed to deepen, pressing in on us. I was terrified, Sarah whispered. My boyfriend looked pretty spooked too. And the guy, he just stood there, staring at us in the darkness. Did he say anything? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He did, Sarah said, her eyes wide. He said, in this deep, chilling voice, you're lucky you parked where you did. Then he turned and disappeared into the night. That's creepy as hell, I said, a chill running down my spine. Yeah, Sarah said, her voice barely a whisper. The next day, we heard about a murder. A young couple killed on that same road, not far from where we had been parked. It was never solved. She looked at me, her eyes filled with a haunting fear. Whoever that guy was, she said, he knew. He knew what had happened, or what was going to happen. And he warned us. A heavy silence settled over the room, thick with unspoken fear and the weight of Sarah's story. I felt a tremor run through me, not from the cold, but from a deeper, more primal fear. Sarah's story had stirred something within me, a memory I had long suppressed. That. I stammered, my voice catching in my throat. That reminds me of something that happened to me. Alex's head snapped up, his eyes suddenly alert. Even Sarah seemed to lean in, her fear momentarily forgotten in the face of a new mystery. It was years ago, I began, my voice hushed. I was just a kid, maybe 12. My friends and I convinced our parents to send us to the same summer camp, Camp Hideaway, it was called. Nestled deep in the woods, miles from civilization. My voice trailed off, the image of that desolate place vivid in my mind. Sarah's eyes were wide with anticipation, while Alex remained stoic, but I could sense his attention was fully focused on my every word. It was a small camp, I continued, maybe 30 kids and a handful of counselors. We spent our days hiking, swimming, telling stories around the campfire. It was supposed to be a week of fun, but it wasn't? Sarah prompted, her fingers nervously tracing the rim of her mug. It was, I said, until the last night. My friends and I, along with our counselor, snuck out after curfew. We were huddled around a campfire, telling ghost stories, just like we are now. The wind seemed to pick up outside, whistling through the gaps in the window panes like a mournful spirit. The flames in the fireplace danced wildly, casting grotesque shadows that danced across the walls. Why were you scared? Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. Our counselor, Shelley, was telling us this terrifying story about the campers from the previous summer, I explained, my voice dropping to a hushed tone. She said they had disappeared into the woods, and their remains were found scattered amongst the trees. Their intestines strung up like macabre decorations. I shuddered, the memory sending a wave of nausea through me. Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Did that really happen?" she whispered. "No," I said, shaking my head. "It was just a story, but we were kids, and we believed it." But then, in the middle of her story, Shelley stopped. She just froze, her eyes fixed on something in the darkness behind me. We all asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer. Then we heard it, footsteps. Rapid, heavy footsteps approaching us from the darkness. I paused, the memory vivid and terrifying. I could almost hear those footsteps echoing in the silence of the cabin. "And then?" Sarah urged, her voice trembling. "The footsteps stopped," I said, my heart pounding in my chest. We were all frozen, terrified. And then a voice, a deep, raspy voice cut through the silence. It said, "Good thing you're all out here telling stories." A chill ran down my spine, and I could see the fear reflected in Sarah's eyes. Alex sat motionless, his gaze fixed on the fire, but I could sense the tension in his rigid posture. What happened next? Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. "The voice, it just faded away," I said, along with the footsteps. We were left there, in the darkness, with our fear and the lingering echo of that chilling voice. We didn't know what it meant, but we knew it was a warning. I paused, my breath catching in my throat. The memory of that night, the explosion, the screams, it all came flooding back, vivid and horrifying. Sarah's eyes were wide with horror, her hand clasped over her mouth. Even Alex seemed shaken, his usual stoicism replaced with a look of genuine concern. "We saw it," I continued, my voice barely a whisper. "We saw the explosion rip through the cabins, a fiery inferno engulfing everything in its path. The screams, the heat, the smell of burning flesh." I closed my eyes, trying to block out the horrific images. Sarah reached out and touched my arm, her touch a silent offering of comfort. "There were no survivors," I said, my voice cracking. "Except for us. We were spared, huddled around that campfire, protected by some unseen force. We never knew why." A heavy silence fell over the room, the weight of the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Why were we spared? What was the meaning of the fast walker's warning? And who, or what, was he? Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the cabin, followed by the sound of splintering wood. We all jumped, our hearts pounding in our chests. Alex sprang to his feet, his eyes scanning the room for the source of the noise. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. Another crack, louder this time, and a section of the ceiling sagged inwards, revealing a gaping hole. Rain poured through the opening, drenching the floor and sending a shiver of cold air through the cabin. "The storm," Alex muttered, his face pale. "It's getting worse." But even as he spoke, I knew it was more than just a storm. There was something else, something sinister, lurking in the shadows. I could feel it, a presence that chilled me to the bone. And then, we saw him. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the raging storm, was a figure. Tall, gaunt, with an unnatural gait that sent shivers down my spine. He was drenched, water dripping from his long coat, but his face remained hidden in the shadows. It was the fast walker. Time twisted and contorted, each second stretching into agonizing eternity as we stared at the figure. The shadowy silhouette in the doorway was undeniably the same from both Sarah's and my encounter, the harbinger of cryptic warnings. But now, the question that clawed at my throat was, why was he here? Who was that? Sarah's whisper was barely audible, a fragile thread in the oppressive silence. Alex moved instinctively, placing himself between us and the figure. "Who are you?" he shouted, his voice echoing in the tense space. "What do you want?" The figure offered no reply. He stood motionless in the doorway, an obsidian statue against the raging storm. Rainwater cascaded from his long coat, his face swallowed by the impenetrable darkness. An unnatural chill, sharp and piercing, radiated from him, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. It felt as though the temperature had plummeted, and my breath hitched in my chest. Then, with a deliberate, almost predatory grace that defied human movement, he glided into the room. The shadows danced around him, twisting and contorting, as if they were extensions of his will. They seemed to consume the remaining light, plunging us further into darkness. "We have to go." Alex's voice was a strained whisper, his hand instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at his belt. "Now!" But before we could make a move, the figure raised a skeletal hand, its long, bony finger pointing towards the ceiling. The gesture was stark and urgent, and our eyes followed his direction. The cracks in the ceiling had widened, and dust rained down on us. A low groan echoed through the cabin, a prelude to imminent collapse. Panic surged through me, cold and sharp. The cabin, it was going to cave in. The figure turned towards us, his face still hidden in shadow, but his intent was clear. He didn't need words, his presence screamed a single, terrifying message: run. We didn't hesitate. Adrenaline fueled our flight as we scrambled out of the cabin, the storm a minor threat compared to the terror that pursued us. Behind us, the cabin groaned and buckled, then imploded with a deafening roar. We didn't stop running until we were far away from the wreckage, our lungs burning, our bodies soaked and trembling. We collapsed on the rain-soaked ground, gasping for breath. Turning back, we could see the remnants of the cabin, a pile of broken timber and shattered dreams. But the figure, he was gone. Vanished as quickly as he had appeared. As we huddled together, catching our breath, a wave of icy dread washed over me. The fast walker had saved us, that much was clear. But his silence, his eerie presence, and his sudden disappearance amplified the unsettling feeling in my gut. Who was he? What did he know? And what exactly were we saved from? The storm raged on, narrowing the turmoil within me. The questions lingered, unanswered, echoing in the silence of the night. We had survived, but the encounter had left an indelible mark, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. The noises began a week ago, subtle at first, like the rustling of leaves or the creaking of old bones. I dismissed them as the sounds of a restless forest, the whispers of a lonely cabin settling into the chilly autumn nights. But as the days passed, the noises grew bolder, more persistent, morphing into distinct thumps that echoed through the silence of my secluded retreat. I live alone in a cozy cabin nestled deep within the woods of rural Maine. It's my escape from the hustle and bustle of city life, a place where I can immerse myself in the quiet solitude of nature and the comforting world of books. As a freelance editor, I spend most of my days confined to my desk, the glow of my laptop screen my only companion. Human contact is limited to the occasional grocery run or a rare visit with my nearest neighbor, Old Man Hemmings, who lives a mile down the dirt road. My bedroom is my sanctuary, a spacious haven with dark oak walls and a worn carpet that muffles my footsteps. A large window overlooks the sprawling forest, offering a breathtaking view of the towering pines and the star-studded sky. Usually, I sleep with the curtains open, embracing the tranquility of the moonlit nights. But lately, a sense of unease has settled over me, a creeping dread that has forced me to draw the curtains closed, shutting out the darkness that seems to press against the glass. The first night it happened, I was wrapping up a late-night editing session. It was around 12:30 a.m., and the only sound was the gentle hum of my laptop. As I stood up to stretch, a soft thump echoed through the cabin. I paused, listening intently, but the sound didn't repeat. Shrugging it off, I attributed it to the old house settling. I headed to the bathroom, a small, cramped space with barely enough room to turn around. As I reached for my toothbrush, another thump reverberated through the cabin, this time louder, more insistent. I frowned, my heart quickening slightly. The old man who sold me the cabin had warned me about the strange noises, the whispers and groans of a house steeped in history. But he had also reassured me that they were harmless, just the echoes of a bygone era. I finished my nightly routine and crawled into bed, pulling the covers tight around me. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. I tried to relax, to dismiss the unsettling thumps, but a nagging sense of unease lingered. I jolted awake a few hours later, the thumping noise now a relentless drumbeat against the silence of the night. I fumbled for my phone, its pale light illuminating the room. 2:47 a.m. The thumps continued, a rhythmic pounding that seemed to vibrate through the very foundations of the cabin. I peered out the window, but the darkness was impenetrable. The moon was hidden behind a thick veil of clouds, and the forest was a black abyss. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, a raccoon or a stray dog, but the regularity of the thumps, their insistent rhythm, sent a shiver down my spine. The thumping continued for what felt like an eternity, then abruptly stopped. I lay in the darkness, my heart pounding, every nerve on high alert. Just when I thought I could finally drift back to sleep, the thumping resumed, closer now, more insistent. It was as if something was circling the cabin, testing its boundaries, searching for a way in. I tossed and turned, the thumping a constant reminder of the unseen presence lurking outside. Finally, as dawn approached, the noises subsided, fading into the first whispers of daylight. I fell into a restless sleep, haunted by the unsettling rhythm that had punctuated the night. The next day, I tried to shake off the lingering fear. I told myself it was just an overactive imagination, the product of too much isolation and too many ghost stories. But the following night, the thumping returned, even louder, even more persistent. This time, it was accompanied by a new sound, a soft scratching against the window pane. I lay frozen in fear, my eyes glued to the curtains, imagining claws scraping against the glass. The scratching continued, a slow, deliberate rasp that set my teeth on edge. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the room. The next morning, I woke with a pounding headache and a deep sense of dread. I knew I couldn't ignore the noises any longer. Something was out there, something that wanted to get in. Driven by a desperate need to understand the source of my torment, I rummaged through the box of belongings the old man had given me when I bought the cabin. Buried beneath a tattered first aid kit and a crank-powered radio, I found it, a motion-activated wildlife camera. A wry smile touched my lips. Who would have thought that this dusty piece of technology would become my lifeline? With renewed determination, I ventured out into the crisp autumn air, the camera clutched in my hand. I mounted it beneath the eaves, angling it towards the window, hoping to capture the nocturnal visitor that had been haunting my sleep. Back inside, I downloaded the corresponding app on my phone, eager to unmask the creature that had been terrorizing me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep purple, a sense of anticipation mingled with dread settled over me. Tonight, I would finally have answers. I brewed a cup of chamomile tea, hoping to calm my nerves, and curled up on the couch with a book. But the words blurred before my eyes, my mind consumed by the anticipation of what the night would bring. As darkness enveloped the cabin, I retreated to my bedroom, drawing the curtains tight and burying myself under the covers. The familiar ding of a notification jolted me awake. 2:28 a.m. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. I opened the app, my breath catching in my throat as the live feed from the camera appeared on the screen. At first, I saw nothing but the inky blackness of the night. Then, a movement caught my eye, a shadowy figure huddled beneath the window. It was small, hunched over, its movements jerky and erratic. A raccoon, I thought, relief washing over me. It was just a mischievous raccoon, drawn to the cabin by the scent of something enticing. But then the figure straightened, and a gasp escaped my lips. It wasn't a raccoon. It was something else, something far more sinister. Bathed in the pale glow of the porch light, the creature stood revealed. It was tall, skeletal, its limbs elongated and contorted, as if they had been stretched beyond their natural limits. Its skin was pale and taut, revealing the grotesque outline of its bones. Matted hair hung from its head, obscuring its face, but I could sense its eyes, two black pits that seemed to bore into me. With a jerky, unnatural movement, it raised a hand and tapped on the window. Tap. 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 A scream tore from my throat, a primal sound of pure terror. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers slipping on the smooth screen. The creature's face swam into focus, a grotesque mockery of human features. Its eyes were black beads, devoid of any warmth or emotion. Its mouth was stretched into a wide, unnatural grin, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The creature's entire being radiated a sense of wrongness, a chilling distortion of the natural order. Paralyzed with fear, I watched as it continued to tap on the window, its long, bony fingers drumming a macabre rhythm against the glass. Each tap sent shockwaves of terror through my body, and I could feel my sanity teetering on the brink. Suddenly, the creature's head snapped towards the camera, its black eyes locking onto mine. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I recoiled from the screen as if it were a physical blow. The creature's grin widened, and a low, guttural growl emanated from its throat, a sound that seemed to slither into my very soul. I flung the phone away, its screen shattering against the wall. The room plunged into darkness, but the image of the creature, its grotesque smile and empty eyes, remained burned into my mind. I scrambled back against the headboard, my body trembling uncontrollably. The tapping continued, relentless and mocking. I squeezed my eyes shut, desperate to block out the horrific sight, but the creature's image lingered, a grotesque phantom dancing in the darkness. I felt trapped, suffocated by the oppressive fear that clung to me like a shroud. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the tapping stopped. A heavy silence descended, broken only by the frantic pounding of my heart. I lay there, frozen in terror, every nerve on high alert, waiting for the next onslaught. Minutes stretched into an eternity, the silence amplifying my fear. I couldn't bear the thought of looking at the camera again, of seeing that creature's twisted face. But I knew I couldn't stay here, trapped in this room, waiting for it to return. With trembling hands, I reached for the bedside lamp, its pale light offering a meager defense against the encroaching darkness. I forced myself to look at the shattered phone, its screen a spider web of cracks. The camera app was still open, the live feed frozen on the last image of the creature. It was gone. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I sank onto the edge of the bed, my legs trembling. The creature was gone, but the terror lingered, a suffocating presence in the confines of my room. I glanced at the time, 3:58 a.m. The encounter had felt like an eternity, yet barely an hour had passed. Exhaustion battled with fear, but adrenaline kept me anchored to the present. I couldn't shake the image of the creature, its grotesque form and haunting eyes burned into my memory. The silence of the cabin was now a menacing presence, every creak and groan a potential harbinger of its return. Driven by a desperate need to process the horror, I stumbled towards my desk and opened my laptop. The blank page mocked me, a stark contrast to the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. With trembling fingers, I began to type, pouring out the events of the night, hoping to exorcise the fear that clung to me like a suffocating shroud. But the words felt inadequate, failing to capture the sheer terror of the encounter. The creature's unnatural movements, its contorted limbs, and its haunting eyes defied description. It was as if it existed outside the realm of human comprehension, a nightmare given form. As I typed, a new sound pierced the silence, a soft scratching at the front door. My blood ran cold. The creature, it had returned. I froze, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like claws raking against the wood. I held my breath, listening intently, every nerve on high alert. Then, a realization struck me. I had left the front door unlocked. Panic seized me. a suffocating wave that threatened to drown me in its intensity. I scrambled back from the desk, my chair clattering to the floor. The scratching at the door grew louder, more insistent, and I could hear the distinct sound of something heavy scraping against the wood. My gaze darted around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything to defend myself against the creature that was trying to force its way in. But the room offered no sanctuary, only the confines of my own fear. I lunged for the phone, its shattered screen digging into my palm. I fumbled with the buttons, desperate to call for help, but the screen remained stubbornly dark. The creature's growl echoed in my ears, a chilling reminder of its power, its malice. Then, a new sound pierced the air, a splintering crack as the door frame buckled under the creature's relentless assault. I cried out, my voice raw with terror. The door creaked open, revealing a sliver of darkness, a glimpse into the abyss that awaited me. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. But instead of the creature's grotesque form, a different sound reached my ears, a voice, calm and reassuring. "Emily?" My eyes flew open. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the faint light of dawn, was a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered, familiar. "Hemmings?" I whispered, my voice hoarse with disbelief. The old man stepped into the room, his weathered face etched with concern. "Emily, are you all right?" I heard the commotion. His words trailed off as he took in the scene, the shattered phone, the overturned chair, the terror etched on my face. He rushed towards me, his eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and concern. "What happened here?" he asked, his voice gentle. I shook my head, unable to speak, the horror of the night still fresh in my mind. Hemmings wrapped his arms around me, his warmth a comforting contrast to the icy fear that had gripped me. "It's all right, Emily," he murmured. "You're safe now." But even as he spoke, I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. The encounter had left an indelible mark, a chilling reminder that the darkness held secrets beyond human comprehension. A strangled cry tore from my throat, a desperate plea lost in the echoing silence of the cabin. I stumbled back, my legs tangling in the discarded blanket, sending me crashing to the floor. The creature's silhouette filled the doorway, its grotesque form a stark contrast against the pale light filtering through the shattered window. Its elongated limbs moved with an unnatural fluidity, contorting and twisting in a way that defied human anatomy. The creature's head lolled to one side, its black eyes gleaming with a malevolent hunger. Its mouth gaped open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and a guttural growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that vibrated through the very floorboards. I scrambled backwards, my fingers scrabbling against the rough carpet, desperate to escape the creature's reach. But the room offered no sanctuary, only the confines of my own terror. The creature stalked closer, its elongated shadow stretching across the floor, engulfing me in its darkness. Its hand shot out, long and skeletal, its fingers tipped with claws that glinted in the dim light. I flinched, bracing for the inevitable, but the creature's hand bypassed me, reaching instead for the laptop that lay open on the desk. Its claws raked across the keyboard, leaving deep gouges in the plastic. The screen flickered and died, plunging the room into an even deeper darkness. I whimpered, my voice lost in the creature's guttural growls. It turned its head towards me, its black eyes burning into mine. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I curled into a fetal position, shielding myself from its gaze. The creature loomed over me, its presence a suffocating weight that pressed down on my chest, stealing my breath. Then, with a suddenness that startled me, it turned away, its attention drawn to the shattered phone on the floor. It bent down, its elongated limbs folding in on themselves in an unnatural way, and picked up the phone with its clawed hand. The creature brought the phone close to its face, its black eyes seemingly fixated on the cracked screen. It tilted its head, as if studying the device with a strange curiosity. Then, with a swift motion, it crushed the phone in its hand, the plastic and metal crunching under its immense strength. A guttural sound, a mixture of frustration and rage, tore from the creature's throat. It flung the mangled remains of the phone against the wall, where it clattered to the floor. Then, it turned back to me, its eyes burning with a renewed intensity. I braced myself for the final assault, but it never came. Instead, the creature hesitated, its gaze flickering towards the window. A low growl rumbled in its chest, and then, with a swiftness that defied its size, it turned and leaped through the shattered window, disappearing into the darkness beyond. I lay there, trembling, my breath ragged in my throat. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my heart. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe, until the first rays of dawn pierced through the shattered window, casting a pale light on the ravaged room. With trembling limbs, I crawled to the window, peering out into the forest. The creature was gone, vanished without a trace. But the terror lingered, a cold knot in my stomach, a chilling reminder that the darkness held secrets beyond human comprehension. I knew I could never stay in the cabin again. The memories were too vivid, the fear too palpable. I packed a small bag, gathering only the essentials, and left the cabin, locking the door behind me. As I walked away, I couldn't help but glance back, half expecting to see the creature's silhouette watching me from the shadows. But the cabin remained silent, a tomb of shattered peace and lingering fear. I never returned. The biting December wind howled through the skeletal trees of the Rocky Mountains, its icy breath whispering tales of long-forgotten horrors. We, a group of 4 friends fueled by youthful curiosity and a healthy dose of naivety, were venturing deep into the heart of the Route National Forest, seeking a secluded cabin shrouded in chilling folklore. The cabin, known only as Blackwood, had a reputation that would make even the bravest soul shudder. Tales of strange lights, phantom smells, and unexplained disappearances clung to it like a shroud. But the most disturbing legends centered around a locked door within the cabin, a portal to some unknown darkness that whispered promises of unimaginable terror. My friend Mark had heard about Blackwood from a coworker, who regaled him with stories of the cabin's sinister history. He warned us against opening the locked door, claiming it was sealed for a reason, a barrier between our world and something far more sinister. But we, young and reckless, dismissed his warnings as mere superstition. We were ghost hunters, armed with EVP recorders and a thirst for the unknown. What could possibly go wrong? The drive from Boulder was long and winding, the mountain roads treacherous under the December snow. As dusk settled over the landscape, casting long, ominous shadows across the snow-covered peaks, we finally reached the trailhead. The cabin, nestled deep within the forest, was only accessible by foot. We trudged through the snow, our flashlights cutting through the darkness, the only sound the crunch of our boots and the whisper of the wind. As we approached the cabin, a sense of foreboding settled over us. The air grew heavy, the silence oppressive. Blackwood Cabin stood before us, a dilapidated structure half consumed by the encroaching forest. Its roof had caved in, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling like decaying skin. The front door hung precariously on its hinges, a gaping maw that invited us into its shadowy depths. We exchanged nervous glances, our bravado faltering in the face of the cabin's ominous presence. But curiosity, like a moth drawn to a flame, compelled us forward. We stepped across the threshold, our flashlights illuminating the dust-covered interior, and ventured into the heart of Blackwood's chilling mystery. The cabin's interior was a chilling tableau of decay and neglect. Cobwebs draped the furniture like ghostly shrouds, and dust lay thick on every surface. The air was heavy with the scent of damp wood and mildew, a musty odor that clung to our clothes and invaded our nostrils. We moved cautiously through the main room, our flashlights illuminating the remnants of a once cozy living space. A fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth cold and empty. A tattered couch and a couple of rickety chairs sat huddled around the fireplace, their cushions ripped and stained. A doorway led to a small kitchen, its cupboards bare and its sink rusted. Another door, partially hidden behind a tattered curtain, presumably led to a bedroom. But it was the locked door at the far end of the main room that drew our attention, its presence a silent beacon of dread. The door was made of heavy oak, its surface scarred and weathered. A rusty padlock hung from its handle, a defiant symbol of the secrets it guarded. We exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of the cabin's sinister reputation pressing down on us. Mark, ever the skeptic, scoffed at our apprehension. "It's just a door," he said, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Probably leads to a basement or something." But his words did little to ease our unease. The locked door exuded an aura of menace, a palpable sense of something dark and malevolent lurking just beyond its surface. We could feel it, a cold, oppressive presence that seemed to emanate from the very wood itself. "Maybe we should leave it alone," Sarah suggested, her voice barely a whisper. But curiosity, like a relentless tide, pulled us forward. We approached the door, our flashlights illuminating its weathered surface. The padlock hung heavy, its rust a testament to the years it had spent guarding the secrets within. Mark reached out, his hand hovering over the padlock. "What do you think is behind it?" he asked, his voice laced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Before anyone could answer, a sudden gust of wind rattled the cabin, sending a shiver down our spines. The curtains billowed, casting eerie shadows across the room. And then, we heard it, a soft scratching sound emanating from behind the locked door. We froze, our blood turning to ice. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like claws raking against the wood. A wave of terror washed over us, and we instinctively stepped back from the door, our hearts pounding in our chests. The scratching stopped, leaving a silence that was even more unsettling than the sound itself. We exchanged terrified glances, our eyes wide with fear. The locked door, once a mere object of curiosity, had now become a source of palpable dread. We knew then that we had stumbled upon something far more sinister than we could have ever imagined. The whispers of Blackwood Cabin had come to life, and we were trapped in their chilling embrace. The scratching ceased, leaving a silence that crackled with tension. We stood frozen, our breaths held captive in our chests, every nerve screaming with a primal fear. The locked door, once a mere object of curiosity, had become a symbol of unimaginable horror. Mark, his bravado finally shattered, took a hesitant step back. "Maybe we should just go," he mumbled, his voice barely audible. But Lisa, her eyes wide with a morbid fascination, shook her head. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to know what's behind it." Driven by a morbid curiosity that outweighed our fear, we decided to investigate further. We gathered around the door, our flashlights illuminating the rusty padlock. Mark, with trembling hands, produced a set of lockpicks from his backpack. "I learned a few things in college," he said, attempting a weak smile. He knelt before the door, his lockpicks clicking against the padlock. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the sound of his labored breathing and the occasional creak of the cabin settling around us. After what felt like an eternity, the padlock clicked open. Mark let out a triumphant gasp, but his victory was short-lived. As he pulled the padlock free, a gust of icy wind swept through the cabin, extinguishing our flashlights and plunging us into darkness. Panic erupted. We stumbled back from the door, our hands outstretched, searching for something to steady ourselves. The wind howled through the cabin, rattling the windows and sending shivers down our spines. And then, we heard it, a low, guttural growl, emanating from behind the now unlocked door. Terror gripped us, our hearts pounding in our chests. The growl grew louder, closer, and we knew that whatever lurked beyond that door was no longer contained. We turned and fled, our footsteps echoing through the darkened cabin, the creature's growls chasing us into the night. We burst out of the cabin and into the biting December air, our lungs burning, our bodies trembling. We didn't stop running until we reached the treeline, the cabin's silhouette receding into the darkness behind us. We collapsed onto the snow-covered ground, gasping for breath, our bodies shaking with fear. The creature's growls still echoed in our ears, a chilling reminder of the horror we had unleashed. We had opened the locked door, and in doing so, we had invited the darkness into our world. We scrambled through the darkness, our flashlights dancing wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of the cabin's decaying interior. The creature's growls echoed behind us, growing louder with each passing moment. We could feel its presence closing in, its icy breath on our necks. We burst out of the cabin and into the biting December air, our lungs burning, our bodies trembling. The snow crunched under our feet as we fled blindly into the forest, the creature's enraged roar echoing through the trees. We didn't stop running until we reached a small clearing, our flashlights illuminating a circle of snow-covered ground. We collapsed, gasping for breath, our hearts pounding in our chests. The creature's roars had subsided, but the fear lingered, a cold knot in our stomachs. We huddled together, our bodies shivering with cold and terror. Mark, his face pale and drawn, spoke first. "What was that thing?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I don't know, Lisa replied, her eyes wide with fear. But it wasn't human. We sat in silence, listening to the wind whistling through the trees, our minds replaying the horrifying events of the past few minutes. The creature's growls, its distorted form, its unnatural movements, all of it pointed to something beyond our understanding, something that defied the laws of nature. A sudden snapping twig broke the silence, and we all jumped, our hearts leaping into our throats. We spun around, our flashlights illuminating the surrounding trees, but we could see nothing. The sound came again, closer this time, and we knew that we weren't alone. The creature was still hunting us. We scrambled to our feet, our flashlights illuminating the path ahead. We ran, blindly, desperately, through the forest, the creature's growls echoing behind us. We could feel its presence closing in, its icy breath on our necks. We stumbled through the undergrowth, our legs aching, our lungs burning. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows. We were lost, alone, and hunted. As we rounded a bend in the path, we came to a sudden halt. Before us, bathed in the pale moonlight, stood a figure. Tall, imposing, its silhouette shrouded in shadow. It was the creature. It stood motionless, its black eyes fixed on us, its presence radiating a chilling aura of menace. We were trapped, cornered, with nowhere to run. The creature took a step towards us, its elongated limbs moving with an unnatural grace. We cowered back, our flashlights trembling in our hands. The creature's growls grew louder, closer, and we knew that our time was up. A guttural roar ripped through the silence, and the creature lunged. Its claws flashed in the moonlight, reaching for us with a terrifying speed. We screamed, our voices mingling with the creature's enraged cries, a symphony of terror echoing through the forest. Mark, in a desperate act of defiance, raised his camera and snapped a picture. The flash illuminated the creature's grotesque form, its elongated limbs and contorted features frozen in a moment of predatory aggression. But the flash also seemed to enrage the creature further, its roar intensifying, its eyes burning with a malevolent fire. It swiped at Mark, its claws tearing through his jacket, leaving bloody trails across his chest. Mark cried out, stumbling backwards, his camera falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Lisa, her eyes wide with terror, grabbed my hand and pulled me back. "Run!" she screamed, her voice barely audible over the creature's roars. We turned and fled, our footsteps pounding against the frozen ground. The creature's heavy footsteps followed close behind, its enraged growls echoing through the trees. We could feel its presence closing in, its icy breath on our necks. We stumbled through the undergrowth, our legs aching, our lungs burning. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows. We were lost, alone, and hunted. As we rounded a bend in the path, a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. A faint light flickered in the distance, a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. We pushed ourselves onward, our desperation fueling our exhausted limbs. The light grew brighter, revealing a small cabin nestled amongst the trees. Smoke curled from its chimney, a promise of warmth and safety. We stumbled towards it, our hearts filled with a desperate hope. As we approached the cabin, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man, tall and imposing, his face weathered and stern. He held a rifle in his hands, its barrel glinting in the moonlight. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice rough and gruff. "Help us!" Lisa cried, her voice trembling. "There's something in the woods." The man's eyes narrowed, and he raised his rifle. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Before we could answer, a guttural roar echoed through the trees. The creature emerged from the darkness, its silhouette a terrifying specter against the moonlit sky. It lunged towards us, its claws outstretched. The man didn't hesitate. He raised his rifle and fired, the shot echoing through the silent forest. The creature stumbled, its hand flying to its chest. It let out a guttural cry, a sound of pain and surprise. It turned its attention to the man, its eyes burning with rage. It lunged again, its claws tearing through the air. The man fired again, and the creature staggered, its momentum broken. It fell to its knees, its body convulsing. Then, with a final, shuddering gasp, it collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished. We stared in stunned silence as the creature's lifeless form lay sprawled on the snow, its once terrifying presence now reduced to a grotesque heap of flesh and bone. The man lowered his rifle, his gaze fixed on the fallen creature, his expression unreadable. What was that?" Lisa stammered, her voice trembling. The man turned to us, his eyes filled with a mixture of weariness and pity. "Something you shouldn't have disturbed," he said, his voice gruff. "Something that should have remained locked away." He gestured towards the cabin, its silhouette barely visible through the trees. "That place," he said, "it's cursed. It's been that way for years." He explained that the cabin had been built on ancient burial grounds, a place where dark spirits lingered. The locked door, he said, was a gateway to a realm of shadows, a place where unspeakable horrors dwelt. "You were lucky to escape," he said, his voice grave. "Many others haven't been so fortunate." He invited us back to his cabin, a small, cozy dwelling nestled deeper within the woods. We gratefully accepted, eager to escape the chilling presence of Blackwood and the memories it held. The man, whose name was Jacob, welcomed us with a warm fire and a pot of steaming coffee. We sat around the fire, recounting the horrifying events of the night, our voices trembling with lingering fear. Jacob listened patiently, his expression a mixture of concern and understanding. He told us stories of other encounters with the creature, tales of missing hikers and unexplained disappearances. He spoke of ancient rituals and forgotten lore, of a darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world, waiting to consume those who dared to disturb its slumber. As the night wore on, our fear gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of exhaustion and gratitude. We were safe, for now, thanks to Jacob's intervention. But the encounter had left an indelible mark, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that lurked just beyond our perception. The next morning, we bid farewell to Jacob and made our way back to the trailhead, our footsteps heavy with the weight of our experience. As we left the forest behind, we couldn't help but glance back, half expecting to see the creature's silhouette watching us from the shadows. But the forest remained silent, its secrets hidden beneath a blanket of snow. We never spoke of Blackwood Cabin again, but the memories lingered, haunting our dreams, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world, waiting to consume those who dared to disturb its slumber. My grandparents owned a cozy cabin nestled beside a serene lake in the heart of Maine. They rented it out to have extra funds for their retirement. Whenever it wasn't occupied, they generously offered me the chance to spend a weekend there. I usually declined, but when my old friend Sarah unexpectedly reached out, eager to reconnect, I couldn't resist. I had some time off, and the cabin was free, so we planned a trip. Sarah was bringing her husband, Alex, whom I'd met a few times, and she suggested inviting our mutual friend, Ben, to join us. We all grew up together, and the cabin had plenty of room. I arrived first and began unpacking when Sarah and Alex strolled down the trail. The path to the cabin was too narrow for cars, so they had to park a short distance away. Other cabins dotted the woods nearby, but ours was secluded, their lights twinkling through the trees at night, their occupants occasionally audible. Sarah embraced me warmly, and I helped them with their bags. Alex, shorter than Sarah, wore large glasses that gave him an oldish appearance. His cheeks were flushed from the brief walk. I suspected a cabin getaway wasn't his cup of tea, but he came along for Sarah. He nodded politely as I reminisced with Sarah about our childhood escapades while we headed inside. A knock echoed through the cabin, and I rushed to answer it. Ben and I had been inseparable growing up, like brothers, but we drifted apart after he married his wife, Emily. Ben, it's been ages. Did you have any trouble finding the place? I inquired, peering out the door, expecting to see Emily. She wasn't there. Ben walked past me, setting down a single bag. We had been to the cabin together before, but this was the first time he was the one driving. Nope, the GPS made it a breeze. I didn't stop for food on the way. Do you have anything to eat? He asked, avoiding any mention of Emily's absence. I exchanged a puzzled look with Sarah, who subtly signaled me to keep my curiosity in check. I was naturally inquisitive, but I respected my friend's privacy. After a round of sandwiches, we changed into our swimsuits. It was still hot and humid despite the approaching autumn. Sarah and Alex opted to stay on the beach, Sarah aiming for a tan and Alex engrossed in a stack of books. I followed Ben to the edge of the dock. My grandparents had left their fishing gear behind, probably high-quality stuff, but I was clueless about fishing. I set it aside and grabbed a couple of chairs, hoping to catch dinner after our swim. Do you have your phone on you? Ben asked out of the blue. I shook my head, confused. My swim trunks didn't even have pockets. Without another word, he effortlessly lifted me and tossed my protesting body into the lake. I surfaced, sputtering and spraying water in his direction. My hand shot out, attempting to grab his ankle and pull him in, but he was too quick. We both laughed as I failed to drag him into the water. I scrambled back to the beach, wincing as my feet encountered the sharp shells of freshwater mussels that washed ashore every night. I charged towards him, determined to get him back, but he effortlessly tossed me into the lake again. We continued this playful battle until we were both exhausted. I doubted we would catch any fish after all the commotion. Ben picked up a fishing rod and baited the hook. I watched him, then made him do the same for mine, earning a playful insult for my aversion to worms. They were just gross, that was all there was to it. With the sun beginning to set, casting long shadows across the water, we settled into a comfortable silence. I had brought my old Game Boy, hoping to finally beat the Zelda game that had haunted me since childhood. When we were younger, I always brought it to the lake, but I never managed to finish it. Now, with an adult mind, I was determined to see it through to the end. What have you been up to these past few years? Any kids on the way? I asked Ben, breaking the silence. A shadow crossed his face for a moment. Sarah never wanted children, but Ben, a devout churchgoer, yearned for a big family. The fact that they didn't have any yet must have been a sore spot. We're working on it, he replied evasively. I didn't pry further. To my surprise, we did manage to catch something. A small, unappealing fish took Ben's bait, and he reeled it in effortlessly. We tossed it back without a second glance. Shortly after, I hooked a long, plump fish that would have been perfect for dinner. Ben removed the hook, and the fish met my gaze with what I swore was a silent plea for its life. It's kinda cute, I admitted, hoping Ben would get the hint. He rolled his eyes but carefully released the fish back into the lake. We have enough food for the weekend. And I don't feel like cleaning it, he said with a grin. I laughed, knowing he often took care of the tasks I disliked. We had intended to help with dinner, but Sarah had already started cooking by the time we returned to the cabin. Cooking was her passion, so I didn't feel guilty about not contributing more. She had a nurturing personality, which made me wonder why she never wanted children. The cabin was spacious but had only a few rooms. Sarah and Alex claimed the bedroom off to the side, next to the bathroom, which was about the same size. We took turns showering after dinner to wash away the lingering scent of the lake. As I emerged from the bathroom, still buttoning my shirt, I encountered Ben waiting his turn. He caught a glimpse of a tattoo on my side, a 3-inch pink Care Bear that he had never seen before. I had worn a shirt while swimming, silently cursing myself for this unexpected revelation. How drunk were you when you got this? He asked, eyebrows raised. Alex, engrossed in his book, remained oblivious, but Sarah shot us a nervous glance. She knew something I had been hiding from Ben. I lost a bet. Needed to man up and get it. I haven't been able to afford to get it removed yet, I lied. He seemed to accept the explanation and moved on. Once the bathroom door closed, Sarah and I exchanged a relieved sigh. I hadn't told Ben about the matching tattoo I had gotten with my boyfriend at the time. It was a foolish decision, and I knew he would tease me mercilessly. But more importantly, I hadn't come out to him about my sexuality, and I was uncertain how he would react. Sarah had been urging me to tell him, but I wasn't ready for that conversation with my oldest friend. We gathered around the table in the living room, planning to play a board game, but it soon devolved into lively conversation and reminiscing. I had expected Alex to be bored, but he was surprisingly engaged, asking questions and sharing stories. The more time I spent with him, the more I realized how perfect he was for Sarah. Finally, the couple decided to call it a night a little after 1 in the morning. Ben retreated to the loft up the steep stairs, leaving me to claim the couch by the fireplace. It was still too warm to light it, and the cabin was plunged into darkness when the lights were switched off. You never realize how bright the city is until you're away from it. We exchanged sleepy goodnights. I briefly considered playing my Game Boy but decided against it. I had the whole weekend for that. The quiet was perfect for drifting off to sleep. I fell asleep quickly, but it felt like only a moment before a jarring noise jolted me awake. It was a loud rumble, like thunder, that shook the entire cabin. The digital clock nearby flashed 3 a.m. I was about to dismiss it and go back to sleep when I heard Ben whisper from the loft, "Did you hear that bang?" My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I realized it was brighter than it should be. The sun hadn't risen yet. Glancing outside, I noticed a strange orange glow in the sky. My mind raced. There wasn't a forest fire, was there? Ben, also noticing the eerie glow, started down the stairs just as Sarah emerged from the bedroom, followed by Alex, fumbling with his glasses. "Do you think it's a storm?" I asked, hoping for a simple explanation. A sudden chill swept through the air, and I pulled the blanket tighter around my shoulders. Sarah shivered, and Alex instinctively embraced her, rubbing her arms for warmth and reassurance. Ben briskly crossed the room and flung open the front door. I rose and peered over his shoulder, my mind struggling to comprehend the sight that greeted us. It was snowing. Not just a light dusting, but a full-blown blizzard, seemingly out of nowhere. A gust of frigid wind blasted through the open door, instantly chilling us to the bone. Ben slammed the door shut, his face etched with confusion. "I'll get a fire started," Alex offered. "Don't bother. Everyone bundle up and grab your keys," Ben instructed. We needed to get out of there before we were snowed in. Chapter 2: The Storm. We didn't have much in the way of winter clothing. Our pajamas were the warmest things we had on. I rummaged through the closets and found some old sweaters my grandparents had left behind. Sarah had only brought sandals, so I found some spare shoes for her. We wrapped blankets around ourselves for extra warmth. I told everyone to hold hands in a line as we ventured out into the blizzard. After a few seconds of bracing ourselves against the onslaught of the storm, Ben opened the door. Could we even drive in this? I thought. Maybe moving slowly out of the woods would be better than getting stranded inside the cabin. The wind whipped at our faces, and snow and ice stung our eyes. I had to shut them against the biting cold. When I opened them again, I was disoriented. We had been walking away from the left side of the cabin, towards the cars. But now, the cabin loomed in front of us. I knew it wasn't a different cabin. None of the others along this road looked like my grandparents. We stood there, exchanging bewildered glances. How had we gotten turned around? "Stay here," Ben said, his voice barely audible above the wind. I protested as he jogged away, his form quickly swallowed by the swirling snow. Suddenly, something slammed into my back. I spun around to see a terrified Ben. He had been in front of me, but now he was behind us. "How?" Without a word, he darted towards the cabin, aiming to run into the forest behind it. Again, he vanished into the storm, only to reappear a second later, running into me from the opposite direction. "What the fuck is going on?" he yelled, his voice strained. I barely registered his words. My attention was drawn to the lake. A sight so unnatural, so terrifying, materialized through the blinding snow. It was a dark shape, immense, reaching into the sky. It hadn't been there before. I desperately hoped my eyes were deceiving me. But the shape began to move, twisting slowly as if it sensed my gaze. All other sensations vanished. I no longer felt the cold, heard the wind, or felt the hands gripping mine. My world narrowed to that monstrous shape. No, countless shapes, intertwining, shifting, their forms flickering with an array of otherworldly colors. Bursts of purple and green pulsed across the sky, an alien aurora borealis. A primal fear gripped me, threatening to consume me. I would have lost myself in that moment if Ben hadn't snapped me out of it with a sharp slap across my face. The cold returned with a vengeance. My legs buckled, and I collapsed. Ben and Alex dragged me back inside the cabin. They laid me on the couch and began stripping off my freezing, wet clothes. My body shook uncontrollably. My mind reeled with questions and terror. "Did you hear it?" Ben asked, pausing in his ministrations. "Hear what?" I stammered through chattering teeth. He studied me intently for a moment, then let the matter drop. Alex found dry blankets and cocooned me in warmth. I longed for a hot shower but couldn't summon the energy to move. Sarah appeared with steaming mugs of tea. We sat in silence, sipping our drinks, avoiding any mention of the horror we had witnessed. Finally, Ben broke the silence. "Does anyone have a working phone?" We had been too terrified to think clearly. We all checked our phones, only to find them dead. The power had gone out when we entered the cabin. The fireplace and wood stove provided light and heat, and thankfully, my grandparents had stocked the place with plenty of firewood. But there was no radio, no way to contact anyone in case of an emergency. "What are we going to do?" Alex asked, his voice barely a whisper. None of us wanted to say it out loud. There was nothing we could do. No way to contact anyone, no way to escape the cabin, and no way to know what that monstrous presence lurking in the lake was or what it wanted. "We wait out the storm," Ben said, trying to sound confident. The wind rattled the cabin, and I doubted his plan. But we had no other options. No one mentioned our dwindling food supplies. Instead, I pulled out my Game Boy and asked who wanted to help me play. Perhaps we should have been doing something more productive, but we felt so helpless. Huddled together, taking turns focusing on the small screen, was strangely comforting. Alex helped by writing down quest goals and strategies. We were all exhausted by the time we reached the end of the game, only to be thwarted by dead batteries just before the final battle. We searched the cabin for replacements, but there were none. A strange sense of dread washed over me as I realized I might never see the ending of that game. It was long past when the sun should have risen, but the sky remained dark, the storm raging unabated. After the Game Boy died, Alex suggested we try to get some sleep. I doubted anyone could rest after such a harrowing night. We didn't want to be separated, so we gathered all the blankets, sheets, and pillows in the cabin and piled them in the living room by the couch. Sarah took the couch, and the guys settled on the floor. The fireplace kept the cabin warm, but it did little to ease our fear. I managed to sleep for an hour or so, plagued by fragmented nightmares. Ben woke up first and began pacing restlessly, his face etched with worry. He clutched a small gold cross that his mother had given him. I couldn't imagine how this was affecting him. Sarah woke up and busied herself in the kitchen, taking inventory of our remaining food and planning meals. Alex seemed the most stressed of all. He kept picking up the same book, reading a page, and then setting it aside. None of us wanted to talk about what we had seen outside. It was as if speaking about it would make it real. If we ignored it, maybe it would go away. I had nothing to do but tend the fire. Without power, it was difficult to track the passage of time. Hours seemed to melt into one another. Maybe I should try for the cars again, Ben said, finally breaking the silence. No! Sarah and I shouted in unison. Ben flinched at our outburst. He frowned, clearly disagreeing with our reaction, but he didn't argue. I didn't think Sarah had seen the same thing I had at the lake, but she knew something was out there, and she was terrified. People are expecting us back by the end of the weekend. We can wait out the storm until they come and get us, she said, trying to sound more confident than she felt. Ben turned away, not wanting to start a fight. He doubted anyone would come looking for us. I knew he would wait at least another day before braving the storm again. And somehow, I knew that if any of us left the cabin, we wouldn't come back. I just didn't know who we would lose first. Of the bedroom, her face pale, crying for her husband to return. I grabbed her and pulled her back inside, away from the biting cold. We waited, the door wide open, snow swirling into the cabin. We refused to shut our loved ones out, no matter how cold it got. An hour crawled by, each minute an eternity. Then, a dark shape emerged from the blizzard. My heart pounded in my chest, fear gripping me once more. It was Ben, collapsing through the doorway, his body trembling, his lips blue. Sarah rushed to his side, and together, we dragged him towards the fireplace. I frantically peeled off his icy clothes and wrapped him in warm blankets. Sarah walked to the door, hesitated, and then gently closed it, accepting the devastating truth. Alex wasn't coming back. Get him in the shower after he warms up a little, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. I'll put away the food. We'll need it if we're going to be here for a while. I followed her instructions. She needed to stay busy, to keep her mind occupied. None of us had attempted a hot shower since the first night. To my dismay, the water was ice cold. Sarah and I boiled snow and filled the tub. Ben hadn't regained consciousness. I was worried. Once the tub was full, I gently touched his cheek. He stirred, showing signs of life. After a while, he was able to sit up. With my help, he managed to get into the bathroom and lower himself into the tub, his eyes closed, his face drawn with exhaustion. I turned to leave, but his hand shot out and grasped my wrist, pulling me closer. I sat beside the tub, my back to him. I couldn't find him, he said, his voice hoarse. It's okay, I murmured, unsure what else to say. No, it's not okay, he snapped, his voice raw with grief and frustration. He needed to vent, and I let him. He sank back into the water with a sigh. Did you hear whatever it was that Alex heard before he left? He asked, his voice quieter now. No, I replied, glancing at him over my shoulder. He didn't seem surprised. Neither of us elaborated, afraid of what the answer might reveal. After his bath, Ben got dressed. When we returned to the living room, we were alarmed to find Sarah missing. We rushed into the bedroom and found her standing in the middle of the room, staring at the walls. Alex had covered the walls and floor with strange symbols. None of us could make sense of them. I gently led Sarah out of the room and sat her on the couch. She seemed distant, lost in her grief. I returned to the room with Ben. We scanned the cryptic symbols, trying to decipher their meaning. Alex was pretty smart, I remarked, assuming it was some language he knew that we didn't. Was? Ben asked, turning away from the writing. I didn't mean it like that. I trailed off. Even if we didn't say it out loud, we both knew Alex wasn't coming back. Just like we knew that something sinister lurked in the lake, orchestrating this storm. None of us felt like eating, despite our rumbling stomachs. We didn't want to sleep either. It was impossible to tell day from night now. There was nothing to do but worry and wait. Sarah couldn't bear to be in the bedroom, and it gave me the creeps too. She also wanted to be alone, so Ben and I shared the loft. It had 2 beds, so it wasn't a problem. I carried extra blankets up the wooden stairs, along with a couple of books, silently thanking Alex for bringing them. I was settling into bed when I noticed Ben dragging the nightstand between the beds away and pushing the second bed against mine. What are you doing? I asked, confused. It's colder up here, he replied, as if that explained everything. I'll be fine, I protested. I won't. I'm freezing my ass off. He pushed the beds together and piled the blankets on my side. He climbed into bed beside me, our sides touching. It was warmer, but undeniably awkward. He picked up one of the books and pretended to read, but his eyes kept flicking towards the window, watching the relentless storm. How do you think Tiffany is doing? I asked, trying to break the tension. Tiffany was a good friend of ours, until she came out as transgender. Ben had cut off all contact with her, refusing to acknowledge her existence. Soon after, she moved away, and I lost touch. I don't know. I guess fine. I heard she had a crappy uncle and it broke apart her family. Why do you ask? I stared at him, stunned. Had I misjudged him all these years? He referred to Tiffany as she. I never expected that. Ah, this book has a trans character. It made me think of her. I lied. He raised an eyebrow, skeptical of my excuse, but he let it drop. After a while, I closed my book, hoping to get some sleep. A low rumble echoed from outside, and I clutched the blankets, my stomach twisting with fear. I imagined the creature outside claiming me as it had claimed Alex, my mind conjuring up gruesome scenarios. Ben sat up and reached behind his neck, removing the small gold cross. He leaned over and tried to place it around my neck. I instinctively raised my hand to block him. "That's too important to you," I protested. "You're more important to me," he said, his voice soft and low. My heart skipped a beat. This didn't feel real. I could accept the horror outside, but this unexpected tenderness from my oldest friend was almost too much to bear. "Are you scared?" he asked gently. A wave of emotions I had been suppressing overwhelmed me. I hated myself for nodding, and even more for letting him hold me as I sobbed quietly into his shoulder. I shouldn't be accepting his comfort when I hadn't lost what Sarah had. And yet, I did. After my brief outburst, I let him put the cross around my neck, promising to return it later. I let him keep his arm around me as he finally fell asleep. I didn't know if he needed someone beside him to relax, but I didn't mind. The storm raged on, a constant reminder of our isolation. Time lost all meaning. We could only gauge its passage by the dwindling food supply. Our meals grew smaller and smaller, no matter how hard Sarah tried to stretch them. It was long past the weekend, and no one had come looking for us, or at least, no one had found us. During that time, Sarah never mentioned Alex. We didn't dare bring him up. We played board games, trying to distract ourselves from the despair that threatened to consume us. There were 3 of us, and yet I had never felt so alone. I started to refer to the intervals between retreating to the loft as days, regardless of how much time had actually passed. We would wake up, read, eat a meager meal, and then sleep for what felt like an eternity. 2 days after our last real meal, I finally gave up. There were spices and condiments left, but none of us were desperate enough to start eating ketchup packets. Yet. I opened my eyes, intending to get out of bed, but I couldn't summon the energy. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying the same horrifying thoughts that had tormented me since the storm began. Hours passed, and Ben noticed I hadn't moved. He had been playing cards with Sarah, but she was growing weaker, dark circles under her eyes despite all the sleep. She collapsed on the couch, and he retreated upstairs. The fire had died down, and the loft was cold. The chill nipped at my face and toes. "Sarah's asleep," he whispered, sitting beside me. "She'll be out for a while," he added. I nodded, unable to speak. I just wanted to fade away. But his next action jolted me back to reality. He slid his arm around my waist, his face close to mine. I raised my hands to stop him. "Oh there, buddy." "That's a sin," I joked weakly. It was an old joke between us, me commenting on his sinful behavior, whether it was or not. A smile flickered across his face, and it warmed me despite the dread that gnawed at me. I had always wanted to see that smile, and I hated how much it affected me. "Do you think any of that matters anymore, with that thing outside?" he asked playfully, but his voice held a hint of fear. The wind howled against the windows as if in response. My mouth went dry. "Haven't you always liked me? If I'm wrong, I'll stop." My heart pounded in my chest. He was right. Damn him, he was right. I had always loved him, even before I understood what those feelings meant. Everyone I had ever dated had reminded me of him in some way, but I respected him too much to ever let him know. But now, did it matter anymore? I lowered my hands, allowing him to close the distance. After so long in the grip of fear and cold, I craved warmth, any kind of warmth, even if it meant compromising my principles. I had hoped that connecting with someone I cared about would make this unbearable situation a little better. But instead, a fever swept over me. I wanted to get out of bed, but I was too weak to even lift my head. I drifted in and out of consciousness for what felt like days, subsisting on sips of hot water that Ben brought me. When the fever finally broke, I could move again. The aroma of food filled the cabin. Ben had been resting beside me. I woke him up. The days trapped in the cabin had taken their toll on him. He had lost weight, and his eyes were sunken. But he still smiled when he saw I was feeling better. Then, a frown creased his brow. We had run out of food days ago. What was Sarah cooking? He helped me down the stairs. It was clear I wouldn't have the strength to climb back up, so we would need to bring down all the essentials. My head swam, and my vision blurred. It took me a moment to focus on Sarah, stirring a pot on the wood-burning stove. Then, my stomach lurched, and my legs gave way. "Hey, sweethearts. Sorry it took so long. I made something for you." She turned, her face pale and gaunt, her clothes hanging loosely on her emaciated frame. Blood stained her left side and the wooden floor. An empty sleeve dangled where her left arm used to be. I stumbled backward, collapsing onto the floor, unable to process the gruesome sight. I didn't need to see what was in the pot to know. Why hadn't we risked the storm instead of letting it come to this? Somehow, Ben managed to get me back into the loft and into bed. I prayed I wouldn't wake up, but I did. "Is she?" I asked, my voice cracking. "I'll keep an eye on her," he said, making sure I was comfortable. He looked better. How long had I been out? What had happened while I was unconscious? "You should eat something." "It's what Sarah wants," he said gently. I shook my head, my stomach churning. "Let me die here," I begged, too exhausted to even cry. He cupped my face in his hands. "I'm not going to let that happen. I gave up everything I believed in for you. It can't all be for nothing." He leaned down and kissed me. If he was offended by my lack of response, he didn't show it. I couldn't face what was happening. I was a coward, escaping into sleep, hoping my dreams wouldn't be as horrifying as reality. The storm raged, shaking the cabin. But I found a new resolve. I had to get outside, no matter what that creature did to me. Step by step, I crept down the stairs. Ben wasn't in the loft, and I didn't see him or Sarah in the living room. I cautiously made my way towards the kitchen. Sickening chewing sounds came from behind the dinner table. I didn't see Sarah, just a dark shape hunched over, feeding on something on the floor. "Ben," I whispered, my voice trembling. His head snapped up, his eyes glowing white in the darkness. Then, silence. The storm that had held us captive abruptly ceased. The sky remained dark, but the wind died down. I turned and ran, Ben scrambling after me on all fours. I reached the door just as he grabbed my shirt. But what I saw when I flung it open wasn't the snow-covered lake. It was the thing. That monstrous, swirling mass of shapes pressed against the cabin door. I stared into it, its mind-bending colors and alien emotions flooding my senses. Shadowy limbs reached out, both infinitely close and impossibly distant. A mad cackle erupted, and I dimly realized it was my own. Strength surged through me. I felt like I could run forever, live forever, become something else entirely. I reached out, yearning to accept its offer. The door slammed shut, and I was dragged to the ground. I thrashed, screaming, desperate to break free and embrace that otherworldly existence. Anything to escape myself. Ben's clawed hands gripped my shoulders, his strength inhuman. He had changed. His eyes glowed white in the darkness, and his teeth were elongated, sharp. He didn't look like the Ben I knew, but there were still traces of the human he had been beneath the monstrous facade. Darkness seeped into my soul, threatening to overwhelm me. I wanted it all to end. Just let Ben eat me and be done with it. Death was a far more comforting prospect than whatever that creature wanted me to become. Then, his eyes fell on the glint of the cross around my neck. A flicker of human emotion crossed his face. Fear, pain. I wanted it to be over. "I'll take it all for you," he rasped. I shook my head, knowing that if he took my burdens, there would be no coming back. He might be part monster now, but he could still escape this cabin with some of his humanity intact. The creature outside didn't want him. My protests were weak. Instead of tearing into me with his sharp teeth, he pulled me into a tight embrace. There was another way out. In the end, I accepted his offer, choosing the coward's way out. After so long in the cold, I never thought I would feel such intense heat again. The creature outside shrieked in frustration, its cry shaking the world, and then everything faded to black. I woke up in a hospital bed, my mind hazy. Gradually, I recovered and learned what had happened. A freak storm had ravaged the area, and a small tornado had destroyed several cabins, including the one we were staying in. The bodies of Sarah, Alex, and Ben were never found, presumed dead. Over 11 people disappeared in that storm. Whispers spread through the community about how there had never been a storm that severe, let alone a tornado. But I knew the truth. We had been taken by something beyond human comprehension. After all, no one could explain why I had lost so much weight in the 3 days it took to find me in the wreckage of the cabin. I still carry the memories and scars from that place. And I still wear the golden cross, the gift from my best friend, the man I foolishly fell in love with. He changed. Ben wasn't human anymore, but he wasn't what that creature wanted him to be either. He was trapped somewhere in between. I don't know where he ended up, but I refuse to believe he died in that storm. I need to find him, to make things right. At the very least, he deserves to have someone to keep him warm again. When I recover, I'm going back to the lake to help with the cleanup effort and to search for the man who saved my life by taking on my burdens. Lately, I've been barely keeping my head above water financially. For the past 2 years, I've drifted from town to town, chasing job listings and cheap rent. Desperate, I finally sunk low enough to take a door-to-door sales job. It was something to do with water filters. I wasn't even sure if the company was legitimate, but they paid per sale, and that was all that mattered. After 3 days of having doors slammed in my face, I was feeling defeated. I knew I needed to try a different approach, so I headed into a rundown neighborhood with overgrown lawns and cracked sidewalks. The houses were small and dilapidated, with peeling paint and broken windows. An air of neglect hung heavy in the air. I just needed one more sale, I told myself. One more sale, and I could quit this awful job. The sun had started to set by the time I arrived at the last house on the block. I considered not bothering with it. One of the front windows was broken, with nothing but cardboard keeping the insects out. I regret ever going up the wooden front steps to knock on the door. A few seconds of silence passed after my short knocks. I had turned to leave when the door creaked open a crack. Inside was too dark to see the man's face fully. I was so surprised someone actually answered that I fumbled with the papers in my hands. "What are you selling?" the man asked in a deep, gravelly voice. "I'm with Clearwater's filtration systems," I recited, my voice as tired as I felt from being on my feet all day. "If I could have a moment of your time, I'd like to demonstrate how dirty your tap water really is." The man didn't move for a few seconds. He kept looking me over, as if assessing whether I was a threat. Finally, he opened the door the rest of the way, beckoning me inside. I hesitated, debating whether this sale was worth the risk. The gnawing hunger in my stomach, a constant reminder of my 2-day fast, made the decision for me. I stepped across the threshold, my gut churning with a premonition of danger. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of mildew and dust. The house was sparsely furnished, the bare floorboards groaning under the weight of my footsteps. The kitchen was almost empty, a stark table and 2 chairs its only occupants. A full knife block sat on the counter, its gleaming blades a stark contrast to the otherwise barren room. There was a microwave, a fridge, but no dishwasher, no plates, no mugs, not even a trash can. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. "May I have a cup of water to test?" I asked, my voice echoing in the unnerving silence. My body tensed, a primal instinct warning me of danger. The man was taller than me, his frame solid and imposing. He looked well-fed, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger that mirrored my own desperate need for sustenance. It was then I realized my mistake. Weakened by hunger and exhaustion, I had walked into a trap. Instead of fetching a glass, the man lunged. I raised my clipboard in a futile attempt at defense, but he was too quick. A single punch sent me crashing to the floor, my nose exploding in pain. Panic seized me, my thoughts scattering like frightened mice. A year ago, I could have taken this guy. A year ago, I was a monster hunter, my body honed and ready for a fight. Now, weakened by hunger and neglect, I was easy prey. He grabbed me, his hands rough and calloused. I struggled, kicking and screaming, but he was too strong. He pinned me to the floor, twisting my arms behind my back with a sickening crack. My vision blurred with tears of pain and frustration as he slammed my head against the floor, the world fading to black. When I regained consciousness, my wrists were bound with a zip tie, the plastic biting into my skin. He hauled me to my feet, and I stumbled, my head swimming. I needed to escape, to fight back. As he dragged me across the room, I slammed my back against the counter, sending the knife block clattering to the floor. Several blades skittered across the linoleum, and I desperately grabbed one, the handle cold and reassuring in my bound hands. A weapon, but no way to use it. A sudden knock at the door made us both freeze. Hope flickered in my chest, but it was quickly extinguished when the man pressed the cold barrel of a gun against my temple. He forced me into a chair, his eyes promising retribution if I made a sound. I watched helplessly as he strode towards the door, his footsteps heavy with anticipation. Muffled voices drifted from the hallway, and I frantically worked at the zip tie with the knife, ignoring the sting of the blade against my skin. Just as I heard the lock click open, the plastic snapped, and I was free. But it was too late. The man returned, dragging another victim behind him. This one was different. He was young, with neatly combed black hair and a bright, dimpled smile that seemed out of place in this grim setting. He clutched a stack of pamphlets, the words "The Watchtower" emblazoned on the front. A Jehovah's Witness. Wrong place, wrong time. The newcomer's smile faltered as he took in the scene, the blood splattered on the floor, the gun in the man's hand, the terror in my eyes. "Is this a bad time?" he stammered, his voice soft and hesitant. "I can come back later." The man with the gun said nothing, his grip tightening on the newcomer's arm. As the young man tried to back away, he was shoved roughly into a chair, his pamphlets scattering across the floor. "Please," he begged, his voice trembling. "I haven't seen anything." "I won't." His pleas were cut short as the man swiftly bound his wrists with another zip tie. He was trapped, just like me. "I can't believe my luck," the man chuckled, his voice a chilling rumble. "Two products just walk right into my door. And here I thought I was only shipping one today. Now, behave. You're worth more alive." He glanced at the gun tucked into the back of his waistband, and I desperately calculated the distance between us. Could I reach him before he drew his weapon? Or should I wait for a better opportunity? Before I could decide, the Jehovah's Witness made a desperate bid for freedom. He lunged from his chair, knocking the table aside. There was a brief struggle, a muffled gunshot, and then the young man crumpled to the floor, his white shirt blossoming with crimson. My stomach churned. If I had acted sooner, could I have prevented this? The knife felt heavy in my hand, a useless weight against the overwhelming despair that threatened to consume me. Like I said, the man's voice cut through the silence. "You're worth more alive." He stepped over the body, his boots crunching on the scattered pamphlets. The gun was pressed against my cheek, its cold metal a stark contrast to the burning heat of my fear. "I'll make you a deal," he said, his breath hot and foul against my ear. "Call 2 people over here, and I'll let you go free." I stammered, my mind reeling. Who could I call? I had no one. And even if I did, what would stop him from killing them too? Oh, come on, he taunted. No one? A handsome guy like you must have a girlfriend. What about a relative or two you don't like? I wasn't listening. My eyes were fixed on the body on the floor. It was moving. Slowly, silently, the young man was rising to his feet. Turn around, I hissed, my voice barely a whisper. I'm not falling for that, the man sneered. He reached for my pockets, searching for my phone. I shook my head frantically, pleading with him to just look. Turn the hell around. I shouted. There's nothing. His words were cut off as he finally turned, his eyes widening in horror. The Jehovah's Witness was no longer human. His body contorted, his limbs lengthening, his fingers morphing into razor-sharp claws. He scuttled across the ceiling, his movements impossibly fluid, his dimpled smile now a grotesque mockery of its former innocence. The man with the gun raised his weapon, but the creature was too fast. With a sickening crack, the man's wrist was broken, the gun clattering to the floor. He was flung across the room, his body slamming against the wall with a sickening thud. The creature turned its attention to me, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Sit tight, it said, its voice a chillingly gentle purr. I needed to run. Now! But my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. The creature stalked towards the man on the floor, its claws glinting in the dim light. The man crumpled to the floor, groaning in pain. The creature loomed over him, its clawed hand reaching for his face. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to watch the gruesome scene unfolding before me. But the creature didn't strike. Instead, it spoke, its voice surprisingly gentle. Who's your buyer? It asked. Is it Mr. Shark or someone else? The man on the floor spat a curse, his face contorted in defiance. The creature sighed, its voice laced with a hint of amusement. We could have done this the easy way, it said. But you humans are so fond of making things difficult for yourselves. It produced a small, needle-like tube from its mouth, and I flinched as it plunged the tube into the man's eye. The man's screams echoed through the room, then abruptly ceased. His body went limp, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Such a shame, the creature murmured. You had so much potential. It turned its attention back to me, its smile widening. Now, where were we? It purred. Ah, yes. You were about to call someone. I shook my head frantically. I don't have anyone, I croaked. Please, just let me go. The creature tilted its head, its eyes gleaming with amusement. Don't lie to me, it chided. I can smell your fear. And I can also smell the lingering scent of your loved ones on your clothes. A mother, a father, perhaps a sibling? I felt a surge of despair. It knew. It knew about my family, about the people I cared about. Call them, it urged. It's the only way to save yourself. I hesitated, my mind racing. Could I sacrifice my family to save myself? Was I that selfish? The creature leaned closer, its breath warm against my cheek. "Don't make me wait," it whispered. "I'm getting impatient." I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face. I couldn't do it. I couldn't condemn my family to this creature's clutches. "Fine," the creature sighed. "Have it your way." It raised its clawed hand, and I braced for the killing blow. But instead of striking, it gently stroked my cheek. "You're a brave one," it murmured. "I admire that." It leaned in and whispered in my ear, "But bravery won't save you from what's coming." It stepped back, its smile widening into a grotesque grin. "Enjoy your last few moments," it said. "They'll be your most terrifying." And then it was gone. I was left alone in the room, the silence deafening. The body of the man lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes still open, staring accusingly at me. The pamphlets were scattered around him, their message of hope and salvation a cruel mockery in this den of evil. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped, surrounded by darkness and despair. The creature's words echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy of my impending doom. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A knock at the door. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Who could that be? Was it the creature returning to finish me off? Or was it someone else, someone who could help me? I cautiously approached the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Standing on the porch was a park ranger, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice gruff but kind. I heard some commotion coming from inside. Relief washed over me. I was saved. I stumbled out onto the porch, collapsing into the ranger's arms. He held me close, his warmth a comforting contrast to the chill of the night. "It's all right," he murmured. "You're safe now." I clung to him, my tears soaking his uniform. I had never felt so grateful for the presence of another human being. The ranger led me to his truck, and I climbed inside, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. As we drove away, I glanced back at the house, its windows dark and lifeless. I knew I would never forget the horrors I had witnessed within its walls. But I also knew that I was lucky to be alive. The ranger took me to a nearby diner, and I gratefully accepted his offer of a hot meal. As I ate, I told him about the creature, about the man it had killed, about the terror I had endured. The ranger listened patiently, his expression grave. "There have been reports of strange occurrences in this area," he said when I had finished my story. "People disappearing, livestock mutilated. We suspect there's something out there, something we don't understand." He reached across the table and took my hand. "I'm glad you're safe," he said. "You've been through a lot." I nodded, my throat tight with emotion. The ranger's kindness and understanding were a balm to my wounded spirit. After I had finished eating, the ranger drove me to a nearby motel, where I gratefully accepted a room for the night. I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted but safe. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought about the creature, about its chilling words, about the darkness that lurked within its heart. I knew that I would never be the same, I had seen too much, experienced too much. But I also knew that I was strong. I had survived. And I would continue to survive. The dense, primeval forest of Yellowstone National Park held secrets as old as the towering pines themselves. It was a place of stark beauty and hidden dangers, where nature reigned supreme and man was merely a visitor. Park Ranger Ethan Miller knew this better than most. He had spent his life patrolling these woods, his weathered face a testament to the countless hours spent under the sun and stars. But even Ethan, with his intimate knowledge of the park's trails and hidden corners, couldn't have foreseen the chilling events that were about to unfold. It began with a whisper, a rumor carried on the wind. A group of campers had vanished without a trace, their campsite abandoned, their belongings left untouched. Ethan, a man haunted by a past tragedy that had left him wary of strangers and quick to suspect the worst, was assigned to investigate. He felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his gut as he set out, the silence of the forest pressing in on him like an unseen presence. The missing campers had last been seen near a remote cabin, nestled deep within the woods. Ethan had heard tales of this cabin, whispers of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena. Locals spoke of it in hushed tones, their eyes wide with fear and superstition. As Ethan ventured deeper into the wilderness, the feeling of unease grew, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling with an instinctive sense of dread. He found the campsite deserted, the tents flapping listlessly in the breeze, a half-eaten meal left on a picnic table. A sense of rawness permeated the air, a chilling dissonance that set his teeth on edge. Ethan examined the scene meticulously, his trained eye searching for clues, for any sign of a struggle or foul play. But there was nothing, only an eerie silence and the growing sense that he was not alone. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, ominous shadows across the forest floor, Ethan decided to press on. The cabin, he knew, was his only lead, the key to unraveling the mystery of the missing campers. With a heavy heart and a growing sense of foreboding, he set off into the deepening twilight, the whispers of the wind seeming to beckon him towards the unknown. The trail leading to the cabin was barely discernible, a narrow, winding path swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. Ethan pushed aside thorny branches and ducked under low-hanging boughs, his flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a primordial aroma that spoke of secrets long buried and forgotten. As he emerged from the thick undergrowth, the cabin materialized before him like a phantom. It was a ramshackle structure, built of rough-hewn logs and weathered planks, its roof sagging under the weight of years and neglect. The windows were dark, lifeless eyes staring out from the gloom. An unnatural stillness hung over the place, a silence so profound it seemed to hum in Ethan's ears. He approached cautiously, his boots crunching on the gravel path, the sound amplified in the oppressive quiet. The front door hung ajar, creaking rhythmically in the faint breeze like a mournful sigh. Ethan drew his service weapon, his heart pounding in his chest, his senses on high alert. He had the distinct feeling that he was being watched, that unseen eyes were following his every move. Stepping over the threshold, Ethan entered a world of shadows and decay. The interior of the cabin was dimly lit by shafts of moonlight filtering through cracks in the boarded-up windows. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by his flashlight beam. The furniture was old and decrepit, draped in cobwebs and shrouded in sheets. A musty odor hung in the air, a mixture of damp wood and mildew that tickled his nostrils. Ethan moved slowly, his flashlight beam sweeping across the room, searching for any sign of the missing campers. He found nothing but remnants of their presence: a discarded backpack, a crumpled map, a child's toy abandoned on the floor. A sense of despair washed over him, a feeling of hopelessness that he tried to shake off. He had to stay focused, he had to find answers. He noticed a door leading to what appeared to be a bedroom. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest. The room was small and cramped, the air thick with a suffocating sense of claustrophobia. A single bed stood against the wall, its sheets rumpled and stained. On the nightstand, a book lay open, its pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic writings. Ethan picked up the book, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar characters. A shiver ran down his spine, a feeling of unease that he couldn't shake off. He had the distinct feeling that he had stumbled upon something dark and sinister, something that was better left undisturbed. Ethan closed the book, a sense of unease settling over him. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, that the cabin held a dark secret waiting to be unearthed. He decided to venture outside, hoping the fresh air would clear his head. As he stepped out onto the porch, he was startled by the sight of 3 children standing at the edge of the clearing. They were young, no older than 10 or 11, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes white with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What are you doing here?" Ethan asked, his voice gruff with surprise. The children exchanged nervous glances, their bodies tense with apprehension. A girl with long, dark hair stepped forward, her voice barely a whisper. "We saw you go into the cabin," she said. "We wanted to warn you." "Warn me?" Ethan frowned. "About what?" "This place is dangerous," a boy with freckles and a gap-toothed grin piped up. "People disappear here." Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you know about this?" he asked, his voice low and urgent. The children huddled together, their eyes darting towards the darkening woods. "We've seen things," the girl whispered. Shadows moving in the trees, voices whispering in the wind. "Don't listen to them," the 3rd child, a smaller boy with a mop of blonde hair, whimpered. "They'll trick you." Ethan felt a growing sense of unease. These children clearly knew something, something they were hesitant to reveal. He knelt down, his gaze level with theirs. "I need your help," he said gently. "Can you tell me what you've seen?" "It's important." The children hesitated, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Finally, the girl spoke, her voice trembling. "We saw a man," she said. "He was tall and thin, with long, dark hair. He was watching us from the trees." "He had no face," the freckled boy added, his voice barely a whisper. Ethan's heart pounded in his chest. He had heard stories of faceless figures lurking in the woods, creatures of darkness that preyed on the lost and vulnerable. He looked at the children, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with terror. He knew he had to protect them, to get them out of this place before it was too late. A wave of dizziness washed over Ethan. The children's words echoed in his mind, their descriptions painting a chilling picture of a malevolent presence lurking in the shadows. He felt a growing sense of dread, a primal fear that gnawed at his resolve. He had always prided himself on his rational mind, his ability to remain calm and collected in the face of danger. But now, surrounded by the deepening darkness and the chilling tales of these children, he felt his composure slipping away. He glanced back at the cabin, its silhouette a menacing shadow against the twilight sky. The wind seemed to whisper through the trees, carrying with it an undercurrent of malice, a sense of impending doom. Ethan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, his hands trembling as he reached for his radio. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Miller," he said, his voice strained. "I need backup at the Whispering Pines cabin. I have a situation here." Static crackled in response, the signal weak and intermittent. Ethan cursed under his breath. He was alone, cut off from the outside world, surrounded by the encroaching darkness and the growing sense that he was being hunted. He turned back to the children, their faces pale and drawn in the fading light. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in his hands. "Now!" He led them away from the cabin, their small figures dwarfed by the towering trees. The forest seemed to press in on them, the shadows deepening, the silence growing more oppressive. Ethan felt his heart pounding in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He scanned the surrounding woods, his eyes searching for any sign of movement, any hint of the faceless figure the children had described. As they walked, the children's whispers filled the air, their voices weaving tales of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena. They spoke of shadows that danced in the moonlight, of voices that whispered secrets in the wind. Ethan listened intently, his mind racing, trying to make sense of their fragmented stories. He felt a growing sense of paranoia, a feeling that he was being watched, that unseen eyes were following their every move. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being led into a trap, that the forest itself was conspiring against them. The children's voices grew more urgent, their whispers turning to cries of alarm. Ethan spun around, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. He saw nothing but the dense undergrowth and the towering trees, their branches swaying ominously in the wind. But he could feel it, a presence lurking just beyond his perception, a malevolent force that was closing in. Panic clawed at Ethan's throat. He pushed the children behind him, his body shielding them from the unseen threat. He raised his flashlight, the beam dancing frantically through the trees, searching for the source of his fear. But there was nothing, only the rustling leaves and the whispering wind. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Ethan whirled around to see the youngest boy, his face contorted in terror, pointing towards the cabin. Ethan followed his gaze and gasped. The cabin was bathed in an eerie glow, an unnatural light emanating from within. Shadows danced across the walls, contorting into grotesque shapes, their movements mimicking a macabre ballet. He felt a surge of adrenaline, his instincts screaming at him to flee. But he couldn't leave the children, not while they were in danger. He gripped his service weapon, his knuckles white, his heart pounding like a drum. "Stay close," he whispered to the children, his voice barely audible above the pounding in his ears. "And don't make a sound." He crept towards the cabin, his senses on high alert. The closer he got, The more intense the glow became, the shadows growing more menacing, their whispers more insistent. He reached the porch and peered through the open door. The interior of the cabin was transformed. The furniture was overturned, the walls scratched and defaced. Strange symbols were etched into the floorboards, glowing with an eerie luminescence. And in the center of the room, a figure stood bathed in the unnatural light. It was tall and thin, its limbs elongated and distorted. Its skin was pale and translucent, its eyes hollow sockets that burned with an infernal fire. And as Ethan watched in horror, the figure turned towards him, its head slowly rotating, revealing a face that was not a face at all, but a gaping void, an abyss of nothingness. Ethan stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. He had never seen anything so terrifying, so utterly devoid of humanity. He raised his weapon, his finger trembling on the trigger. But he hesitated. What could he do against such a creature? What weapon could possibly harm a being of pure darkness? The figure glided towards him, its movements fluid and unnatural. Ethan felt a wave of despair wash over him, a sense of hopelessness that threatened to consume him. He was trapped, caught in a nightmare from which there was no escape. A guttural growl ripped through the silence, the sound emanating from the creature's hollow maw. It lunged at Ethan, its elongated arms reaching out like claws, its touch promising unimaginable pain. Ethan reacted on instinct, firing his weapon blindly into the darkness. The shots echoed through the cabin, the sound deafening in the confined space. But the bullets seemed to pass right through the creature, their impact leaving no mark on its ethereal form. It continued its advance, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Ethan stumbled back, tripping over a fallen chair, his weapon clattering to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He was cornered, trapped between the creature and the wall. He raised his hands defensively, his eyes wide with terror. The creature loomed over him, its form flickering in the unnatural light, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. Ethan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision blurring, his senses overwhelmed. He braced himself for the inevitable, the creature's touch promising oblivion. But then, a voice cut through the haze of fear. It was Emily, the girl with the long dark hair. She stood at the doorway, her small figure silhouetted against the eerie glow. She held a small, wooden carving in her hand, a crudely fashioned figure of a bird. "Leave him alone," she shouted, her voice surprisingly strong. "He's not yours to take." The creature turned its head towards her, its hollow eyes fixated on the carving in her hand. It hesitated, its form flickering, its whispers fading. Ethan watched in astonishment as the creature seemed to recoil, its movements becoming hesitant, uncertain. Emily stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. "This is a place of peace," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "You have no power here." The creature let out a guttural moan, its form becoming more translucent, its glow fading. It reached out towards Emily, its claws grasping at the air. But then, it hesitated again, its movements faltering, its power waning. With a final, agonizing cry, the creature vanished, its form dissolving into the shadows, its whispers fading into silence. The unnatural light that had filled the cabin extinguished, leaving only the pale moonlight filtering through the broken windows. Silence descended upon the cabin, heavy and absolute. Ethan stood frozen, his breath caught in his throat, his mind struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. The children rushed to his side, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and relief. "It's gone," Emily whispered, her eyes white with wonder. "You did it." Ethan looked at them, their small figures trembling in the aftermath of the encounter. He felt a surge of protectiveness, a fierce determination to shield them from the horrors of the world. He knelt down, his gaze meeting theirs. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice rough with emotion. The children nodded, their eyes shining with a newfound respect. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that defied explanation. But they had also witnessed courage, the unwavering resolve of a man facing the unknown. Ethan helped them gather their belongings, his movements slow and deliberate. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion, a weariness that settled deep in his bones. He had stared into the abyss, and the abyss had stared back. But he had emerged from the darkness, his spirit unbroken, his resolve strengthened. As they made their way back through the forest, the first rays of dawn began to pierce the canopy, casting a golden glow upon the path ahead. The children walked beside him, their footsteps light and carefree, their voices filled with the innocence that had been so nearly extinguished. Ethan glanced back at the cabin, its silhouette fading into the morning mist. He knew that the darkness still lingered there, a malevolent presence waiting for its next victim. But he also knew that he had faced it, and he had survived. He had protected the innocent, and he had emerged from the encounter with a newfound understanding of the depths of human strength and resilience. He would continue to patrol these woods, his vigilance unwavering, his resolve unshaken. He would be the guardian of the forest, the protector of the innocent, the shield against the darkness that lurked in the shadows. And he would never forget the night he faced the whispering pines, the night he stared into the abyss and emerged victorious. The sun climbed higher in the sky, casting long shadows that danced and receded with every gust of wind. Ethan and the children emerged from the forest, blinking in the sudden brightness. They had reached the edge of the park, the familiar sights and sounds of civilization a welcome contrast to the eerie silence of the deep woods. Ethan watched as the children were reunited with their relieved parents, their tearful embraces a testament to the harrowing ordeal they had endured. He felt a pang of sadness as he realized that their lives would forever be marked by the events of the past night. They had faced the darkness, and they had emerged victorious, but the scars of the encounter would likely remain. He turned to leave, his footsteps heavy with the weight of his own experiences. He had faced his own demons in the depths of the whispering pines, confronting the fears and anxieties that had haunted him for years. The encounter had tested his courage, his resolve, and his faith in humanity. But it had also revealed a strength within him that he never knew he possessed. He thought of the faceless creature, its malevolent presence a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world. He knew that such evil could never be truly vanquished, that it would always find new ways to manifest itself, to prey on the vulnerable and the unsuspecting. But he also knew that there was good in the world, a resilience of the human spirit that could withstand even the darkest of times. He had seen it in the eyes of the children, in their unwavering courage and their unwavering faith in him. He had seen it in his own reflection, in the depths of his own resolve. He would carry the scars of the whispering pines with him, a reminder of the darkness he had faced and the strength he had found within himself. He would continue to protect the innocent, to stand guard against the shadows, to be a beacon of hope in a world that often seemed shrouded in darkness. For he knew that even in the face of unimaginable horror, the human spirit could endure, and even in the darkest of nights, the dawn would eventually break. The rusty sign creaked in the wind, its faded letters barely discernible, Whispering Pines Cemetery. I pulled my Jeep off the narrow, gravel road and onto the overgrown shoulder, intrigued. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forgotten graveyard. Crimson and gold leaves swirled around the weathered tombstones, a macabre dance in the twilight. As a photographer with a fascination for the forgotten and forlorn, I couldn't resist the allure of this desolate place. Stepping out of the car, the crisp autumn air sent a shiver down my spine. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant caw of a crow. A sense of profound stillness hung over the cemetery, a silence so deep it felt almost sacred. I grabbed my camera bag and ventured through the crumbling stone gates, eager to capture the haunting beauty of this hidden world. The cemetery was small, maybe an acre at most, with rows of time-worn headstones stretching out before me. Many were cracked and tilted, their inscriptions eroded by years of wind and rain. Angels with broken wings and crosses draped in moss stood sentinel over the forgotten souls. I wandered among them, my camera clicking softly, documenting the melancholic poetry of decay. As I moved deeper into the graveyard, I noticed a peculiar pattern. The older graves, dating back to the 1800s, bore the names and dates of the deceased. But the newer ones, from the early 1900s onward, were strangely blank. Just smooth, gray slabs with no markings whatsoever. It was as if the identities of those buried here had been deliberately erased. A flash of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see a figure standing by a lone oak tree. He was tall and thin, with a shock of white hair and piercing green eyes. He wore a long, dark coat that billowed in the breeze, giving him an almost spectral appearance. He seemed to materialize from the shadows, a guardian of this forgotten place. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach or retreat. There was something unsettling about him, an aura of mystery that both intrigued and intimidated me. But curiosity won out, and I slowly made my way towards him, my camera held protectively in front of me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. He turned towards me, his gaze intense. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice low and raspy. "I'm just a photographer," I replied, trying to sound casual. I was admiring the cemetery. He shook his head slowly. "This is not a place for the living," he said. "It's a place of whispers." A shiver ran down my spine. Whispers? What did he mean? I felt a growing sense of unease, a prickle of fear that I couldn't shake off. But I was also captivated, drawn in by the mystery of this place and the enigmatic man who seemed to guard its secrets. "What kind of whispers?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me then, his green eyes piercing. "The whispers of the dead," he said. "And something else, something older, something darker. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. A wave of goosebumps erupted over my skin, and I instinctively took a step back. The whispers of the dead, and something older, something darker. The phrase echoed in my mind, sending a thrill of fear and fascination through me. I don't understand, I stammered, clutching my camera tighter. The man remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the darkening horizon. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he gestured towards the rows of tombstones. "Look closer," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you see?" I followed his gaze, scanning the weathered stones. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary. But then, as my eyes adjusted to the fading light, I noticed a disturbing detail. The newer graves, the ones with no names, were arranged in a distinct pattern. They formed a circle around the oldest part of the cemetery, a silent ring of anonymity. "What does it mean?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He shrugged, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "No one knows for sure," he replied. "But there are stories, legends passed down through generations." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "They say this cemetery was built on sacred ground," he explained. "A place where the veil between the worlds is thin. A place where the spirits of the dead linger." He paused, letting his words sink in. I felt a shiver run down my spine, not entirely from the cool evening air. The atmosphere in the cemetery had shifted, grown heavier, charged with an unseen energy. "And the whispers?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He looked at me then, his green eyes piercing. "They say the whispers are the voices of the forgotten," he said. "Those who were buried here without a name, without a marker to remember them by. Their souls are restless, trapped between worlds." He reached out and touched a nearby headstone, his fingers tracing the faded inscription. "They whisper to those who can hear them," he continued. "They tell stories of the past, of the lives they lived, the loves they lost. And sometimes they whisper warnings of the future." I stared at him, captivated by his words. Was he serious? Or was this just a spooky tale, a way to scare off curious visitors? But there was something in his eyes, a conviction that I couldn't ignore. "Have you heard them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He nodded slowly. "I've heard them," he replied. "And they've told me things I wish I didn't know." He turned away then, his gaze fixed on the darkening sky. "You should go now," he said, his voice distant. "It's not safe here after dark." I hesitated, wanting to ask more, to delve deeper into the mystery of this place. But something in his tone, a sense of urgency, told me to heed his warning. I turned and walked back towards the gates, the whispers of the dead echoing in my ears. The Whispering Cemetery, page 3. Keywords: graveyard superstitions, unease, foreboding, chilling discoveries, supernatural presence. The man's warning echoed in my mind as I hurried back to my jeep. The sun had vanished completely, and the cemetery was shrouded in an eerie twilight. Shadows danced among the tombstones, and the wind seemed to whisper secrets I couldn't quite decipher. I glanced back at the man, but he had disappeared into the gloom. Despite the growing darkness and the unsettling encounter, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This wasn't just an ordinary graveyard. It was a place of mystery, a place where the veil between the worlds seemed thin. I knew I had to return. The next morning, I packed a backpack with supplies, a flashlight, a notebook, a compass, and a few snacks, and headed back to Whispering Pines. The morning mist clung to the graveyard, giving it an ethereal quality. The air was crisp and still, the silence broken only by the occasional chirp of a bird. I started by exploring the older section of the cemetery, where the graves bore names and dates. Many of the families were familiar, names I recognized from local history books and faded newspaper clippings. I took photos of the more ornate headstones, admiring the intricate carvings and the heartfelt epitaphs. As I moved towards the newer section, the atmosphere changed. The air grew colder, and a sense of unease settled over me. The blank headstones, arranged in their silent circle, seemed to exude an aura of forgotten sorrow. I knelt before one of the unmarked graves and ran my fingers over the smooth, cold stone. Who was buried here? What was their story? Why had their identity been erased? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the cemetery, sending leaves swirling around me. I heard a faint whisper, a sigh carried on the breeze. I froze, listening intently, but the sound was gone. A trick of the wind, I told myself, though a prickle of unease remained. I stood up and continued my exploration, drawn to the center of the circle of nameless graves. There, in the very heart of the mystery, stood a single, ancient oak tree. Its branches were gnarled and twisted, reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. The ground beneath it was bare, devoid of any vegetation. As I approached the tree, I noticed a small, wooden box nestled among its roots. It was old and weathered, its hinges rusted shut. Curiosity piqued, I knelt down and tried to pry it open. The wood creaked and groaned, but the box remained stubbornly sealed. Just as I was about to give up, I heard a voice behind me. "Don't touch that." I whirled around to see the man from the previous day standing a few feet away. His green eyes glinted in the shadows, and his expression was stern. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "Someone who knows the secrets of this place," he replied, his voice low and resonant. "And someone who knows you shouldn't be here." I stared at him, a mixture of fear and fascination swirling within me. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Secrets. Warnings. The whispers of the dead. This cemetery was clearly more than just a resting place for the departed. It was a gateway to something ancient and unknown. "What do you know about this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He stepped closer, his green eyes boring into mine. "More than you could possibly imagine," he replied, his voice low and resonant. "This cemetery has been in my family for generations. We are its guardians, its protectors." "Guardians?" I repeated, intrigued. "Protectors of what?" He hesitated, then glanced towards the circle of nameless graves. Of the secrets that lie buried here, he said, his voice barely audible. Secrets that should never be unearthed. He turned back to me, his expression grave. You must leave this place, he said. It's not safe for you here. I felt a surge of defiance. But I want to know more, I insisted. About the whispers, about the secrets. He shook his head slowly. Some things are best left unknown, he said. The knowledge you seek could destroy you. But why? I pressed. Why is this place so dangerous? He sighed, a look of weariness crossing his face. This cemetery is a nexus, he explained. A point where the veil between the worlds is thin. The spirits of the dead are restless here, their whispers echoing through the ages. And there are other things, older things, that dwell in the shadows. He reached out and touched my arm, his touch surprisingly gentle. You are not meant to be here, he said, his voice filled with concern. This place will consume you, twist your mind, steal your soul. I shivered, his words sending a chill down my spine. But I couldn't deny the allure of the unknown, the yearning to unravel the mysteries of this place. Please, I begged. Tell me more. I need to understand. He hesitated, then nodded slowly. Very well, he said. But be warned, once you hear the whispers, you can never unhear them. They will haunt your dreams, whisper in your ear, and guide your every step. He led me deeper into the cemetery, towards the ancient oak tree at the center of the circle of nameless graves. The air grew colder as we approached, and the whispers on the wind seemed to intensify. I felt a sense of foreboding, a premonition that I was stepping into a world beyond my comprehension. This tree is the heart of the cemetery, he explained, his voice hushed. It's where the whispers are strongest. And it's where the secrets are buried. He knelt down and brushed away the leaves at the base of the tree, revealing a small, stone tablet. It was covered in strange symbols, intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. These are the runes of the elder things, he said, his voice filled with awe. They tell the story of this place, of its origins, and its purpose. He looked at me then, his green eyes piercing. Are you sure you want to know more? He asked. The truth may be more terrifying than you can imagine. I stared at the runes, a shiver tracing its way down my spine. They seemed to writhe and pulse with an energy I couldn't comprehend. An unsettling feeling crept over me, a sense of being watched, of being judged by unseen eyes. What do they mean? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The man, whose name I still didn't know, knelt beside me, his gaze fixed on the stone tablet. They tell the story of the elder things, he explained, his voice hushed with reverence. Beings that existed long before humans walked this earth. They are the guardians of this place, the keepers of its secrets. He pointed to a particular symbol, a spiral with a series of radiating lines. This is the symbol of the wisps, he said. They are the spirits of the forgotten, those who were buried here without a name, without a marker to anchor their souls. The whispers I heard. I began, a sudden realization dawning on me. He nodded. The whispers are their voices, he confirmed. They are trapped here, bound to this place by the elder things. They yearn for recognition, for remembrance. They seek to connect with the living, to share their stories, their sorrows. He looked at me then, his green eyes intense. "But beware, Elena," he warned. "The wisps are not benevolent spirits. They are drawn to the living, to the warmth of our souls. They can whisper secrets, yes, but they can also steal memories, drain your life force, and leave you an empty shell." I felt a chill run down my spine, despite the mild autumn air. The cemetery seemed to close in around me, the shadows deepening, the whispers intensifying. I could almost feel their presence, cold and ethereal, brushing against my skin. "Why are they here?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "They are bound to this place," he explained. "Trapped by the pact made between the elder things and the founders of this cemetery." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the circle of nameless graves. "The founders sought immortality," he continued, his voice barely above a whisper. "They made a deal with the elder things, offering their names, their identities, in exchange for eternal life. But why the nameless graves?" I asked, confused. "The elder things feed on memories, on identity," he explained. "By erasing the names of the deceased, they sever the connection between the souls and the living world, trapping them here as wisps." He looked at me then, his expression grave. "The founders paid a terrible price for their immortality," he said. "They became guardians of this place, bound to protect the secrets of the elder things for all eternity." He reached out and took my hand, his touch surprisingly warm. "You must leave this place, Elena," he pleaded. "The wisps are drawn to you. They sense your curiosity, your yearning for knowledge. They will try to lure you deeper into their world." I hesitated, torn between fear and fascination. But his words struck a chord within me, a primal fear of the unknown. I nodded slowly, realizing the truth in his warning. "I'll go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. He squeezed my hand gently, a flicker of relief in his eyes. "Thank you," he said. "Now, come. I'll lead you out of here." He turned and started walking towards the gates, his long coat billowing behind him. I followed close behind, my gaze darting nervously from shadow to shadow. The whispers seemed to grow louder as we walked, swirling around me like a vortex of forgotten voices. As we reached the gates, I glanced back at the cemetery, a sense of dread washing over me. I knew I would never forget this place, the whispers of the dead, the secrets of the elder things. And I knew I would never be the same. The walk back to the gates felt longer than before, each step heavy with a growing sense of dread. The whispers seemed to intensify, swirling around me like unseen spirits, their voices a cacophony of forgotten sorrows. I glanced nervously over my shoulder, half expecting to see ghostly figures emerge from the shadows. But the guardian, as I now thought of him, remained by my side, a silent protector against the unseen forces that surrounded us. He didn't speak, but his presence was reassuring, a beacon of strength in the encroaching darkness. As we reached the gates, he paused, his green eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and determination. "You must never return here, Elena," he said, his voice low and urgent. "This place is not for the living." It will consume you, drain your life force, and leave you a hollow shell. I nodded, my heart heavy with a strange mixture of disappointment and relief. I had glimpsed the secrets of whispering pines, felt the touch of the supernatural, and heard the whispers of the forgotten. But I also knew that this place was dangerous, a place where the boundaries between the worlds were blurred, and the spirits of the dead roamed free. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice barely audible, "for showing me the truth." He nodded slowly, then turned and walked back into the cemetery, disappearing into the shadows like a phantom. I watched him go, a sense of loss washing over me. I had barely known him, yet I felt a strange connection to him, a kinship forged in the face of the unknown. I turned and walked towards my jeep, the whispers fading with every step. As I drove away, I glanced back at the cemetery, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it a faint whisper, a final farewell from the forgotten souls of whispering pines. But even as I drove away, I knew that I wouldn't be able to stay away for long. The mystery of the cemetery, the secrets of the elder things, and the enigmatic guardian had woven their spell on me. I was drawn to this place, to its haunting beauty and its chilling secrets. I knew I would return, despite the warnings, despite the dangers. The next day, I found myself drawn back to the local library, poring over old history books and local folklore collections. I searched for any mention of whispering pines, any clue that might shed light on its mysteries. I found a few scattered references, vague mentions of strange occurrences and unexplained disappearances. But nothing concrete, nothing that could explain the blank headstones, the whispers, or the runes of the elder things. As I delved deeper into my research, I stumbled upon a legend, a story passed down through generations of Appalachian folklore. It spoke of a hidden valley, a place where the veil between the worlds was thin, and ancient beings held sway. It was said that those who ventured into the valley were never seen again, their souls lost to the whispers of the forgotten. Could this be the valley where Whispering Pines was located? Was the legend true? And if so, what role did the guardian play in this ancient story? I knew I had to find out. I had to return to Whispering Pines, to confront the guardian, to unravel the secrets of the cemetery, and to face the whispers of the dead. Despite the guardian's warning, the pull of Whispering Pines was too strong to resist. A few days later, I found myself driving back up the winding mountain road, a mix of apprehension and excitement churning in my stomach. This time, I came prepared. Not with weapons or protective charms, but with offerings. I had read somewhere that ancient cultures would leave gifts for the spirits of the dead, a way to appease them, to show respect. It seemed like a long shot, but I was willing to try anything to gain a deeper understanding of this place. I parked my Jeep a short distance from the cemetery gates, not wanting to disturb the stillness with the sound of the engine. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the overgrown path, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I gathered my offerings, a handful of wildflowers, a small crystal, and a piece of amethyst, and approached the gates. As I stepped onto the grounds, a sense of familiarity washed over me. It was as if the cemetery itself welcomed me back, its silent embrace both comforting and unsettling. I made my way to the ancient oak tree at the center of the nameless graves, the spot where the guardian had shown me the runes of the elder things. I knelt before the tree, placing my offerings at its base. "I come in peace," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I seek understanding, not harm." A gust of wind swept through the branches, sending leaves swirling around me. I felt a chill, a sudden drop in temperature that seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a vortex of forgotten voices. I closed my eyes, focusing on the energy of the place, trying to connect with the spirits of the forgotten. And then I saw them. Faint, translucent figures emerged from the shadows, their forms flickering like candle flames in the breeze. They were the wisps, the spirits of the nameless dead, their faces obscured by the mists of time. They moved slowly, gracefully, their movements almost hypnotic. I watched them, mesmerized, my fear momentarily forgotten. They seemed to dance around the oak tree, their whispers growing louder, their voices merging into a haunting chorus. I felt a pull towards them, a yearning to join their spectral dance, to lose myself in their world of forgotten memories. But then I remembered the guardian's warning. The wisps were not benevolent spirits. They were drawn to the living, to the warmth of our souls. They could steal memories, drain life force, and leave you an empty shell. I took a step back, breaking the spell. The wisps seemed to notice my retreat, their movements becoming more frantic, their whispers turning into a mournful wail. I felt a cold touch on my arm, a ghostly caress that sent shivers down my spine. I turned and ran, fleeing from the oak tree, from the wisps, from the heart of the cemetery. I didn't stop running until I reached the gates, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stumbled out onto the road, collapsing onto the gravel, my heart pounding in my chest. I had seen the wisps, felt their touch, heard their whispers. And I knew that I was in danger. I didn't return to Whispering Pines for a week. The encounter with the wisps had shaken me, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease and a gnawing fear that I couldn't quite shake off. But the cemetery continued to haunt my thoughts, its mysteries beckoning me like a siren's call. One crisp October afternoon, I found myself driving back up the mountain road, drawn by an irresistible force. This time, I wasn't seeking answers or offering gifts. I simply wanted to see the guardian again, to feel the strange comfort of his presence in this unsettling place. As I approached the cemetery gates, I noticed a figure sitting on a weathered bench beneath the ancient oak tree. It was the guardian, his head bowed, his long coat draped around him like a shroud. He looked weary, his shoulders slumped with a weight that seemed to transcend the physical. I hesitated, unsure whether to approach. But something in his posture, a vulnerability I hadn't seen before, compelled me forward. I walked slowly towards him, my footsteps crunching on the gravel path. He looked up as I approached, his green eyes meeting mine with a mixture of surprise and relief. "Elena," he said, his voice hoarse. "You returned." I couldn't stay away, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded slowly, a faint smile touching his lips. "I knew you would," he said. "This place has a way of drawing people in." He gestured towards the bench beside him. "Sit," he invited. "Tell me what brings you back." I sat down, feeling a sense of calm settle over me. Despite the eerie atmosphere of the cemetery, the guardian's presence was strangely reassuring. It was as if he held the darkness at bay, a solitary protector against the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. "I saw them," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "The wisps." He nodded, his expression grave. "I know," he said. "They are drawn to you, Elena. They sense your curiosity, your connection to this place." "Why me?" I asked, my voice filled with confusion. "Why are they so interested in me?" He hesitated, then looked at me with an intensity that made my heart skip a beat. "Because you are different," he explained. "You can see them, hear them, feel their presence. You are a bridge between the worlds, Elena. A conduit for the whispers." I shivered, his words sending a chill down my spine. A bridge between the worlds. A conduit for the whispers. The phrases echoed in my mind, their meaning slowly sinking in. "But why?" I pressed. "Why me?" He shook his head slowly. "I don't know," he admitted. "But I believe you have a role to play in this place, Elena. A purpose that is yet to be revealed." He reached out and took my hand, his touch sending a warmth through my body. "Be careful, Elena," he warned. "The wisps are dangerous. They will try to lure you deeper into their world, to consume your soul." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew he was right. I had felt the pull of the wisps, the seductive whisper of their voices. But I also felt a growing connection to the guardian, a sense of trust and understanding that transcended the fear. "I'll be careful," I promised. He smiled then, a genuine smile that lit up his face. "I believe you will," he said. "You are stronger than you think, Elena." A strange sense of camaraderie blossomed between us in the ensuing weeks. I visited the cemetery almost daily, drawn not just by the mystery but by the quiet companionship I found with the guardian. We would sit on the weathered bench beneath the ancient oak, sharing stories and silences, our conversations weaving a tapestry of shared understanding. He told me about his family history, about generations of guardians who had watched over Whispering Pines, protecting its secrets and warding off those who sought to exploit its power. He spoke of the pact made with the elder things, the price paid for immortality, and the burden of responsibility that weighed heavily on his shoulders. I, in turn, shared my own story, my fascination with the forgotten and forlorn, my yearning to understand the mysteries of the world. He listened patiently, his green eyes filled with a wisdom that seemed to transcend his years. As Halloween approached, a sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. The guardian grew more somber, his gaze often drifting towards the circle of nameless graves. He spoke of the wisps with a mixture of reverence and fear, warning me of their growing power during this time of year, when the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest. "They will be restless," he said, his voice low and urgent. "They will seek to break free from their bonds, to reclaim their lost identities." He told me of a ritual that took place every Halloween night, a tradition passed down through generations of guardians. He would venture into the heart of the cemetery, to the ancient oak tree, and offer a tribute to the elder things, a plea for balance and protection. "It is a dangerous ritual," he admitted, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. But it is necessary. It is the only way to keep the wisps at bay, to maintain the delicate balance between the worlds. He looked at me then, his gaze intense. "You must not come to the cemetery on Halloween night, Helena," he warned. "The wisps will be at their strongest, their hunger insatiable. They will sense your presence, your connection to this place, and they will try to claim you as their own." I nodded, my heart heavy with a premonition of danger. I knew he was right. The cemetery held a dark power, a force that I couldn't fully comprehend. And I knew that Halloween night would be a time of reckoning, a night when the veil between the worlds would lift, and the secrets of Whispering Pines would be revealed. Halloween night was suffocating. A thick fog, heavy and cold, clung to the mountains, swallowing the world beyond the windshield. The road to Whispering Pines was a tunnel of gray, the only sounds the rhythmic swoosh of the wipers and the occasional crackle of a branch under the tires. I hadn't planned on coming, but the Guardian's warnings, his obvious fear, had gnawed at me all day. Something felt wrong. The cemetery gates loomed out of the fog like a skeletal hand beckoning me forward. A shiver ran down my spine, an instinctive prickle of unease. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet. My flashlight beam cut through the swirling mist, illuminating the path. Each step I took was hesitant, the silence amplified by the oppressive fog. The wind whispered through the trees, a mournful sound that seemed to claw at my nerves. Then I saw it. A figure slumped against the ancient oak tree, its limbs at unnatural angles. The Guardian. I rushed forward, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, the metallic scent grew stronger, and I realized what it was. Blood. The Guardian's head lolled to the side, his eyes white and glassy. His throat had been brutally slashed, a gaping wound that oozed crimson onto the damp leaves. His hand clutched a small, silver locket, the one with the portrait of his grandmother. I stumbled back, my stomach churning. The sight was too gruesome, too real. This wasn't some supernatural encounter, some ghostly apparition. This was murder. Panic clawed at my throat. Who had done this? Why? Was I in danger? I turned to flee, but a figure emerged from the fog, blocking my path. A man, tall and imposing, with a glint of madness in his eyes. He held a hunting knife, its blade still dripping with blood. "You shouldn't have come," he growled, his voice rough and menacing. I recognized him then. One of the locals, a man I had seen lurking around the cemetery on several occasions. He had always given me an uneasy feeling, a sense of simmering rage barely contained beneath his gruff exterior. He was protecting something, the man snarled, gesturing towards the Guardian's body. Something he wouldn't share. Something that belongs to this town, to our history. He took a step closer, the knife glinting in the dim light. "Now, you're going to tell me what he told you," he demanded. "Or you'll end up just like him." I backed away, my mind racing. What did he know? What secrets did the Guardian hold? And what was this man willing to do to get them? I glanced around, desperate for an escape. But the fog had thickened, creating a disorienting maze. I was trapped. The man lunged, the knife raised high. I screamed, raising my arms to protect myself. But the blow never came. A shot rang out, echoing through the fog. The man stumbled, clutching his chest. He looked down in disbelief as blood plumed through his fingers. Then he collapsed, his body hitting the ground with a sickening thud. A figure emerged from the shadows, a gun still smoking in their hand. It was the sheriff, his face grim. "You all right, miss?" he asked, his voice gruff but concerned. I nodded, my body trembling with shock. The sheriff knelt beside the man's body, checking for a pulse. "He's dead," he announced, rising to his feet. "Looks like he got what he deserved." He turned to me, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and understanding. "This town has a lot of secrets," he said, his voice low. "Secrets that some folks would kill to protect." He glanced towards the guardian's body, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. "He was a good man," he said, "trying to protect something precious. Something that didn't belong in this world." He looked at me then, his gaze steady. "You should go now, miss," he said. "Forget about this place. Forget about the whispers. And forget about the secrets of Whispering Pines." I nodded, knowing he was right. This place was a breeding ground for darkness, a place where the lines between reality and nightmare blurred. I had seen too much, heard too much. It was time to leave, to forget, to try to piece together the shattered remnants of my life. But as I turned to go, I couldn't help but glance back at the ancient oak tree, its silhouette looming in the fog. The whispers seemed to intensify, swirling around me like a vortex of forgotten voices. And I knew, deep down, that the secrets of Whispering Pines would forever haunt my dreams. The crisp autumn air whipped through the towering redwoods, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. It was Halloween Eve, and it chilled deeper than the season had settled over Redwood National Park. I, Jack, a seasoned park ranger with years of experience under my belt, felt a growing unease as I patrolled the winding trails. The usual excitement of the holiday season was replaced by a gnawing sense of dread, a feeling amplified by the eerie silence that blanketed the ancient forest. This year, the park had gone all out with the Halloween decorations. Garish plastic skeletons dangled from branches, cobwebs, fake, thankfully, clung to the visitor center, and grinning jack-o'-lanterns leered from every window. Usually, I didn't mind the festive cheer, but this year it felt off. Like a forced smile masking something sinister. My boots crunched on the gravel path, the sound unnaturally loud in the oppressive quiet. As I rounded a bend, a flash of orange caught my eye. It was a discarded pumpkin, its carved face smashed and rotting, lying amidst a scattering of candy wrappers and empty soda cans. A typical sight after a night of teenage revelry, you might think. But something about the scene sent a shiver down my spine. A sense of foreboding urged me forward. I ventured off the trail, pushing through a thicket of ferns, and that's when I saw it. A campsite, abandoned in haste. A half-eaten bag of marshmallows lay spilled on the ground, a campfire still smoldering, sending tendrils of smoke into the twilight sky. A tent lay collapsed, its entrance ripped open as if something had burst out from within. My ranger instincts kicked in. I scanned the area for any sign of the campers, my hand instinctively reaching for the radio on my belt. But something stopped me. Carved into the trunk of a nearby redwood, a series of symbols, crude and unsettling, caught my attention. They were unlike anything I'd seen before, ancient and vaguely menacing, like a warning from a forgotten age. A cold gust of wind swept through the trees, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Whatever had happened here, it was no ordinary Halloween prank. Something dark and unseen lurked in the shadows of Redwood National Park, and I had a feeling this was just the beginning. The unsettling scene at the campsite clung to me like a spider web, its threads of unease wrapping around my thoughts. I radioed in the incident, my voice tight with a tension I couldn't quite explain. Ranger Station responded with the usual nonchalance, chalking it up to kids messing around. But I knew better. This wasn't the work of mischievous teenagers. There was a darkness here that ran deeper than any Halloween prank. Despite the dismissal from headquarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The symbols carved into the redwood, the frantic energy that lingered in the air, it all pointed to something sinister. Driven by a sense of duty and a growing curiosity, I decided to investigate further. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced and twisted amongst the towering trees. The forest seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the coming night. As I ventured deeper into the wilderness, a faint light flickered through the dense foliage. Intrigued, I pushed through a wall of tangled branches and emerged into a small clearing. There, nestled amongst the ancient redwoods, stood a dilapidated cabin. Its weathered siding was dark with age, and the windows, patched with yellow plastic, glowed with an eerie, inviting light. Smoke curled from a crooked chimney, hinting at a fire burning within. Cautiously, I approached the cabin, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The front door, hanging askew on its hinges, creaked open with a mournful groan. I peered inside, my heart pounding in my chest. The interior was dimly lit, the flickering flames of a fireplace casting dancing shadows on the walls. A musty odor hung in the air, a mix of damp wood and something else. Something ancient and unsettling. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. A moment of silence stretched, thick and heavy. Then, a voice, raspy and low, answered from the shadows. "Come in, Ranger. Don't be shy." A figure emerged from the darkness, a tall, gaunt man with a shock of white hair and piercing blue eyes. He wore a worn flannel shirt and overalls, and his face was etched with a network of wrinkles that spoke of a life lived in the wilderness. "I'm Jebediah," he said, extending a gnarled hand. "Caretaker of these woods." His grip was surprisingly strong, and his eyes held a depth that seemed to peer into my soul. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had stumbled upon something far more significant than a simple caretaker. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced across Jebediah's weathered face. He gestured for me to take a seat on a rough-hewn stool near the fire, and I cautiously obliged. The cabin was a treasure trove of curiosities. Animal skulls adorned the walls, Shelves overflowed with dusty books and strange artifacts, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and wood smoke. "You stumbled upon something you shouldn't have, Ranger," Jebediah said, his voice low and gravelly. "Something ancient and dangerous." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. "Have you ever heard of the Wendigo?" The word hung in the air, heavy with a sense of foreboding. I had, of course, heard whispers of the Wendigo, a creature of Native American folklore, a malevolent spirit that roamed the forests, consuming the hearts of the lost and lonely. But I had always dismissed it as a legend, a campfire story to scare children. "It's just a story," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Jebediah chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that echoed through the cabin. "Stories often hold a kernel of truth, Ranger. Especially in these woods." He went on to tell me tales of the Wendigo, stories passed down through generations of those who lived in the shadow of the redwoods. He spoke of a creature of immense power, a shapeshifter that could mimic human voices and lure its victims deep into the forest, where it would feast on their flesh and steal their souls. I listened, captivated and horrified in equal measure. Jebediah's words painted a vivid picture, and I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The symbols I had seen at the campsite, the abandoned belongings, the eerie silence of the forest, it all seemed to fit with the legend of the Wendigo. "You don't believe me, do you?" Jebediah asked, his eyes boring into mine. I hesitated. I don't know what to believe," I admitted. "Keep your eyes open, Ranger," he warned. "And your wits about you. The Wendigo walks these woods on Halloween night. And it hungers." As I rose to leave, a sense of dread washed over me. I glanced back at Jebediah, his silhouette stark against the firelight, and a shiver ran down my spine. He seemed to embody the ancient wisdom of the forest, a guardian of secrets both wondrous and terrifying. Stepping out into the night, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A single footprint in the soft earth outside the cabin. It was large, far larger than any human's, and the shape was unnatural. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was just an oddly shaped animal track. But the seed of doubt had been planted, and it was growing rapidly in the fertile soil of my fear. The ranger station, usually a beacon of warmth and safety, felt cold and oppressive as the hours crept towards midnight. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and whistling through the gaps in the wooden walls. I sat hunched over the radio, the static a constant reminder of my isolation. Every creak and groan of the old building sent a jolt of fear through me, my mind conjuring images of the Wendigo lurking just beyond the circle of lamplight. Halloween night. The witching hour. Jebediah's words echoed in my mind, fueling the growing sense of dread that gnawed at my insides. I tried to distract myself, to focus on the routine tasks of monitoring the park frequencies and logging any activity. But the unsettling encounter at the campsite, the cryptic warnings of the old caretaker, and the lingering image of that monstrous footprint kept creeping back into my thoughts. The radio crackled to life, interrupting the monotonous hum of static. A voice, high-pitched and frantic, pierced the silence. "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" It was a young girl, her voice trembling with fear. She and her friends, a group of teenagers out for a Halloween thrill, claimed to have seen something terrifying in the woods. Something tall and shadowy, with glowing red eyes. Something that moved with an unnatural speed and agility. My heart pounded in my chest. The description matched Jebediah's tales of the Wendigo. Could it be true? Could this creature of legend be real? I tried to calm the teenagers, to reassure them that it was probably just a prank, a figment of their overactive imaginations fueled by Halloween excitement. But even as I spoke the words, I knew they were hollow. I could hear the terror in their voices, the raw, primal fear that spoke of a genuine encounter with something monstrous. Duty compelled me to act. I couldn't ignore their pleas for help, even if it meant facing my own growing fear. I grabbed my flashlight, my ranger's jacket, and my service weapon, a sense of grim determination settling over me. As I stepped out into the storm-ravaged night, the wind whipped at my face, carrying with it the scent of rain and pine needles. The forest loomed before me, a dark and impenetrable wall. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the unknown, and ventured into the heart of the woods. The beam of my flashlight cut through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the rain-slicked path and the gnarled branches that reached out like skeletal fingers. The wind howled through the towering redwoods, their ancient limbs groaning under the onslaught. The teenagers' terrified voices echoed in my mind, urging me forward, even as every instinct screamed at me to turn back. I followed the trail they described, my boots sinking into the mud, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves filling my nostrils. Broken branches and trampled ferns marked the path of the creature, a trail of destruction leading deeper into the heart of the ancient forest. The further I ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy that prickled my skin. The forest seemed to close in around me, the towering redwoods forming an impenetrable wall that blocked out the moon and stars. I stumbled upon a clearing, the remnants of a campfire smoldering in the center. Empty beer cans and discarded food wrappers littered the ground, a testament to the teenagers' carefree revelry before terror struck. A chill ran down my spine as I imagined their laughter turning to screams, their joy replaced by primal fear. Suddenly, a movement in the shadows caught my eye. A fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt, its silhouette barely discernible against the darkness. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding through the trees like a phantom. My heart hammered in my chest. This was no ordinary animal. This was something ancient, something malevolent. This was the Wendigo. Adrenaline surged through my veins, a mix of fear and determination fueling my next move. I raised my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the creature. But it was gone, vanished into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. I pushed on, following the trail of broken branches and disturbed earth. The forest seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the coming confrontation. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine. The creature was toying with me, leading me deeper into its domain. I knew I was walking into a trap, but I couldn't turn back. The teenagers' lives were at stake, and I was their only hope. As I rounded a bend in the path, the creature emerged from the shadows. It stood tall and imposing, its form shrouded in darkness, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. A wave of fear washed over me, threatening to paralyze me in my tracks. But I couldn't give in. I had to be strong. I raised my weapon, my finger trembling on the trigger. The creature let out a chilling howl, a sound that echoed through the ancient forest, sending a primal fear coursing through my veins. The hunt was on. The Wendigo lunged, its movements a blur of shadows and claws. I reacted instinctively, diving to the side as the creature's icy breath swept past my face. The stench of decay and rot filled my nostrils, a sickening reminder of the creature's insatiable hunger. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. The creature towered over me, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. It snarled, a guttural sound that echoed through the ancient forest, sending shivers down my spine. The chase was on. I sprinted through the undergrowth, dodging trees and leaping over fallen logs. The creature was relentless, its long strides eating up the distance between us. Its howls echoed through the trees, a terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. The Wendigo was a creature of the wilderness, its strength and speed unmatched by any human. I needed to find a way to slow it down, to give myself a fighting chance. A fallen redwood loomed ahead, its massive trunk bridging a deep ravine. I saw my chance. I sprinted towards the fallen giant, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for respite. As I reached the edge of the ravine, I leaped, my fingers grasping for the rough bark of the fallen tree. I hauled myself up, my muscles straining with the effort. I glanced back to see the Wendigo skidding to a halt at the edge of the ravine, its eyes burning with frustration. The creature let out a deafening roar, its voice shaking the very ground beneath my feet. Then, with a terrifying display of agility, it leaped across the chasm, its claws raking the bark of the fallen tree. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. I had gained a momentary reprieve, but the creature was closing in. I had to find a way to fight back. I reached for my service weapon, my fingers fumbling with the safety. But before I could raise it, the Wendigo lunged again, its claws outstretched. I cried out as the creature's claws raked my arm, tearing through my jacket and drawing blood. I stumbled backward, losing my footing on the slick bark. I slid down the trunk of the fallen redwood, my body slamming against the rough bark. I landed with a sickening thud at the bottom of the ravine, the wind knocked out of me. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body racked with pain. The Wendigo stood at the edge of the ravine, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. It let out a triumphant howl, its voice echoing through the ancient forest. I was trapped, injured, and at the mercy of a creature that craved my soul. The pain in my arm throbbed in time with the pounding of my heart. I lay at the bottom of the ravine, the damp earth cold against my cheek. The scent of pine needles and damp soil filled my nostrils, a stark contrast to the stench of decay that clung to the Wendigo. Above me, the creature paced along the edge of the ravine, its silhouette a dark omen against the moonlit sky. It snarled and howled, its voice a chilling symphony of hunger and malice. I knew I couldn't stay there, exposed and vulnerable. I had to find shelter, a place to regroup and assess my injuries. With a groan, I pushed myself to my feet. My vision swam, and my head throbbed with a dull ache. I stumbled forward, my injured arm hanging limp at my side. The ravine walls were steep and treacherous, but I clawed my way upwards, driven by a desperate need to escape the creature's clutches. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a narrow ledge, a small sanctuary hidden in the shadows. I collapsed against the cold rock face, gasping for breath. My body screamed in protest, but I couldn't afford to rest. I had to find a way to survive the night. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed a faint glimmer ahead. A narrow opening in the rock face, barely visible in the shadows. Hope surged through me. It could be a cave, a hidden refuge from the creature that hunted me. With renewed determination, I crawled towards the opening, my body scraping against the rough rock. The passage was narrow and claustrophobic, but I pushed forward, driven by the primal need for survival. The tunnel opened into a small cavern, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something else. Something ancient and forgotten. A faint light filtered through a crack in the ceiling, illuminating the rough walls and the uneven floor. I took a cautious step forward, my senses on high alert. The cavern was silent, eerily so. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the darkness. Then I saw it. A pile of bones lay scattered across the floor, remnants of long-dead animals. Skulls with empty sockets stared back at me, their silent screams echoing through the cavern. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth. This was no ordinary cave. This was a lair, a place of death and despair. And I had stumbled right into its heart. The silence of the cavern pressed in on me, heavy and suffocating. The pile of bones lay scattered before me, a grim testament to the Wendigo's insatiable hunger. Fear gnawed at my insides, a cold, relentless beast that threatened to consume me. I forced myself to move, to explore my surroundings. The cavern was small, its walls damp and cold. A faint light filtered through a crack in the ceiling, casting long shadows that danced and twisted in the gloom. As I ventured deeper, I stumbled upon a pile of debris shoved into a corner. Old mining equipment, rusted and decaying, lay scattered amongst rotting timbers. A flicker of hope sparked within me. Could this be an old mine shaft? If so, there might be a way out, a chance to escape this subterranean tomb. I sifted through the debris, my fingers tracing the cold metal of a pickaxe, the splinter wood of a broken lantern. Then I saw it. A glint of metal hidden beneath a pile of rotting leaves. I reached for it, my heart pounding with anticipation. It was a small, tarnished silver locket, its surface etched with intricate patterns. I opened it carefully, my fingers trembling. Inside, a miniature portrait of a young woman stared back at me, her eyes filled with a haunting sadness. Who was she? What was her connection to this forgotten place? A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I stumbled back, clutching the locket. Images flashed through my mind, visions of the past. I saw the woman in the locket, her face contorted in fear, fleeing through the dark forest. I saw the Wendigo, its form a blur of shadows and claws, pursuing her relentlessly. The visions intensified, the boundaries between past and present blurring. I felt the woman's terror, her desperation, her utter despair. I saw her final moments, her life extinguished by the creature's icy touch. Then, just as suddenly as they had begun, the visions vanished, leaving me gasping for breath, my body trembling. I clutched the locket, its cold metal a tangible link to the past, to the woman who had met her end in this very cavern. A sense of understanding dawned on me. The Wendigo wasn't just a creature of hunger, it was a creature of sorrow, of loss. It fed not only on flesh but on the despair of its victims. And I, trapped in this cavern of shadows, was its next target. A low growl echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down my spine. The Wendigo had returned. I could feel its presence, a cold, malevolent force that pressed against me, suffocating me. I scrambled back, my hand instinctively reaching for my service weapon. But it was gone, lost in the fall. Panic threatened to consume me, but I fought it back. I couldn't give in to fear. I had to find a way to defend myself. My eyes darted around the cavern, searching for a weapon, anything I could use to fight back against the creature. Then, I saw it. The old mining equipment, discarded and forgotten, lay scattered amongst the debris. I lunged for a rusted pickaxe, its handle rough and cold in my grasp. I hefted it, feeling its weight, its potential for both destruction and salvation. The growl grew louder, closer. The creature was stalking me, toying with me, savoring my fear. I gripped the pickaxe tighter, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Then, the Wendigo emerged from the shadows, its eyes burning like coals in the darkness. It lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws open in a silent snarl. I raised the pickaxe, bracing myself for the impact. The creature slammed into me, its force knocking me off my feet. I rolled across the cavern floor, the pickaxe clattering away. The Wendigo loomed over me, its breath hot and fetid on my face. I could see its hunger, its insatiable desire to consume my soul. But in that moment, something shifted within me. Fear gave way to rage, a primal fury fueled by the will to survive. I kicked out, my foot connecting with the creature's chest. It staggered back, surprised by my sudden defiance. I scrambled to my feet, my body aching, my spirit ablaze. I charged at the Wendigo, my fists flying. I landed a blow on its jaw, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone against flesh. The creature roared in anger, its claws raking my chest, tearing through my shirt. But I didn't falter. I fought back with a ferocity I didn't know I possessed. Then, I remembered the locket. The woman's haunting sadness. The Wendigo's hunger for despair. I held up the locket, its silver surface glinting in the faint light. "You want despair?" I shouted. "I'll give you despair." I smashed the locket against the cavern wall, the silver shattering into 1,000 pieces. The woman's image, free from its confines, seemed to dissolve into the air, her sadness dissipating into the darkness. The Wendigo recoiled, its form flickering, its growls turning into whimpers. The creature was weakening, its power waning. I saw my chance. I grabbed a burning ember from the remnants of the campfire and hurled it at the Wendigo. The creature shrieked as the fire touched its skin, its form dissolving into shadows and smoke. The cavern was silent once more, the only sound the echo of my own ragged breathing. I collapsed against the wall, my body exhausted, my spirit drained. But I had survived. I had faced the Wendigo, and I had won. Dawn broke over Redwood National Park, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and glistening. I emerged from the cavern, blinking in the sunlight, my body battered and bruised, my spirit weary but unbroken. The forest seemed different now, somehow. The oppressive darkness had lifted, replaced by a sense of fragile peace. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of renewal. I made my way back to the ranger station, my footsteps slow and deliberate. The events of the night replayed in my mind, a surreal and terrifying dream. The abandoned campsite, the cryptic warnings of Jebediah, the chase through the dark forest, the desperate fight for survival in the cavern. As I reached the clearing where the teenagers had encountered the Wendigo, I paused, a wave of sadness washing over me. Their laughter, their youthful exuberance, had been extinguished by the creature's darkness. I said a silent prayer for them, a tribute to their lost lives. Back at the ranger station, I reported the incident, my voice hoarse but steady. My superiors listened with a mixture of skepticism and concern. They dispatched a search party to investigate the teenager's disappearance, but I knew in my heart that they wouldn't find anything. The Wendigo had claimed its victims, leaving no trace behind. In the days that followed, I returned to my duties, patrolling the trails, ensuring the safety of the park's visitors. But I was changed. The encounter with the Wendigo had stripped away my complacency, my belief in the rational world. I had seen the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, the ancient forces that whispered in the shadows. The scars on my body would heal, but the scars on my soul would remain, a constant reminder of the night I faced the creature of legend. And every Halloween, as the wind howled through the redwoods and the shadows danced in the moonlight, I would remember the woman in the locket, the teenagers lost in the darkness, and the Wendigo, its hunger forever echoing in the depths of the ancient forest. But I also carried with me a newfound strength, a resilience forged in the fires of fear and despair. I had faced the darkness, and I had emerged, battered but unbroken. And in the face of the unknown, I had found a courage I never knew I possessed. The Wendigo may have taken its victims, but it had also awakened something within me. A sense of purpose, a determination to protect the innocent, to stand guard against the shadows that threatened to consume us all. And as the sun set on another Halloween night, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I knew that I would never be the same. I was a guardian of the woods, a protector of the light, a warrior against the darkness. And I would continue to stand watch, forever vigilant, forever ready to face the unseen terrors that lurked in the heart of Redwood National Park. The ancient oak trees swayed and groaned under the weight of the impending storm, their branches clawing at the roof of Blackwood Cabin like skeletal fingers. Rain lashed against the windows, each drop a tiny hammer against the silence that had settled over the isolated dwelling. I huddled deeper into my threadbare armchair, the fire and the hearth struggling to combat the chill that seeped from the very walls. This wasn't how I envisioned my return to my grandparents' home. Years had passed since their deaths, The cabin left abandoned, a relic of happier summers spent exploring the surrounding woods and listening to my grandfather's fireside stories. But those memories were now tainted with a chilling unease. The drive through the deserted town had been unsettling. The once bustling main street was now lined with empty storefronts, their windows like vacant eyes staring out at the desolate landscape. A lone stray dog scavenged through an overflowing trash can, its ribs stark beneath its matted fur. The only other sign of life was a flickering neon sign above a dilapidated motel, its message barely discernible through the driving rain: vacancy. As I turned onto the overgrown path leading to the cabin, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The woods seemed to press closer, the gnarled branches of the trees forming a skeletal canopy overhead. The headlights of my car barely pierced the gloom, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. The cabin itself was a grim spectacle. The paint peeled from the weathered wood siding like sunburnt skin. The porch sagged under the weight of neglect, its steps missing and rotten. One of the windows gaped like a missing tooth, a black void in the decaying facade. With a heavy sigh, I stepped out into the downpour, the icy rain instantly soaking through my clothes. The wind howled like a tormented spirit, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly sweet and nauseatingly putrid. The interior of the cabin was a symphony of decay. Dust lay thick on every surface, disturbed only by the occasional scuttling cockroach. Cobwebs draped the furniture like macabre shrouds. The air hung heavy with the smell of mildew and damp wood. A sudden crash from upstairs sent my heart into overdrive. I froze, straining to hear over the pounding rain. Another crash, followed by a series of thumps and scrapes, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Something was up there. Gripping the heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace, I cautiously made my way up the creaking staircase. Each step was accompanied by a chorus of groans and pops, as if the old house was protesting my intrusion. The sounds were coming from the attic. I hesitated at the foot of the ladder, my hand hovering over the rusted pull ring. A cold dread settled over me, a primal fear of the unknown. With a deep breath, I pulled the ladder down and began to climb. The attic was pitch black, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the moon through the grimy skylight. The air was thick with dust and the coppery tang of blood. A low growl echoed through the darkness, sending shivers down my spine. I swept the beam of my flashlight across the room, my heart pounding in my ears. And then I saw them. Eyes. Dozens of eyes, glowing like embers in the darkness. They were scattered across the rafters, watching me with a hungry intensity. As my flashlight beam danced across the room, I saw the creatures to whom those eyes belonged. They were grotesque parodies of humans, their bodies twisted and elongated, their limbs ending in sharp claws. Their skin was pale and translucent, revealing the pulsing veins beneath. A chorus of snarls and hisses filled the air as the creatures descended from the rafters, their movements unnervingly fluid. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a loose floorboard. I fell, the poker clattering away into the darkness. The creatures closed in, their claws outstretched, their eyes burning with a predatory hunger. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. But it never came. Instead, I heard a voice, calm and steady. cutting through the cacophony of growls and hisses. "Leave her be." The creatures hesitated, their heads snapping towards the source of the voice. A figure stepped out from the shadows, tall and imposing. It was a man, his face obscured by the darkness, but his voice held an authority that even these monstrous beings seemed to respect. "This is not your prey," the man said, his voice resonating with power. "She does not belong to this place. Let her go." The creatures exchanged uneasy glances, then slowly retreated back into the shadows. The man knelt beside me, his hand outstretched. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. I nodded, unable to speak. The man helped me to my feet. "This place is not safe," he said, his voice grave. "You need to leave. Now." He led me out of the attic and down the stairs, his presence a comforting beacon in the oppressive darkness. As we reached the front door, he paused, his gaze lingering on the shadows that clung to the corners of the room. "This place is tainted," he said softly. "It feeds on fear and despair. Don't let it consume you." He opened the door, and I stepped out into the storm, the rain washing away the lingering stench of blood and decay. I turned to thank him, but he was gone. I fled Blackwood Cabin, the horrors I had witnessed seared into my memory. As I drove away, the storm raged on, the wind and rain a symphony of chaos. But within me, a strange calm had settled. I had faced my fears and survived. And I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that I would never return to that cursed place. I'm not going to tell you my real name. I don't want anyone tracing me back to that cursed town, so let's just say I'm Emily, and my friend was Jake. He was one of my best friends growing up. We did everything together, same street, same school, always side by side. He was the kindest soul I knew. What happened that night still fills me with rage and a sadness that never fades. It was Halloween, and I remember the whole day vividly, even though I wish I could erase it from my memory. I was 12, and Jake was 13. Our birthdays were both in October, so Halloween always felt extra special, like we were leveling up in life. That year was the first time our parents let us go trick-or-treating on our own. Back then, it felt like freedom, a taste of independence I wouldn't experience again for years. Now, I understand why they let us go. We're finally on our own, Em. Jake said, always the leader. I guess so, I replied, a little nervous. I'd always been a bit scared of being alone, but the excitement of Halloween outweighed my fear. We wandered down streets glowing with orange and yellow lights, spooky decorations everywhere. Our town went all out for Halloween. It was almost like a sacred holiday there. Christmas decorations never even came close. As we walked, a sense of unease crept over me. Adults were outside, staring at us with unsettling intensity, then quickly looking away when we met their gaze. Some of them had these strange expressions, like something was terribly wrong. And it was. House after house, the lights would go out as we approached. Who were these jerks turning off their lights on Halloween night? I adjusted my glasses and spotted a cabin at the end of the street, bathed in moonlight. It was decorated like a scene from a horror movie, the most festive place around. Surely they wouldn't turn us away. I checked my watch, 11:30. This would be our last stop before heading home. We already had a decent haul of candy, but that cabin seemed to beckon us. Maybe they were giving out full-size candy bars. As we got closer, I heard strange sounds coming from the woods, sobbing, whispering voices. The air grew heavy, and a shiver ran down my spine. We passed a group of hikers, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes filled with a terror I couldn't understand. They mumbled something about being lost, about seeing things, but their words were jumbled and incoherent. "Jake," I whispered, my childhood stutter returning in my fear. I don't like this. This whole street is freaking me out." Tears welled up in my eyes. Jake put his hand on my shoulder. "It's okay, Em. Just one more house, then we'll get our candy and go home." Jake always knew how to reassure me. But looking back, I almost feel angry at him for leading us into that nightmare. But I can't be truly mad at him. He suffered far worse than I did. We finally reached the cabin and knocked on the weathered wooden door. It creaked open slowly. "Trick or treat," we chimed together. The man who answered the door looked off. Not in a costume way. His skin was pale, his black tuxedo making him look even more like a corpse. He was sweating, his emerald green eyes wide and bloodshot, staring blankly at us. I pulled back my candy bag, tears blurring my vision. "So, kids," he stammered, "how was your Halloween?" Sir, can we just have our candy?" Jake asked, sensing my fear. The man grew impatient, tapping his foot. "Just trying to make small talk," he muttered, tugging at his collar. I noticed a patch of rotting flesh near his neck, the skin discolored and peeling. Suddenly, I felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck. I swatted at it, thinking it was a bug, and heard Jake do the same. Then I saw them, two towering figures emerging from the darkness behind us. My vision blurred, my legs gave way, and I collapsed. When I woke up, my glasses were gone, and everything was hazy. I couldn't move, paralyzed by fear or drugs. I didn't know which. I saw Jake lying on the ground in front of me. Voices cut through the fog. "You were only supposed to take one, you idiot," a man growled. They both came to my door. What was I supposed to do? It was the man from the cabin. "You're going to die anyway. Might as well join the sacrifice." Sacrifice? What was happening? I wanted to scream, to cry, but I couldn't move a muscle. "Just get it over with," the first man snarled. I saw him approach Jake, holding something in his hand. Jake gasped, waking up with a start. He was bound with chains. What happened?" Jake cried, his voice filled with desperation. The man ignored him. "Sir, please." Jake begged. "I'm sorry. Did we do something wrong?" Jake's cries echoed through the woods, each word a dagger to my heart. I tried to speak, but only a whimper escaped my lips. They dragged Jake further into the darkness. "Sir, Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. His screams faded, then stopped. A chilling silence fell, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. Footsteps pounded towards me. The man from the cabin sprinted past, and then I heard Jake scream, a sound that still haunts my nightmares. Ah! A guttural roar ripped through the night, something inhuman and terrifying. Then a sickening crunch, followed by more screams, the sounds of flesh tearing. I couldn't see, but I could hear the horror unfolding in the darkness. Suddenly, a red, pulpy mass landed a few feet in front of me. A creature emerged from the shadows, bathed in moonlight. It was indescribable. Huge, wolf-like, with glowing red eyes and patches of matted fur revealing thin, veiny skin. It picked up the mangled remains and shook them like a dog with a chew toy, blood splattering everywhere. I felt the warm liquid on my face, dripping into my eye, staining my vision red. The creature dropped the remains and turned towards me, sniffing the air. It knelt down, growling, its bloody fangs inches from my face. The stench of death filled my nostrils. This was it. I was going to die. A sharp whistle cut through the air. The creature backed away. You've had your fill. Get back. It was the voice of the man who had threatened the man from the cabin. Then, a familiar voice. What have you done? You brought her here? Mom? I groaned, unable to move but desperate to make a sound. Oh my God, she's awake. Shit. Footsteps behind me, another sting on my neck. I slipped back into unconsciousness, hearing my mother's screams. Do you realize what you've done? Relax, relax. I'll tell you what to do. Just tell the doctor. Then, nothing. Honey? I woke up in my own bed, my mom by my side. Must have been a scary dream, huh? Mommy. I hugged her tightly. It's okay, sweetie, she soothed. It was just a dream. But it wasn't. My eye still stung. Later that day, they told me Jake had gone missing on his way home. Lies. I know what I saw. No one in that town can convince me otherwise. I tried to tell everyone, even my mom, praying she wasn't involved. But they all thought I was crazy. When I turned 18, the scars from that night still hadn't healed. A month later, my own mother had me committed to a mental hospital. I saw things there, things I can't unsee. But that's another story. After a year, I got out and left that town, never looking back. I don't know if I can ever trust anyone again. But maybe telling my story to internet strangers will help, somehow. I still don't understand what's happening in that town, but I know it's evil. Sometimes I wonder if I should go back, but I'm terrified of what I might find. Thank you for listening. Rain hammered against the windshield, blurring the already dim headlights of my Jeep. The ancient pines of Blackwood Forest loomed over the narrow dirt road, their branches swaying like ghostly arms in the wind. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, as the Jeep bounced over potholes and ruts, the tires struggling for purchase in the slick mud. Man, this place was creepy. The air was thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves, a sickly sweet scent that made my stomach churn. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen creatures, and the silence was broken only by the drumming of the rain and the occasional snap of a twig under the Jeep's tires. Each sound sent a jolt of fear through me, making me regret taking this assignment. My name's Jack, and I was fresh out of ranger school, eager to prove myself. Blackwood Forest was my first solo assignment, a remote, sprawling wilderness in the heart of Oregon. Locals called it the Devil's Playground, whispering tales of strange disappearances, unexplained phenomena, and a darkness that clung to the ancient trees. I'd scoffed at the stories, dismissing them as folklore, until now. Now, as I drove deeper into the forest, those stories were starting to creep into my mind, twisting my gut with a growing sense of dread. Every creak of the Jeep, every rustle in the undergrowth, made me jump. I felt like I was being watched, hunted by something ancient and malevolent. The Jeep lurched violently, throwing me against the door. I swore under my breath, wrestling the vehicle back onto the road. The ranger station, my only refuge in this godforsaken wilderness, was still miles away. And with every passing mile, the forest seemed to close in, whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. The headlights finally cut through the gloom, revealing a faint glow in the distance. As I got closer, the ranger station materialized from the darkness, a squat, wooden cabin hunched beneath the towering pines. Smoke curled from the chimney, a fragile finger of warmth against the oppressive cold. I pulled up next to a beat-up pickup truck, its faded paint barely visible in the dim light. As I stepped out of the Jeep, the rain instantly soaked through my jacket. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a low, mournful whisper that seemed to slither into my ears. I shivered, pulling my collar tighter around my neck, but the cold seemed to seep right through me. A figure emerged from the shadows of the porch. Tall and lean, with long black hair tied back in a ponytail, he moved with an almost unsettling grace. "You must be Jack," he said, his voice a low rumble that was barely audible over the wind. "I'm Thomas White Eagle." His eyes, dark and intense, met mine, and I felt a strange jolt, a sense of unease that I couldn't explain. Before I could respond, another figure stepped out of the cabin. This one was older, stockier, with a weathered face and a gruff expression. He squinted at me through the rain, his eyes hard and assessing. "You're late," he growled, his voice thick with a gruff accent. "I'm George Miller." "Get inside, we need to talk." I followed them into the cabin, grateful for the warmth of the fire crackling in the hearth. But even as I thawed my frozen fingers, a sense of unease lingered. There was something about this place, something about these men, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I had a feeling this wasn't going to be the easy assignment I'd hoped for. The interior of the cabin was dimly lit, the only source of light coming from the crackling fire in the stone hearth and a kerosene lamp flickering on a rough-hewn table. The walls were lined with shelves crammed with dusty books, maps, and what looked like antique trapping equipment. A faint scent of pine needles and wood smoke hung in the air, mingled with something mustier, something almost feral. George gestured towards a battered armchair near the fire. "Sit," he grunted, settling into a chair opposite me. You got a lot to learn about Blackwood. Thomas remained standing, his silhouette dark against the flickering firelight. He observed me with an unsettling intensity, his expression unreadable. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, and it wasn't just from the cold. George pulled out a map of the forest, spreading it across the table. "This is your territory," he said, tracing a rough circle with his thick finger. "Thousands of acres of wilderness. You'll be responsible for patrolling the trails, keeping an eye out for poachers, illegal campers, anything out of the ordinary." "Sounds straightforward enough," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. George grunted. "Don't let it fool you, kid. Blackwood ain't no walk in the park. The terrain is rough, the weather can turn on a dime, and there's things lurking in those woods that'd make a grizzly bear look like a cuddly teddy." He paused, his eyes hardening. "Things a lot worse than poachers." I felt a knot of apprehension tighten in my stomach. "What kind of things?" George and Thomas exchanged a look, a silent communication that sent a chill down my spine. "Just keep your wits about you," George said finally. "And if you see anything strange, anything you can't explain, you get your ass back here and report it. Don't try to be a hero." His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. I nodded, trying to mask the fear that was starting to grip me. I had a feeling my first assignment in Blackwood Forest was going to be a lot more terrifying than I'd ever imagined. The first few days were uneventful, thankfully. I patrolled the trails, checked for signs of illegal activity, and tried to familiarize myself with the maze of paths and landmarks that crisscrossed Blackwood. But even in the daylight, the forest had a way of unsettling me. The towering pines blocked out most of the sunlight, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and shifted with the slightest breeze. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional caw of a crow or the rustle of leaves under my boots. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see something lurking in the shadows, something with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. I knew I was letting George's warnings get to me, but I couldn't help it. This place had a way of getting under your skin. One afternoon, I was hiking along a trail near the edge of Blackwood when I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. It was a deer, or what was left of it. The carcass was mangled, ripped apart in a way that no ordinary predator could have done. Chunks of flesh were scattered across the forest floor, and the ground was stained with blood. I knelt down, my stomach churning, and examined the remains. The bite marks were enormous, far larger than any wolf or bear I'd ever seen. And the tracks, they were unlike anything I could identify. They were huge, with long, claw-like toes that had dug deep into the soft earth. A wave of fear washed over me. I fumbled for the radio on my belt, my hands shaking. "George," I said, my voice trembling. "I found something bad." "What is it?" George's voice crackled through the radio. "It's a deer. It's been killed, but it's not like anything I've ever seen before. The tracks, they're huge." There was a long pause on the other end. "Where are you?" George asked, his voice tight. I gave him my location. "Stay put," he said. "Thomas and I are on our way." I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, staring at the gruesome scene before me. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the forest. I felt a cold dread settle over me. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I wasn't alone. The wait for George and Thomas felt like an eternity. I stood there, rifle clutched in my sweaty hands, scanning the darkening woods for any sign of movement. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of blood and something else, something ancient and primal that made my skin crawl. Finally, I heard the crunch of tires on gravel. George's truck pulled up beside mine, and both he and Thomas jumped out, their faces grim. George took one look at the mangled deer carcass and let out a low whistle. "Damn," he muttered. "That ain't no bear." Thomas knelt beside the remains, his dark eyes scanning the ground. He traced the outline of one of the massive tracks with his finger, his expression unreadable. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Thomas stood up, his gaze fixed on the darkening woods. "Something old," he said, his voice low and grave. "Something hungry." George scoffed. "Don't start with that superstitious crap, Thomas." But there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes, a hint of fear that he couldn't quite conceal. He knew, as I did, that something wasn't right. This wasn't the work of any animal we knew. "We need to get back to the station," Thomas said, his voice urgent. "It's not safe here." We piled back into the trucks, the silence heavy with unspoken fear. As we drove back through the darkening woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, followed by something unseen. The wind seemed to whisper my name, and the shadows danced with unseen shapes. Back at the station, George poured us all a stiff drink. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. But the warmth of the fire couldn't dispel the chill that had settled over me. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice trembling. George took a long swig of his whiskey. "We wait," he said grimly. "And we hope it doesn't find us." The whiskey burned my throat, but it did little to calm my nerves. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, but the cheerful flames couldn't dispel the growing sense of dread that hung over the cabin. George paced restlessly, while Thomas sat silently in the corner, his eyes closed, as if lost in thought. "What do we know about this thing?" I asked, breaking the silence. George stopped pacing and looked at me, his face grim. "Not much. It's been sighted a few times over the years, always in the deepest parts of the forest. Locals call it the Blackwood Beast, or sometimes the Wendigo." My blood ran cold. I heard whispers of the Wendigo, a creature of Native American legend, a spirit of the forest that preyed on human flesh. I'd always dismissed it as folklore, but now... "The Wendigo?" I said, my voice barely a whisper. "You think it's real?" Thomas opened his eyes, his gaze intense. "It's as real as the fear you're feeling right now," he said, his voice low and resonant. "It's a creature of darkness, born from hunger and despair. It feeds on the lost and the vulnerable." I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. "And what happens to those it catches?" Thomas's expression darkened. They become part of it, he said. Their flesh consumed, their spirits trapped forever in its insatiable hunger. George snorted. Don't scare the kid, Thomas. But I could see the fear in his eyes, too. He knew, as I did, that we were facing something far beyond our understanding, something ancient and evil that lurked in the heart of Blackwood Forest. We spent the rest of the night huddled around the fire, rifles loaded and ready. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and whispering through the trees. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent our hearts racing. We were trapped, waiting for the dawn, praying that the creature wouldn't find us before the sun rose again. Dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of gray and purple, but the sense of dread that had settled over the cabin didn't dissipate. We cautiously ventured outside, the crisp morning air doing little to soothe our frayed nerves. The forest seemed to hold its breath, an eerie silence hanging heavy in the air. We need to find it, George said, his voice tight with determination. Before it finds us. Thomas nodded, his eyes scanning the tree-line. It leaves tracks. We can follow them. We set off into the woods, following the trail of massive, clawed footprints that led deeper and deeper into the dense undergrowth. The tracks were fresh, the earth still damp where the creature had trod. It was close. The forest seemed to press in on us, the towering pines blocking out the sunlight, creating a world of perpetual twilight. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and a faint, metallic tang that made my stomach churn. I gripped my rifle, my senses on high alert, every shadow a potential hiding place for the creature. As we moved deeper into the woods, the tracks led us to a clearing. In the center lay another carcass, this time a mangled elk, its flesh torn and scattered across the clearing. The sight was gruesome, a stark reminder of the creature's brutal power. It's toying with us, Thomas said, his voice low and grim, leading us deeper into its territory. George swore under his breath. We need to stop it, he said, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and anger. Before it kills again. But how do you stop a creature born of darkness and hunger? A creature that seemed to blend with the shadows, a phantom that haunted the depths of Blackwood Forest? The answer, I feared, was one we didn't want to face. The mood in the cabin was tense. We were like cornered animals, fear gnawing at our insides. George, usually so gruff and confident, was subdued, his gaze constantly flicking towards the windows. Thomas, ever stoic, sat sharpening his hunting knife, the rhythmic rasp of steel against stone doing little to ease the oppressive silence. We can't just sit here and wait, I said, the words tumbling out in a rush. We have to do something. George looked at me, his eyes filled with a weary resignation. What do you suggest we do, kid? Go out and hunt a creature that can disappear into thin air? A creature that can mimic voices and lure its victims to their deaths? I had no answer. We were outmatched, outgunned, and trapped in a game we didn't understand. Thomas spoke, his voice quiet but firm. There is a way, he said, meeting my gaze. An old legend. A way to trap the Wendigo. My heart leaped with a flicker of hope. How? Thomas hesitated, his eyes flickering towards the fire. "It involves fire," he said slowly. "And a sacrifice." George scoffed. "Don't tell me you're buying into those old wives' tales, Thomas." But I could see a flicker of desperation in his eyes. He was grasping at straws, just as I was. Thomas explained the legend, a story passed down through generations of his tribe. The Wendigo, he said, was a creature of ice and shadow, vulnerable to fire. But it was cunning, powerful, and could not be easily tricked. To lure it into a trap, we would need to offer it something it craved, something it couldn't resist. He looked at me, his gaze steady. "We need to use ourselves as bait." A chill ran down my spine. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls, but the warmth couldn't penetrate the icy fear that gripped my heart. We were facing a desperate choice, a gamble with our lives. But it was our only chance. The plan was simple, but terrifying. We would venture deep into the forest, to a secluded clearing Thomas knew, a place where the trees were thick and the shadows deep. There, we would build a pyre, a beacon of fire to draw the Wendigo in. And then, we would offer ourselves as bait. George and I exchanged a look, a silent understanding of the fear and desperation that bound us together. We knew the risks, the terrifying possibility that we were walking towards our deaths. But we also knew that we had no other choice. We gathered what supplies we could, firewood, kerosene, and our rifles. As we prepared to leave the relative safety of the cabin, Thomas turned to me, his expression serious. "Jack," he said, his voice low, "if things go wrong, run. Don't look back. Don't try to be a hero." I nodded, my throat tight with fear. We stepped out into the cold morning air, the forest looming around us like a silent predator. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent. We moved through the forest with a grim determination, our boots crunching on the frozen ground. The silence was broken only by the sound of our own breathing and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves sent our hearts racing. As we reached the clearing, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The trees here were thicker, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was heavy, stagnant, and filled with an oppressive silence that seemed to suffocate the very air we breathed. We set to work building the pyre, stacking the wood high in the center of the clearing. The kerosene doused the wood, leaving a pungent odor that mingled with the damp earth and decaying leaves. As the flames licked at the wood, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, I felt a shiver run down my spine. We were playing with fire, in more ways than one. The sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and red, but the warmth of the dying light couldn't penetrate the growing darkness that surrounded us. We huddled around the fire, our rifles clutched in our hands, waiting for the creature to emerge from the shadows. The wait was agonizing. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent our hearts pounding. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying with it a low, guttural growl that seemed to echo through the forest. The Wendigo was coming. The creature emerged from the darkness like a nightmare given form. Tall and gaunt, its skeletal frame was draped in ragged strips of flesh, and its eyes burned with an unholy light. Its breath rose in a cloud of frost, and the air around it crackled with an unnatural energy. To Wendigo. It moved with an eerie grace, its long limbs carrying it across the clearing towards the blazing pyre. The flames seemed to shrink back from its presence, the firelight casting grotesque shadows that danced across its twisted form. George raised his rifle, his hand steady despite the terror that must have been gripping him. "Now," he yelled, firing a shot that echoed through the trees. The bullet struck the creature in the chest, but it barely flinched. It let out a chilling shriek, a sound that seemed to claw at the very fabric of my soul, and lunged towards us. Thomas and I fired our own rifles, the shots ringing out in the cold night air. The Wendigo staggered, but it didn't fall. It was too powerful, too driven by its insatiable hunger. "Run!" Thomas shouted, his voice barely audible over the creature's enraged roars. We scrambled back, our boots slipping on the frozen ground. The Wendigo was upon us, its claws reaching out like talons, its jaws gaping wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. George stumbled, falling to the ground. The creature loomed over him, its shadow engulfing him in darkness. I raised my rifle, but it was too late. With a sickening crunch, the Wendigo's jaws clamped down on George's head, crushing his skull like an eggshell. Thomas grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the horrifying scene. "We have to go," he yelled, his voice filled with panic. We fled into the woods, the creature's enraged roars echoing behind us. Branches whipped at our faces, thorns tore at our clothes, but we didn't dare slow down. The Wendigo was faster, stronger, and it wouldn't stop until it had claimed us both. As we ran, I could hear the creature crashing through the undergrowth, its pursuit relentless. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees reaching out like skeletal fingers, the shadows twisting into monstrous shapes. I stumbled, my ankle twisting beneath me. Pain shot through my leg, and I fell to the ground. Thomas turned back, his face pale with fear. "Go," he yelled. "Leave me. Save yourself." I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest. I couldn't just leave him. But then the Wendigo burst through the trees, its eyes burning with a terrifying hunger. Thomas raised his rifle, firing a desperate shot that went wide. The creature lunged, its claws tearing into Thomas's flesh, its jaws snapping shut around his throat. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline masking the pain in my ankle. I ran, blindly, desperately, the screams of my friend echoing in my ears. The forest blurred around me, a nightmare landscape of twisted trees and shifting shadows. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the forest, the lights of the highway a distant beacon in the darkness. I collapsed on the roadside, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and terror. I had survived. But the memory of the Wendigo, its chilling shriek, and the gruesome deaths of my friends would haunt me forever. The Blackwood beast still lurked in the shadows, a terrifying reminder of the darkness that lies hidden within the heart of the wilderness. The crisp autumn air whipped through the small town of North Creek, nestled deep within the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. A chill permeated the air, not just from the approaching winter, but from a deeper, more ancient cult that clung to the towering pines and whispered through the canyons. This was a place where shadows stretched long and deep, where ancient stories lingered in the mist, and where the veil between the real and the unreal felt thin. Jake, a young man with a thirst for the unknown and a fascination for the macabre, felt the pull of the mountains like a siren song. He'd spent countless nights scouring the dark corners of the internet, immersing himself in chilling tales of the Adirondacks, stories of strange lights, unexplained disappearances, and a creature of unimaginable horror known as the Night Gaunt. The Night Gaunt. The very name sent shivers down his spine and ignited a thrill within him. It was said to be a creature of pure darkness, a shadowy predator that stalked the deep woods, preying on those foolish enough to venture too far from the beaten path. Some dismissed it as mere folklore, a ghost story to scare children around campfires. But Jake believed. He'd seen the blurry photos, read the frantic forum posts, and felt the chilling truth in the whispered accounts of those who claimed to have encountered the creature and lived to tell the tale. One night, the Night Gaunt seeped into Jake's dreams. He saw its grotesque form, a swirling vortex of shadows with piercing eyes that burned like embers. He heard its chilling whispers, promising forbidden knowledge and a glimpse beyond the veil. When he awoke, the dream clung to him like cobwebs, leaving an undeniable sense of dread and of burning curiosity that he couldn't ignore. Driven by this ominous vision, Jake decided to venture into the heart of the Adirondacks, determined to uncover the truth behind the legend of the Night Gaunt. He knew it was a dangerous pursuit, a gamble with his sanity and perhaps his life. But the allure of the unknown, the thrill of confronting the darkness, was too strong to resist. He reached out to his friends, Brandon, a tech-savvy skeptic with a knack for finding information, Ryan, a fearless thrill-seeker always up for a challenge, and Jeff, a quiet observer with an uncanny sense of intuition. Each of them had their reasons for joining Jake, drawn by a mix of curiosity, loyalty, and perhaps a touch of morbid fascination. Together, they packed their gear, fueled by adrenaline and a shared sense of anticipation. As they set off into the depths of the Adirondacks, they had no idea of the horrors that awaited them, the secrets that would be revealed, and the darkness that would forever change their lives. The drive into the Adirondacks was a journey into a world untouched by time. Jake and his friends left the paved roads behind, venturing onto narrow dirt tracks that sneaked through dense forests of towering pines and gnarled oaks. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick canopy, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with unseen life. As they delved deeper, the air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the distant caw of a crow. A sense of isolation settled over them, a feeling of being utterly alone in a vast and ancient wilderness. Jake, navigating with a worn map and a compass, led them off the marked trails, following a route he pieced together from cryptic online forums and local legends. He was determined to find the heart of the Night Gaunt's territory, the place where the creature was said to hold sway. Brandon, ever the pragmatist, voiced his concerns. "Are you sure about this, Jake? This is way off the grid. If something happens, no one will even know where to look for us." "Relax, Brandon," Jake replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "That's the whole point, isn't it? To get away from the crowds, to experience something real." Ryan, ever the adventurer, grinned. Besides, a little danger never hurt anyone. Right, Jeff? Jeff, who had been unusually quiet, simply nodded, his gaze fixed on the deepening shadows of the forest. He had a nagging feeling that they were stepping into something far more profound than they could have imagined. As they pressed on, the forest seemed to close in around them, the trees growing denser and the shadows growing longer. The sunlight faded, replaced by an eerie twilight that made it difficult to distinguish reality from illusion. Suddenly, Ryan stopped, his eyes widening. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. They all listened intently. A faint sound echoed through the trees, a soft, guttural whisper that seemed to come from all directions at once. It was a sound that sent chills down their spines, a sound that spoke of something ancient and malevolent. "What was that?" Brandon asked, his voice trembling slightly. Jake felt a surge of adrenaline. This was it. This was the first sign that they were entering the domain of the night gaunt. "I don't know," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I think we're about to find out." The journal's ominous message hung heavy in the air, casting a pall over the already eerie atmosphere of the cabin. Jake, his heart pounding in his chest, cautiously picked up the journal, his fingers tracing the worn leather cover. He opened it carefully, the pages brittle with age. The journal belonged to a man named Thomas Blackwood, a hiker who had vanished in the Adirondacks some 20 years earlier. The entries chronicled his descent into madness, his growing obsession with the night gaunt, and his terrifying encounters with the creature. Jake read aloud, his voice trembling slightly. "The night gaunt is not a creature of flesh and blood. It is something older, something other. It exists in the shadows, in the spaces between our reality and the nightmares that haunt our sleep. It feeds on fear, on despair, on the very essence of our souls." Brandon, his skepticism wavering, peered over Jake's shoulder. "This is crazy," he muttered. This guy was clearly delusional. "Or maybe he saw something we haven't," Ryan said, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and excitement. Jeff remained silent, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the fireplace. He felt a growing sense of unease, a premonition that Blackwood's fate awaited them as well. As Jake continued to read, the journal revealed more about the night gaunt's nature. It was a shapeshifter, able to take on any form it desired, to mimic the voices of loved ones, to exploit the deepest fears of its victims. It could manipulate the environment, bending reality to its will, creating illusions that drove people to madness. The journal also contained chilling sketches of the night gaunt, grotesque figures with elongated limbs, distorted faces, and eyes that burned with an unholy light. The images were crude, but they conveyed a sense of otherworldly horror that sent shivers down their spines. As the night deepened, the storm outside raged, and the wind howled like a tormented spirit. The group huddled around the fireplace, the journal's revelations fueling their fear and paranoia. They began to question every shadow, every creak of the cabin, every whisper of the wind. The journal's final entry, scrawled in a frantic hand, sent a wave of terror through them. "It has found me. The night gaunt. It is here. In the cabin. It wears my face. It speaks with my voice. It." The entry ended abruptly, leaving them with a chilling sense of foreboding. They were not alone in the cabin. The night god was watching them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The journal's final words echoed in their minds, amplifying the fear that already gripped them. The storm outside intensified, the wind howling like a banshee, the rain battering against the cabin walls like an angry mob. Inside, the fire flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to take on monstrous shapes. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tense silence. It was Ryan. They spun around, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Ryan stood frozen in the corner, his eyes white with terror, his finger pointing towards the doorway. "There," he gasped, his voice trembling. "I saw it." The night gaunt. They swung their flashlights towards the doorway, but saw nothing. "There's no one there, Ryan," Brandon said, his voice strained. "It's just your imagination." But Ryan remained paralyzed with fear, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for an unseen predator. "No," he insisted, his voice barely a whisper. "It was there. I saw it. It had my mother's face." A chill ran down Jake's spine. The night god was playing tricks on them, preying on their deepest fears, exploiting their vulnerabilities. Jeff, who had been unusually quiet, stepped forward. "Ryan," he said calmly, "come sit by the fire. You're just shaken up." As Ryan hesitantly moved towards the fireplace, a floorboard creaked in the hallway. They all spun around, their hearts pounding in their chests. A shadow flickered in the darkness, a fleeting glimpse of something tall and gaunt. Before anyone could react, a figure emerged from the hallway. It was Brandon. But something was wrong. His eyes were vacant, his face pale and drawn. He moved with an unnatural stiffness, his limbs twitching like a marionette. "Brandon?" Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are you okay?" Brandon didn't respond. He just kept moving towards them, his footsteps slow and deliberate. "Something's not right," Jeff said, his voice low and urgent. "Get back." They scrambled backwards, their fear rising. Brandon lunged at Ryan, his hands outstretched like claws. Ryan cried out, trying to fend him off, but Brandon was too strong. He tackled Ryan to the ground, his fingers digging into Ryan's throat. Jake and Jeff rushed forward, trying to pull Brandon off Ryan, but he was like a wild animal, his strength amplified by an unseen force. Ryan's struggles grew weaker, his eyes bulging, his face turning blue. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, Jake grabbed a fire iron from beside the fireplace and brought it down on Brandon's head. Brandon's grip loosened, and he slumped to the floor, unconscious. Ryan lay gasping for air, his eyes wide with terror. He coughed, his voice hoarse. It wasn't Brandon," he wheezed. It was the night gaunt." They stared at Brandon's unconscious form, their hearts pounding in their chests. The night gaunt had taken control of their friend, using him as a weapon against them. They were no longer safe, even amongst themselves. The creature was toying with them, picking them off one by one. And they were next. The cabin, once a potential refuge, now felt like a suffocating trap. The attack on Ryan had shattered any remaining sense of safety, leaving Jake and Jeff in a state of raw terror. They knew they couldn't stay there, not with the night gaunt lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike again. With a shared sense of urgency, they gathered their remaining gear and fled into the storm. The wind whipped at their faces, the rain stinging their eyes, but they didn't dare slow down. They had to get away from the cabin, away from the creature that had already claimed one of their friends. As they plunged deeper into the woods, the storm intensified, the trees swaying violently, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. The darkness was absolute, their flashlights barely penetrating the thick fog that had rolled in. They stumbled over roots and rocks, their breaths ragged, their hearts pounding in their chests. The night gaunt was toying with them, Jake realized. It was herding them deeper into the woods, leading them further astray. He could feel its presence all around them, a suffocating weight that pressed down on their minds, their senses. Suddenly, Jeff cried out. He had tripped and fallen, his ankle twisting beneath him. Jake rushed to his side, his flashlight illuminating Jeff's pained expression. I can't walk, Jeff gasped, his voice tight with pain. Jake knelt beside him, his mind racing. They couldn't stay there, exposed and vulnerable. But they couldn't leave Jeff behind either. We have to keep moving, Jake said, his voice urgent. Can you put any weight on it? Jeff tried to stand, but his ankle buckled beneath him. He cried out in pain. It's no use, he said, his voice filled with despair. I'm done for. Jake's heart sank. He couldn't leave Jeff behind, but he knew they couldn't stay there either. The night gaunt was closing in, he could feel it. Just then, a sound pierced the darkness, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the forest. Jake's blood ran cold. The night gaunt was near. We have to go, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Now! He hoisted Jeff onto his back, ignoring Jeff's protests. They stumbled forward, their progress slow and painful. The growls grew louder, closer. The forest seemed to shift and distort around them, the trees bending and twisting into grotesque shapes. The ground beneath their feet felt unstable, as if it might give way at any moment. Jake's mind reeled. He was losing his grip on reality, succumbing to the night gaunt's influence. He could hear whispers in the wind, voices calling his name, promising him escape, offering him oblivion. He stumbled, his vision blurring. He could no longer tell which way was forward, which way was back. They were lost, trapped in a labyrinth of fear and despair, with the night gaunt closing in for the kill. The forest had become a swirling vortex of shadows and whispers, the line between reality and nightmare blurring beyond recognition. Jake, burdened by Jeff's weight and his own growing terror, stumbled through the undergrowth, his senses overwhelmed. The whispers intensified, morphing into familiar voices, his mother's soothing tones, Brandon's sarcastic jabs, Ryan's excited laughter. They called to him, promising safety, urging him to surrender, to let go of his fear. But Jake knew these were the tricks of the night gaunt, its insidious whispers designed to lure him deeper into its grasp. He gritted his teeth, fighting against the seductive voices, clinging to the fading embers of his sanity. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in an unnatural light. In the center stood a figure, tall and gaunt, its form shifting and swirling like smoke. It was the night gaunt. Jeff, his voice hoarse with fear, whispered, "Jake, put me down. Go. Save yourself." Jake hesitated. He couldn't leave Jeff to the mercy of the creature. But he knew that neither of them would survive if he stayed. The night gaunt beckoned, its voice a chilling echo of his own thoughts. "Join us, Jake. Become one with the shadows. Embrace the darkness." Jake felt his resolve crumbling. The creature's words resonated with a deep-seated longing within him, a desire to escape the pain and fear that had consumed him. But then, he remembered Ryan's terrified face, Brandon's vacant eyes, the chilling words in Blackwood's journal. He couldn't give in. He had to fight. With a surge of adrenaline, he turned and fled, ignoring Jeff's pleas. He plunged back into the woods, the night gaunt's chilling laughter echoing behind him. The forest seemed to twist and turn, the trees becoming a maze of gnarled branches and thorny vines. Jake ran blindly, his lungs burning, his legs aching. He could hear the night gaunt closing in, its footsteps silent but relentless. He stumbled, falling to his knees. He looked up, his heart pounding in his chest. The night gaunt stood before him, its form now solidified, its features contorted into a mask of pure horror. It reached out, its long, skeletal fingers grasping for him. Jake closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the touch never came. He opened his eyes cautiously. The night gaunt was gone. He was alone. He staggered to his feet, his body trembling, his mind reeling. He had escaped the creature's grasp, but he knew the ordeal was far from over. The night gaunt was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. He had to find a way to survive the night, to escape the clutches of the creature, and to warn others about the horrors that lurked in the heart of the Adirondacks. The crevice slammed shut behind Jake, plunging him back into the suffocating darkness. He lay there for a moment, his chest heaving, his mind reeling from the horrifying sight of the night gaunt's true form. But the creature's echoing roar spurred him back into action. He couldn't afford to rest, not while still trapped in its lair. He remembered Jeff, his injured friend left behind in the creature's clutches. Guilt and fear warred within him. He had to go back to rescue Jeff, but the image of the pulsating mass of flesh and tentacles filled him with dread. With a heavy heart, Jake hoisted Jeff back onto his shoulders. Jeff moaned softly, his body limp against Jake's back. The added weight was almost unbearable, but Jake gritted his teeth and pushed onward. He wouldn't leave his friend to die. The tunnel he found himself in was narrow and claustrophobic, the rough stone walls pressing in on him from both sides. The air was thick with the stench of decay and damp earth, making each breath a struggle. He stumbled blindly through the darkness, his flashlight beam barely illuminating the path ahead. The silence was broken only by the sound of his own ragged breathing and Jeff's occasional moans. He felt a growing sense of despair. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning in a disorienting maze. He had no idea where he was going, no sense of whether he was moving towards escape or deeper into the creature's lair. He thought of the obsidian heart, the source of the night god's power. If he could find it, perhaps he could destroy it, free the trapped souls, and end the creature's reign of terror. But the memory of its grotesque form filled him with dread. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber, the air thick with a stifling heat. A faint, reddish glow emanated from the far end of the chamber, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on his eyes. Jake cautiously moved forward, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. As he approached the source of the light, he realized with a growing sense of horror that it was emanating from a pool of bubbling, viscous liquid, its surface shimmering with an oily sheen. He recognized the stench that wafted from the pool, the same metallic scent he had noticed in the abandoned cabin. It was the smell of blood, of decay, of death. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his stomach churning at the sight of the gruesome pool. He had to get out of there, to find another way out, before the creature sensed his presence. But as he turned to leave, a chilling sound echoed through the chamber, a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the pool itself. The night god was near. The growl reverberated through the chamber, the sound vibrating through Jake's very bones. The pool of blood before him rippled, its surface churning as the creature stirred within. Jake's heart hammered against his ribs, his breath catching in his throat. He knew he couldn't stay there, couldn't face the creature in this confined space. He had to find another way out, another tunnel, anything to put distance between himself and the monstrous entity. He turned, his flashlight beam frantically searching the walls for another opening, another escape route. But there was nothing, only smooth, unforgiving rock. The growls intensified, closer now, accompanied by a sickening sloshing sound as the creature moved within the pool. Jake felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the stench of blood and decay overwhelming his senses. He staggered back, his back pressing against the cold, damp wall. He closed his eyes, his mind conjuring images of the creature's grotesque form, the writhing tentacles, the gaping maws. He could almost feel their slimy touch on his skin. Then, he heard it, a scraping sound, like claws on stone, coming from behind him. He whipped around, his flashlight beam illuminating a section of the wall that seemed to shimmer and distort. He realized with a surge of desperate hope that it wasn't a wall at all, but an illusion, a trick of the creature's making. He lunged forward, his hands outstretched, and pushed against the shimmering surface. It gave way beneath his touch, revealing another tunnel, dark and narrow. He squeezed through the opening, the rough stone scraping against his skin. He didn't hesitate, didn't look back. He just ran. The tunnel sloped upwards, the air growing cooler and fresher with each step. Jake could hear the creature's enraged roars echoing behind him, its pursuit relentless. He scrambled over loose rocks, his lungs burning, his legs aching. He could feel the creature's presence closing in, its shadow looming over him. He burst out of the tunnel into another chamber, this one larger and more open. A faint light filtered down from a crack in the ceiling, revealing a chaotic landscape of jagged rocks and crumbling pillars. He didn't stop, didn't slow down. He could still hear the creature's pursuit, its heavy footsteps reverberating through the chamber. He spotted a narrow ledge leading upwards, a precarious path that clung to the edge of a chasm. He didn't hesitate. He leaped onto the ledge, his heart pounding in his chest. The ledge was narrow and treacherous, the rock crumbling beneath his feet. He clung to the wall, his fingers digging into the rough surface. He could feel the chasm yawning beneath him, the darkness beckoning. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the sliver of light above. He had to reach it, had to escape the clutches of the creature and return to the world above. With a final surge of adrenaline, he pulled himself up onto the ledge, his body trembling with exhaustion. He collapsed onto the solid ground, his chest heaving, his mind reeling. He had escaped the night gaunt's lair. But he knew the creature wouldn't give up easily. It would continue to haunt the Adirondacks, preying on those who dared to venture into its domain. He had to warn others, to tell them about the horrors that lurked in the shadows, to prevent them from suffering the same fate as his friends. The wind howls through the towering pines, a mournful cry that sends shivers down my spine. I'm Ryan, a park ranger stationed at this remote cabin, and today, something feels off. Dead off. Usually, this time of year, the fall, tourists flock to witness the spectacle of nature's vibrant colors. Laughter and chatter should echo through the trees, but today, an eerie silence hangs in the air. It's as if the whole world is holding its breath. I patrol the trails, my boots crunching on the fallen leaves, my eyes scanning the surroundings. But there's no sign of life, no human presence at all. Even my radio is dead, unable to reach headquarters. A cold dread creeps over me, and it's not just a chill in the air. It's a primal fear, a sense of unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. A silence that screams. I quicken my pace, a knot of anxiety tightening in my chest. Sweat prickles my skin despite the biting cold. What the hell is going on? I mutter to myself. My ranger instincts scream that something is wrong, terribly wrong. I grab the radio again, frantically turning the dial, but it's no use. The silence is absolute, like being cut off from the world. Damn it. The darkness deepens, swallowing the forest whole. Twisted branches claw at the fading light, like skeletal fingers reaching for me. The chirping of crickets intensifies, a chorus of tiny voices that only amplifies the eerie silence. I decide to head back to the cabin. Maybe I can get a signal on the satellite phone. But my mind conjures up images of gruesome crime scenes from news reports, and a shiver runs down my spine. Don't be ridiculous, Ryan, I tell myself. This is a national park, not a horror movie. But the feeling of dread persists, a cold hand gripping my heart. I push myself to move faster, desperate to reach the cabin before the darkness consumes me too. A flicker in the darkness. I burst through the cabin door, gasping for breath, my heart pounding like a drum. The warm glow of the fireplace is a welcome sight, pushing back the oppressive darkness. I snatch up the satellite phone and dial, but my hopes are dashed. The line is dead. No signal, I groan, frustration mixing with fear. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door jolts me. I freeze, every nerve on high alert. Who would be out here, in the middle of the night, in the deepest part of the woods? My hand instinctively reaches for the gun holstered at my hip. I approach the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. What I see makes my blood run cold. Two figures stand huddled on the porch, drenched and shivering. A young woman with blonde hair, her face pale and drawn, clings to a tall man with a look of desperation in his eyes. "Help us," the man shouts, his voice hoarse. "We're lost." I hesitate, my hand still on the gun. But their desperate pleas outweigh my suspicion, and I slowly open the door. "Come in," I say, my voice gruff. "It's freezing out there." The woman practically falls into the cabin, followed closely by the man. They collapse onto the sofa, shivering uncontrollably. "Thank you," the man says, his voice trembling. "I'm David, and this is Emma, my girlfriend. We've been lost since this afternoon. We're so relieved to find this place." "I'm Ryan, the park ranger," I reply, my eyes still wary. "What happened? How did you get lost?" David explains that they were on a road trip, but their GPS led them down a poorly marked shortcut. Their car broke down, and they lost cell service. "We followed the trail, hoping to find help," Emma adds, her voice weak. "We saw the light from the cabin and thought we'd try our luck." I feel a pang of sympathy for them. "You can stay here for the night," I offer. "I'll contact a rescue team in the morning. The phone lines are down right now." I find them blankets and prepare a simple meal. They devour the food, their hunger evident. As they eat, I can't help but notice a strange scar on David's arm and the way Emma's eyes dart around nervously. My unease returns. Who are these people? I wonder. And what are they hiding? The fire crackles in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The warmth does little to quell the unease churning in my gut. I watch Emma and David sleeping on the sofa, their faces peaceful in the flickering firelight. But something about their stillness, the way their eyelids flutter, sets my teeth on edge. That strange scar on David's arm, it's not a typical wound. It looks more like a bite or a deep scratch from some kind of animal. Maybe even a human. A terrible thought takes root in my mind. What if they're not who they say they are? Driven by a growing suspicion, I rise and head to the storage room where we keep lost and found items. I find David's backpack and rummage through it. My blood turns to ice when I see what's hidden beneath his clothes. A large hunting knife, stained with dried blood. Beside it, a wallet, a driver's license, and several credit cards. But the name on the ID isn't David. "They lied," I whisper, my voice catching in my throat. Panic grips me. I shove everything back into the backpack and return to my seat by the fire. My mind races, trying to make sense of the horrifying discovery. Who are they? What are they doing here? And whose blood is on that knife? The questions swirl in my head, unanswered and ominous. I'm trapped in a nightmare, the kind where you can't wake up, no matter how hard you scream. I sit frozen, my mind a whirlwind of terrifying possibilities. Are they killers? I think, my pulse quickening. Or just car thieves. But the blood on that knife, it speaks of something far more sinister. It whispers of violence, of a darkness that chills me to the bone. I glance back at Emma and David. They're still fast asleep, their faces deceptively innocent. But beneath that facade, I see a glimpse of something monstrous. I have to do something. I have to get out of here. The satellite phone. I grab it again, my hand shaking as I dial. It rings, but no one answers. Damn it. Desperate, I decide to risk going outside, hoping for a better signal. But as I open the door, a floorboard creaks behind me, and a voice cuts through the silence. Leaving so soon, Ryan? Emma stands in the doorway, the bloody knife glinting in her hand. Emma. I stammer, my voice caught in my throat. David emerges from the shadows, his expression cold and emotionless. Looks like you've discovered our little secret, he says, his voice a low growl. I back away, my heart pounding in my chest. Who are you? Who we are isn't important, Emma sneers. What is important is that you're about to die. Before I can react, David lunges at me, a fist aimed at my face. I duck just in time and grab a vase from the mantelpiece, smashing it over his head. David stumbles but doesn't go down. He roars in anger and charges again. I scramble back, retreating into the kitchen, where I grab a butcher knife from the counter. Emma is right behind him. She slashes at me with the haunting knife, the blade whistling past my ear. I raise my arm to block, but the sharp edge slices through my flesh, leaving a deep gash. Blood spurts, hot and sticky. The pain is blinding, but I can't stop. I have to fight. I swing the butcher knife, forcing David back. Emma cries out as the blade catches her leg. I seize the opportunity, shoving David aside and sprinting out of the kitchen. The chase is on. I race up the stairs, hoping to find a place to hide, but David is faster. He grabs my ankle, yanking me down. I tumble down the steps, my head cracking against the hardwood floor. The world spins as David and Emma close in, their faces contorted with rage. Get him. David snarls. Emma, grimacing through the pain in her leg, glares at me with pure hatred. David drags me toward a door I hadn't noticed before, a cellar door. He throws me down the steep steps with a brutal shove. I crash onto the cold concrete floor, the impact sending shockwaves of pain through my body. I try to get up, but the door slams shut, the lock clicking ominously. Let me out. I yell, pounding on the thick wood. Shut up. Emma's voice echoes down from above. Just die quietly. I slump against the damp wall, despair washing over me. The cellar is pitch black, the air thick with the stench of mildew and decay. I fumble in my pockets for my flashlight, but it's gone. Damn it. Fear replaces despair, a cold fist squeezing my heart. From above, I hear Emma and David's laughter, cruel and chilling. It's the sound of predators toying with their prey. I have to get out of here. I have to find a way to escape this tomb. The darkness is absolute, but I have no choice but to navigate by touch. My hands scrape against rough stone as I stumble through the narrow passage, searching for an escape route. There has to be a way out, I think, desperation clawing at me. My fingers brush against something cold and metallic, a window. I frantically fumble for the latch and shove. The rusty hinges groan in protest, the sound deafening in the oppressive silence. "Who's down there?" David's voice booms from above. I don't have time to hesitate. I heave myself through the small window, tumbling onto the damp grass outside. My ankle twists beneath me, sending a jolt of pain through my leg. I ignore it, scrambling to my feet and running. David's footsteps pound behind me. "Stop. You can't escape." I push myself harder, my lungs burning, branches whipping at my face. I can hear David crashing through the undergrowth, getting closer. But I can't give up now. I have to survive. I stumble out of the woods, my body battered and bruised, and collapse onto the asphalt of the highway. Headlights pierce the darkness, but instead of flagging down the approaching car, I scramble back into the shadows. Can't trust anyone, I think, paranoia gripping me. The faces of Emma and David haunt my every thought. I run until I can run no more, my legs giving out beneath me. I fall to the ground, gasping for air, staring up at the inky black sky. Just when I think all hope is lost, I hear it, the distant wail of sirens. Red and blue lights flash through the trees, cutting through the darkness. A police car and an ambulance skid to a halt beside me. Sheriff Robert rushes over, his face etched with concern. "Ryan, are you all right?" I manage a weak nod, tears streaming down my face. "Emma and David." I stammer, my voice hoarse. "They." "Don't worry, son," Sheriff Roberts says, his voice firm. "We got 'em. They're wanted for a string of murders across the state." Relief washes over me, so intense it almost makes me dizzy. The nightmare is finally over. The whispers started as soon as we entered Oak Haven. Old Man Hemlock at the gas station, eyes like faded denim, warned us about the old shrine up on Blackwood Mountain. Mrs. Gable, who ran the general store with its jars of pickled eggs and dusty shelves, gave us a toothless grin and said, "Best stay clear of those woods after dark, youngsters." But Asher, ever the adventurer, just grinned. Sounds like a challenge to me. It was Friday night, and the three of us, Asher, Willow, and me, Hunter, had driven hours to reach this forgotten corner of the Appalachians. We were seniors in high school, itching for one last adventure before graduation. The legend of the vengeful spirit and the forgotten shrine had drawn us in like moths to a flickering flame. We set up camp as dusk settled, the towering pines casting long shadows across the clearing. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We built a crackling fire, the flames dancing against the encroaching darkness. We roasted marshmallows, the sugary sweetness sticking to our fingers, and swapped stories of past escapades, our laughter echoing through the trees. But as the night deepened and the flames dwindled, our conversation took a darker turn. We spoke of local legends, of ghost stories whispered around campfires, of the vengeful spirits said to haunt the old shrine. "That's the place we need to see," Asher declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Willow, always the cautious one, shivered. But what about the warnings? There's something evil in those woods. Just stories, Asher scoffed, throwing another log on the fire. Come on, it'll be an adventure. The moon hung high overhead, casting an eerie glow as we ventured into the woods. The deeper we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees loomed closer, their branches intertwining overhead like skeletal fingers. An unnatural silence descended, broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath our feet and the frantic hammering of my own art. I don't like this, Willow whispered, her voice trembling. We should go back. But Asher pressed on, his determination unwavering. Finally, we emerged into a small clearing. Before us stood the shrine, a decaying relic of a forgotten time. Its wooden pillars were shrouded in moss, the intricate carvings barely visible beneath years of decay. Time seemed to stand still in this desolate place. A sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing our flashlights and plunging us into darkness. A cold dread gripped me. This is bad, Willow cried. Let's get out of here. But Asher, captivated by the shrine, stepped closer. Look at this, he exclaimed, reaching out to touch a weathered carving. At that moment, the ground beneath us shuddered. The trees groaned and swayed, their branches reaching out like grasping claws. A voice, low and menacing, echoed through the darkness. Leave this place, it growled, you who disturb my rest. Terror seized us. The voice seemed to penetrate our very bones, chilling us to the core. Run! Willow screamed, grabbing my arm. We scrambled back, stumbling through the undergrowth, the ghostly voice echoing behind us. Panic lent speed to our feet. We didn't stop running until we burst out of the woods and back into the moonlit clearing where our campsite lay. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling. My mind reeled, struggling to process the horror we had just experienced. What was that? Asher whispered, his face pale. I never want to go near that place again, Willow murmured, her voice shaking. As we packed up our gear and fled Oakhaven, the memory of that night clung to us like a shroud. The vengeful spirit of the old shrine had left its mark, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks in the forgotten corners of the world. I don't mean they'd leave for a party or a night out. No, they vanish, gone without a trace by sunset, leaving me alone in the cabin. I'd search for them, call their names, but they were always gone, like they'd never existed. It wasn't something we ever talked about. The next morning, they'd be back, acting as if nothing had happened, like it was just another night. But it wasn't. I knew that. I learned that the hard way. It all started when I was 6 years old. I remember that first Halloween vividly. It was the first time my parents had brought me to their secluded cabin deep in the woods. I was dressed as a witch, excited to explore the forest and maybe even spot a real-life goblin. But just as the sun dipped below the towering pines, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing, I noticed the cabin felt different, colder, quieter, too quiet. I ran through the narrow hallways, calling for my mom and dad, but no one answered. Panic clawed at my throat. I thought maybe they were hiding, playing a Halloween prank, but after what felt like hours of searching, I realized they were truly gone. The heavy oak door was bolted shut, the windows were sealed tight, and I was utterly alone. That's when I found the first note. It was on the rough-hewn kitchen table, written in my mom's familiar handwriting. It simply said, "Rule 1, stay in your room. Do not come out until sunrise. Whatever you hear, ignore it." Confusion and fear battled within me. I didn't want to stay in my room. I wanted to find my parents. But something about the note, the urgency in its simple words, made me obey. I grabbed my teddy bear and a flashlight, locked myself in the small bedroom with its faded floral wallpaper, and crawled under the covers. That night, sleep was a distant dream. The old cabin groaned and creaked, the wind whistling through the gaps in the window panes like a mournful spirit. I heard strange sounds scratching at the door, footsteps padding across the floorboards, whispers that slithered through the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my head under the pillow, but the sounds only seemed to grow louder. The next morning, when I cautiously opened my door, my parents were back. They were sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee and chatting as if nothing had happened. I rushed to them, tears streaming down my face, and asked them where they'd gone, what had happened. They just smiled and said I must have had a nightmare. That was the beginning. Every Halloween after that was the same. We'd arrive at the cabin, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, and as soon as twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and orange, my parents would vanish. Each year, the notes became more specific, more ominous. Rule 2, don't look out the windows. Rule 3, don't respond if someone calls your name. And the noises, they grew more terrifying. One year, I met a park ranger while exploring the woods near the cabin. He was a gruff but kind man, with weathered features and eyes that held a hint of sadness. He warned me about staying out too late, about the dangers that lurked in the shadows after dark. He spoke of strange occurrences in these woods, of people disappearing without a trace. I brushed off his warnings, thinking he was just trying to scare a curious child. But his words lingered in my mind, adding another layer of fear to the already unsettling atmosphere of the cabin. Another Halloween, when I was 9, the sounds outside my room became unbearable. There were knocks on the door, not gentle taps, but loud, insistent bangs that rattled the old wood. I covered my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, but I couldn't block it out. A voice, my mother's voice, called my name. "Ellie, it's okay. You can come out now." She sounded so calm, so reassuring. For a fleeting moment, I almost believed it was her. But Rule 3 echoed in my mind, don't respond if someone calls your name. So I didn't. I stayed huddled under the covers, tears soaking my pillow, until the knocking stopped and the voice faded into the night. The years passed, and the game continued. It became a twisted Halloween ritual. While other kids dressed up and went trick-or-treating, I remained locked in my room, a prisoner in my own fear, listening to the cabin come alive with unseen horrors. But when I turned 13, the game changed. That year, the note was different. It simply said, "Rule 4, there's something new in the house tonight. Be careful." A wave of terror washed over me. Something new? What did that mean? I barricaded the door with a chair, my heart pounding like a drum. The noises started earlier than usual, the familiar creaks and groans, the scratching at the walls. But then, there was something else breathing. A low, guttural rasp that seemed to slither under the door, filling the room with its foul stench. The breathing moved away, replaced by a soft, childlike giggle that chilled me to the bone. It wasn't me. It wasn't my parents. Something else was in the cabin. Something new. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the house, followed by the splintering of wood. Whatever was out there was breaking in. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the wall, my eyes frantically searching the room for an escape. Then, I saw it. A shadow, elongated and grotesque, slithered across the ceiling, its clawed hand reaching down towards me. I screamed, covering my face with my hands. But just as the creature reached me, the first rays of dawn pierced through the window. The shadow recoiled, hissing like a viper, and vanished into the gloom. I didn't move until the sun was high in the sky, casting warm rays across the floorboards. When I finally ventured out of the room, the cabin was eerily silent, as if nothing had happened. My parents were back, sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee and smiling. I stumbled towards them, my voice trembling as I recounted the horrors of the night. They exchanged a knowing glance, then my father chuckled. "Just a bad dream, Ellie," he said, patting my head. "It was all in your imagination." But I knew better. The fear, the sounds, the shadow, they were real. And the most terrifying part was that my parents didn't believe me, or perhaps they pretended not to. Now, years later, I still haven't returned to the cabin. The memories of those Halloweens continue to haunt me, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the veil of reality. And I often wonder, what truly happened to my parents on those nights? What secrets did the cabin hold? And what was the creature that shared those long, terrifying nights with me?